Ho, ho. WrestleMania, do 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 do. Roman Reigns, whoa, ho. WrestleMania, do 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 do. Cody Rhodes, it's WrestleMania, guys. I'm a little bit delirious because of lack of sleep, and yet night one was all right. Night one was fun. Night two has potential. It has intrigue. Night two historically has never beaten night one, but what if? What if? Tonight is a what if night. What if WrestleMania Night 2 is even better? What if WrestleMania Night 2 is everything we hoped for and more? What if WrestleMania Night 2 is the best night of WrestleMania ever? Unlikely. But we can dream, and dream we must. Because dream we will, and dream me other words. We will be dreaming, we will be sharing, we will be hoping, we will be watching. Because we are having a watch party for WrestleMania 40 XL Night 2. We're going to be live for 6 hours once again. We're going to be covering basically everything that happens in wrestling, everything that happens in WWE, and the 6 matches on the card tonight will be opening with Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre for the World Heavyweight Championship. AJ Styles versus LA Knight. Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits versus Karrion Kross and the Authors of Pain. Logan Paul versus Randy Orton versus Kevin Owens for the United States Championship. Io Sky versus Bayley for the WWE Women's Championship. And of course, in the main event, Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. We will naturally be starting with the pre-show. We did in fact start with Dakota Kai in the pre-show, and can I just say, how do you look better than you did yesterday? That's not fair. Not fair. I don't think that's okay. Personally, I'm upset. I'm offended. I don't look better than the day before. I look worse. Much worse. That's how it should be. Oh, how dare we? How dare we? Let's dive in with the chat because there's plenty of people here saying hi. Mags is back saying hello, Community. Typically we got Community, Mags. You're in the Discord. You know this, mate. You know this. How did you enjoy night one? Joe says, I'm ready, Tom. Watching old Mania DVDs. What's a DVD, mate? That feels old school. Brad says, I am ready. Let's go with night two. Leon says, hi, Tom. Hope you're doing well. Doing well so far. Ask me again at the end of 6 hours if either of us make it. Daniel says, what's up? Barry Monkey says, evening, everyone. Leon says, and quotes, and shares a source. Thank you, Leon. Jacob Fatu has been telling people he's signed with WWE according to Fightful. I also appreciate that you're not saying Jacob Fatu is signed with WWE. You are saying quite accurately he has apparently told people that he has according to this person. Crush says, are you about to tell us Cody isn't finishing the story? No, I am not. Juan says, hey Tom, according to Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez, said that apparently AEW will release the CM Punk video on Wednesday. Is this a poke of doom? I suspect it might be yes. It's essentially to fan the flames and secure the base. The base is what's leaving. So, Aaron McGowan says, watch out for an MMA star tonight. Which one? Which one, Aaron? Who are you thinking? Chris said, does Bayley take the women's title tonight? My predictions will be coming soon, but I imagine most of you are fully aware of how I feel about Bayley. King Alice says, hey Thomas, Jacob Fatu signed with WWE? I do not know. Could not tell you. I have no connection to Jacob Fatu to exploit that. Brad says the most overbooked match of all time in the main event. I bloody hope so. And no, Joey, I've not seen the Fightful Select Report. I don't pay for news. Anything on a paywall, I don't know. So I can't really confirm, can I? Juan says, let's see if Night 2 delivers. Barry says, life after a certain age, you look slightly worse every day. Well, cheers, mate. Appreciate you. Sean says, everyone press the like button, bring more people in, and subscribe. Thank you, Sean. Crush says, CM Punk lives rent-free. And Joey says, have you got any additional news on TK saying he's going to release the footage? Only that, they are. The Young Bucks have the footage presented by Tony Khan. And, yeah, the plan is to do it. Really. Actually, really. Genuinely, really. Wiggly says, what up, Tom? I bet you're buzzing from the game earlier today. Didn't watch it. I was actively in an OLE stream for our local establishment. I did catch some of it, but in that part, I actually turned it off when we were still ahead, so yay. Joe says, Tom, do you think we'll see John Cena tonight? I found it likely. I was, after all, the first person to report that he had been invited. There's a few people we haven't heard much of, like there was, for example, a rumour from Dave Meltzer that The Undertaker would be in attendance. Haven't heard anything about that since. Joey says, is TK doing this to pop a cheap rating? Yes. It's Tony Khan. That's what he does. King Alice says, I think the news about Jacob Fatu is to scare Cody fans. Well, if so, they've certainly done a good job. I would laugh pretty hard if the WWE haven't signed Jacob Fatu and they simply told him, hey, can you just tell people you've signed for a bit? Just to make people think Cody's losing? I reckon he'd go for it. It's a good way to make good. Leon says The Rock looked great in his match last night. I don't necessarily agree. I think he looked great in the last 10 minutes. All the rest of it, I think he looked pretty bad. But for his age and his, well, the recency of his fitness level, I reckon he was pretty impressive. Chris says, my prediction, Jimmy Uso gets kicked out of the Bloodline during the main event. Wiggler says, what do you think of the new WWE intro? You know, the then, now, forever, together bit. I think they needed a change to hide the fact that certain people are missing. Griffith is a big fan of WWE, then you are in the right place, Griffith. It's WrestleMania. Chris says, you know, wasn't invited to WrestleMania. His name is Vinnie Mac. Yes, I do, because I reported that one. I saw the report from PW Insider stating that Vince McMahon wasn't in attendance. And I just felt the need to clarify it's because he wasn't invited. Kevin says, Tony Khan and the Young Bucks better not be trolling a lot of people going to watch that video. And Brad says, it's going to be heavily edited to make AEW look good. Of course it is. Of course it is. Marcel says, hi Tom and chat, I would like to say what I really like is that this chat and everyone in the chat and community treat each other with such respect and that we all can enjoy the wrestling that we love. I do occasionally see some of you guys having issues on social media. I don't get involved because it's not my place and it's not my business, but I do hope that the spirit and the vibe from these chats and these communities and these streams extends out and helps people to breach some barriers at times. I'm very happy with the overall atmosphere in these streams. Very proud of what we've been able to create, and hopefully you guys are too. So I appreciate that, Marcel. Wiggly says the match last night was a real slow burner and super excited for tonight. Leon says Jay vs Jimmy was really bad. I agree. Kevin says night one was good, but should it be better? I'm not sure. There is more I'm not excited for here than what I am excited for. But there are also less matches. I just think the main event's going to last more than an hour. Also, have you seen that Dakota Kai is sharing essentially a pole with The Rock? Like a pogo stick. Randy Orton arriving. No pop because there's no one in the arena. No one in the arena. Wiggly says, what the fuck is R-Truth talk about on social media? Yeah. Joey says, I've got a feeling there could be a lawsuit if the footage is really being released. It depends if CM Punk wants to do that. And also, it depends if he's in it. He may well be getting Wembley in trouble, I'll say that. We have ourselves a kickoff panel. It is once again Pat McAfee, Michael Cole, CM Punk and Big E. This, of course, once again confirms my reporting that CM Punk would be on both kickoff shows for WrestleMania. He may well still be on commentary for the first match, which has recently been in confirmation of my report that the match that will open night 2 of WrestleMania will be Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre. I got pushback on that one. Still right. Gillian says, hey Tom, good to see you. Cody Rhodes will be winning the story tonight. He'll be winning a story. Chris says his trainer came to his defense and R-Truth seemingly agreed with him. He did indeed. Wiggler said I did post a spoof video. Okay. Chris says I'm looking forward to seeing Drew McIntyre poking fun at the video from AEW. I mean, he is Mr. Social Media right now. Why the hell not? Shane says, hi Tom, what are your thoughts on Sammy winning? Didn't see it coming until the actual day. Wow. Loved it. Temple, to be clear, there is no report that Jacob Fatu has signed with WWE. Also, you have not sourced from the report that there was. So I am assuming that you're now stating that Jacob Fatu has signed and you have empirical evidence of this. Saucy stuff, mate. Joey says last year's night 1 was amazing. I don't think anything will top it. Moxie says, Tom, today was a good day, man. I was walking around in the gym listening to Roman's theme song, acting like I was the undisputed Universal Champion. People were looking at me like, why was I so confident? Or looking at the guys walking around going, do-do, 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 because I'd look as well. Chris says, I'm expecting CM Punk to make a mention of it. I mean, maybe. It's CM Punk. It's what he's there for. Leon says, what was your favourite match last night? Mine was Gunter and Sammy. Still Becky versus Rhea. I really quite enjoyed that. Becky and Rhea just know how to make magic. Okay, so we're opening from the press conference with Chris Van Vliet essentially being told to shut up and go away. This is just awkward. Roman Reigns at press conferences is not fun for anyone. I would never even ask questions. There's no value in it. Crush says, how do you think Drew versus Seth goes down? We will go through our predictions once again before the end of the pre-show. Khalid says, very excited to see Damian Priest become champion tonight. Wiggly still gutted about Asuka. Chris says, Sammy knows how to get people to believe that's larger than life. Juan says, how worse can it get for AEW, Tom, off TV? It can certainly get a lot worse. A lot worse, alright? We're not at the end game at any point. AEW will survive. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere fast either. We'll make it work. Is this when Roman kicks people out? Yes, it is. Don't acknowledge. Jesus Christ. Imagine being a journalist and covering the WWE. He wanted to leave anyway. Temple says, watch the main event tonight. Enjoy the show. I will be. It's a watch party. And thank you kindly. Wiggly says, I strut down the street to HBK's theme. I tend to do that with Asuka's theme, to be honest. Sai says, welcome back everyone. Tonight is off to a great start. Michael Cole has ditched his midlife crisis suit from last night, and I have a stuffed crust pizza on order. That is an expert right there. Knows what he's doing. Sean says, the Sammy match was the best from night one. Kervin says, NXT Stand and Deliver crowd was better over the night one crowd. That is a difficult thing to say. The Stand and Deliver crowd was there. The WrestleMania crowd was there. Very different. Wiggly says, I hope Io wins. Sai says, the WWE presses are awkward, full stop. Weird hybrid of kayfabe and trying not to patronise. Roman straight up patronises. Straight up patronises. Moxie says, after I did the most hardest and difficult... Okay. Chris says, AEW will survive as long as Tony pumps money into it. Yep, and possibly longer. King Azza says, Tom, if Cody loses 2 years in a row, do you think the fan support for him won't be as long? Yes. As loud? Yes. Chris says, does Roman get a kick out of being in character? Yes. Jack says, is SE Scoops a good source? That's an easy one to answer. Who here can remember a reliable report that came from SE Scoops? Okay? SE Scoops. Who in this chat right now can remember a good report from SE Scoops? That's what I like to do. I just like to open it to the floor, see if anyone can remember reliable or non-reliable intel from that source. That will usually give you the answer that you're looking for. We currently have 28 people watching and only the 10 likes. If you can, please do remember to hit that thumbs up. Every thumbs up does guarantee a greater level of engagement, and the more engagement, the faster a YouTube channel grows. So please do consider hitting that thumbs up if you can. It does help the show to grow in quite a margin. Wiggly doesn't remember a reliable report. Chris says, what do you think Ron would say if I asked him why he got disqualified against Seth? I think he'd kick you out. I think if he doesn't want to answer a question, he kicks you out. Wiggly thinks they're as reliable as WrestleMania. Brad says, nope. Barry says, for me, the ladder match last night was the best. Simple and fun. I watched 5/6 of it. In fact, to be honest, I watched 11/12 of it. Chris says, who? Juan says, not me. Bayley says, the NXT Stand and Deliver crowd was inside and warm. 4 hours in brisk weather outside can wear out any crowd. Jack, what report are you referring to from SE Scoops? I'll tell you if I think it's true. Chris says, I'm surprised they haven't announced WrestleMania 41 yet. Typically they do that during night 2. King Azza does not trust SE Scoops. Wiggly says, I agree the ladder match was the best and the opening match, so he believes that the best match was 2 matches. Always love you, mate. Max says, SE Scoops are as reliable as WrestleJoy. I don't know who that is. Corner, no, we are not showing the matches tonight. This is a watch party. It is not the actual show. You do you. I don't support illegal streaming personally. Wiggly says, I believe it's in Minneapolis next year. I haven't seen a report on that, but it might be that I just haven't been paying attention all the way. Appreciate it, Corner. I have no issue with you asking the question. None whatsoever. Jack, if you don't know whether to trust SE Scoop reporting that Fightful reported, your best bet is to check out Fightful. But what I will say is, as it's behind a paywall, I think we have people in here who can confirm that Fightful Select did report Jacob Fatu has told people that he has signed with WWE. If SE Scoops are saying that Fightful Select reported Jacob Fatu has signed with WWE, SE Scoops are lying. Chris says, Tom, can you see Gunther becoming World Heavyweight Champion in Berlin? That's my prediction. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll be that fast, personally. And Moxie says, I don't like that Roman just kicks you out. I think he just needs to act more out of character when it comes to the press conferences like every other wrestler does. But what can I do? You can't. Even Triple H and The Rock cannot control Roman Reigns when it comes to these press conferences. Sly says they haven't confirmed a site or city for Mania 41 yet, which may be a first if they don't announce it tonight. Triple H is keeping things quieter. Luke says, who will Priest cash in on? Whoever he decides to try and cash in on. Logically, I maintain it will be the World Heavyweight Championship. We have our second piece of the 2 3-minute interview conducted by Mega Morant with Triple H. And we're talking CM Punk. Chris says maybe WrestleMania 41 will be Gunter's big moment. And Lauren is here, says Mania Sunday. It is indeed Mania Sunday. And personally, I'm very, very hyped for it. Very hype. I want to say a big thank you, as always, to Sai for the graphics. You will note the polka dots right above. You will note the Cody Rhodes over there. I don't know my distances. And of course the Roman Reigns and the entire family over there. It's all about blood. It's all about families. And I'd imagine the actual match will also be all about blood. King Arthur says, I think the best match was the tag match when Roman speared The Rock. It's cinema. Moxie says, Tom, I see you have your black hoodie on right now. You know what time it is. Cody Rhodes will acknowledge us. Okay, that's a lot of different things in one sentence. Lauren says, do you think we'll see Cena tonight? Not sure. I'm not sure. I know that he's been invited to WrestleMania, but we'll see how that goes. They're catching up on the CM Punk news. Triple H explaining that only maybe 5 people knew that he was signed, which essentially is why almost everyone was just guessing. Lauren says, Night 2 looks like a better card, and did you watch the Hall of Fame? Not live, but I did watch it. Shane says, Tom, do you think Cody should come out wearing Dusty's costume? No, personally I don't. That is distracting from the fact that he is his own person, and I think Cody hasn't really established himself as a unique individual yet. He needs to really work on doing that. Mustafa says, in a Just and Fair world, Dustin and Mox would be involved tonight. Also in a Just and Fair world, Dustin and Mox would not be involved tonight. Did you, Wiggly? Let me check. Reminds me, of course, I haven't actually tweeted a... Yes, you did. Yay. Pardon me. Oh, right, so I want to share an announcement tweet for the show. I can see Lauren from only 4 minutes ago talking our truth. Always nice to see. So, WWE Wrestlemania. Wrestling Mania, that's not right. WrestleMania 40 XL Night 2 Live. Nope, why do we need capital 2? That's weird. Live. Okay, so CM Punk has been confirmed as being on commentary by Triple H. Join us now for the pre-show, including predictions, spoilers, and news. So we have an announcement tweet. Let's grab that. Not that one. Grab that. Let's get it in the chat. So there's our link. I'm going to pin that so anyone can find it and share it if they would like to. Thank you kindly, anyone who will do so. Chris says Triple H is owning those Punk is toxic makes the marks. Got it. Punk is toxic, mate. Give him time. Roger says the only thing I didn't like about the tag team title match. Lawrence says night 1 for me was a 6 out of 10. I only enjoyed the main event. That's weird because the main event I think is the worst thing that they did. I know, Wiggly, don't worry. Lawrence says with the tag title split we're getting a draft. Yep. We were getting a draft before the tag title split. I mentioned that on Spoiler 1 a couple of months ago. Lawrence says it was great seeing Seth, Keith Lee and Mickey at the Hall of Fame. Jess says Rollins versus McIntyre on first. Yes, I believe it is. Blue says Tony is totally not bothered. Yeah, that's very clear. Very clear. Lawrence says which will open the show. Rollins versus McIntyre. No, Zane. No, I'm not. And you know that. And if you keep asking that, you know it's going to happen. King Ad says, I don't think debuting Jacob Fatu is not a good idea because he's more of a SmackDown or Raw after Mania. Well, he would need to sign first in order for that to happen. Lawrence says, do you think Logan Paul is retaining? That is not my prediction. We will be going through predictions shortly. Chris says, Triple H says Seth knew before the match, get wrecked, dirt sheets. Triple H may have said that, but Seth Rollins himself has said otherwise. Blue says, Jimmy was worse in my opinion, but yeah, the 2 Bloodline matches really didn't do it for me. Loved everything else though, especially the title matches. Jess says, if Priest doesn't cash in, I will eat my own fist. Well, Jess, you might as well start preparing and seasoning that fist just in case. CM Punk stating that the reason he and Triple H didn't get along is because of them both being very honest. Sean says, hi Tom, your thoughts on night 1? Good show. Really enjoyed it. Give it a 7 out of 10. Not happy with the Bloodline matches. The main event was very slow, but did have a couple of decent moments. It was a result I expected. Jay versus Jimmy was so dull. So incredibly dull. But outside of that, we genuinely had great matches top to bottom. Kicked off to start with. And a very, very big surprise in Sami Zayn winning the Intercontinental Championship. I was very happy overall with the night. I don't know if we can do better with the matches lined up, but we'll see how it goes. Mustafa says, at least I hope the Bloodline rules is somewhat more interesting than just a basic no DQ. We will see. Lauren says, Jimmy versus Jay could have been better. Jess says, I'll be at work during the morning, during the show. Joey says, I hope AJ brings back the evil ways. And Jess says, I'm going to go crazy at work, waiting to get home and watch. Chris says, after seeing what R-Truth did, I won't be opposed to seeing Damien cash in on him and Miz. Will not be happening, but I get why people are annoyed. Aled says, hello everyone. Hello, Aled. And Joey says it'll most likely be some Def Rebel garbage. Like AJ Styles. Lauren, my favourite match from night 1 was the opener, Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley. Aled says, do you think we'll hear the glass shatter tonight? Yes, I do, though I don't think it'll be in the main event. We'll see how it goes. Sammy versus Gable makes the most sense. I would expect it. Blue says Punk is toxic, but I think WWE in their current condition can handle him a lot better than Tony, at least the benefit of a proper structure. That I agree with. I definitely agree with that. Sean says, with the signing of Jacob Fatu, nobody has reported that Jacob Fatu has signed with WWE. Just want to be very clear. Nobody has reported that Jacob Fatu has signed with the WWE. The report from Fightful Select was that he has told people that he's signed with the WWE. There has been no confirmation from him or the WWE. Okay? Let's not forget that the source in question is Fightful. That is one source. Nobody else has confirmed. Crush, I'm not sure. We'll have to see as it goes. It may be a case of Chad Gable too eager for a match and ends up going a bit heelish. One says it's also easy to tell if a dirt sheet is lying when there's a lot of misspelled words. Usually that means AI. Kevin says another 2-hour kickoff show with no matches. Ridiculous. You say that, but I somehow find a way to keep them, full. I wouldn't say I managed to keep them entertaining, because let's be honest, I don't, but we'll do what we can. Lauren says, will Becky resign? I don't think she can resign. She will have to wait for her contract to end instead of resigning. Resigning is not really something you can do in WWE. Joey says, why wouldn't it be in the main event? Several reasons. Primarily because we've got 6 matches and 4 hours. They need to fill it with something else. And Steve Austin turning up to sort of whip the crowd up is always an option that's available. Lauren says, Cena said he needs an invite. I'm like, you're one of the greatest. You don't need an invite. Cena did get an invite, just to be clear. Chris says, good evening, Tom. Hope you're having an excellent WrestleMania weekend. So far, so good, Chris. How you doing, mate? Aled says, I wonder who ends up helping Cody tonight then, if anyone does. King Al says, hey, Tom, I disagree. I thought Becky vs. Rhea wasn't as good. It fell flat, in my opinion. Chris says, can you speak on what Triple H said about Brock? Obviously, he's at home, but is it because Brock's awaiting to be cleared from the suit? Nope, Brock has not been named in the suit. Brock has not been accused of anything. There is no clearing to be done. I would imagine that's pretty much exactly the information you were looking for. Jess said the tag main event felt kind of pointless. It won't feel pointless when we get to the actual main event. John says, do you think any titles change tonight? Yes, I do. I will get to my predictions shortly. Roger says, did you watch ECW? Nope. Bayley says, nights like this will reinforce what once seemed improbable. Michael Cole is now at the top of the all-time announcers list. You are not wrong. And I do like that they're celebrating, really genuinely celebrating Michael Cole during tonight's WrestleMania. We are now seeing the build to the Cody Rhodes Roman Reigns story. It's got Imagine Dragons in it, and if I imagine dragons, they are green. What colour are your dragons if you imagine them? Blue says, why talk of Becky resigning, or did they mean Becky resigning, or did they mean re-signing? I'd imagine they meant re-signing, but I poked fun and had a joke instead. Exhausted but doing good. Good to know, Chris. That's basically where I am as well. Lauren says, any turns you see happening? Yes, I'd imagine during wrestling matches people will in fact turn from one to the other, and while watching the show, my head will turn from here to here. So lots of turns. Lauren also loves the new WWE intro. Alex says, what did you think of The Rock's performance? It was okay. Jess says, Becky having a match as good as she did in her condition is crazy. Kervin loved the Uso match for some reason, and Lauren says, Cole is my favourite commentator. Blue says, Brock hasn't been accused of anything criminal, but he has been accused of questionable behaviour. Define questionable behaviour, that's the issue. You cannot be accused of questionable behaviour, because questionable behaviour is subjective, and accusations can't be that subjective. They have to be proven. It's real awkward, isn't it? Real awkward. Sean said that Becky re-signs, I can see her being limited days. I'd imagine you can see that because I've been saying it for about a year. Chris says Imagine Dragons was last used at WrestleMania 30, the Daniel Bryan on. Lauren says, I do believe Cody will have a special entrance. I also believe he'll have a special entrance. I also believe Roman Reigns will have a special entrance. There were lots of special entrances. Basically, everyone who got them yesterday will not be getting them today. And anyone who gets them today will not have had them yesterday. For example, Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. Chris says The Rock will give Roman a receipt for that spear. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to find out. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate that. Renewing your membership for an 8th month and celebrating, and so you should. Thank you kindly. Said heel or face turns, and yes, I think there's going to be many. Liv Morgan is the first name on my list. Carlito's right there as well. Dane says, were you surprised Sami Zayn won the IC title? Yes, I was, but I wasn't at all disappointed by it. Sometimes, being surprised is a great thing. Because I cover wrestling and watch the trends and speak to people backstage, it's hard to catch me. They got me, and they did good. Chris says, I see Damian Priest cashing in tonight on whomever wins between Drew and Seth. Chris says, the questionable behaviour, Brock has a pissing fetish allegedly. Allegedly, yes, though once again, Brock Lesnar was not named in the lawsuit. Okay, Brock Lesnar was not named in the lawsuit. Also, going to be really clear here, guys. Consensual fetishes which hurt no one are not questionable behaviour. I just need to be really clear on this one, because I guarantee you there are more people than you know in the world who share that fetish. I don't have it myself, I'm just not interested. However, I'm not as disgusted by it as people seem to be. If it's consensual and people aren't hurting anyone, do your thing. Aled says, I think there were 2 wrong booking calls last night. Would they be the 2 predictions that you got wrong? Lauren says, will everyone give Roman a standing O if he loses tonight? No. Mustafa says, my one thought, just based on last night's event, when The Rock threatened the ref's job, there has to be some moment tonight where the ref has to be changed for someone whom The Rock cannot fire. Triple H. Everyone really wants Triple H in this. Moxley says, Tom, do you think Seth and Cody will have different gears than yesterday? Yes. Kevin says, Becky versus Rhea Ripley. Running back the storyline is Rhea Ripley beat Becky, not 100%. I don't understand what you're saying there, Kevin. Lauren says, I think it should have been Orton versus Paul one-on-one. Paul? Paul Heyman? Logan Paul. Duh. Chris says, at first I wasn't sure how to feel about Sami being the guy to do it, but he won me over as weeks went on. I didn't think he was actually winning, though. Nor I, until the day came. Jess says, Brock is staying home because he's scared of Dirty Dom. Chris said, did Cody already get a new bus? No, they just fixed the one he already had. Lauren says, Owens deserves a world title run, as does Orton after tonight. That's going to be difficult. What you're saying is essentially you need 3 championship belts. Chris says the term questionable behaviour is very subjective. Just saying. Yes, it is, and that is exactly what I'm saying as well. I'm not really one to talk about kink, but here's the thing. If it's not hurting anyone, and it's consensual, what's the damn problem? I do feel people who make judgments like this, are just attempting to control people, and that's not on. Now, if it wasn't consensual, if it was a case of there was some attempted force or abuse in this, that's an entirely different thing. Entirely different thing. But there is no evidence at all at this point in time that that is the case. There are accusations and allegations that have been made. They are against the WWE and Vince McMahon. Brock Lesnar, once again, was not named. He does not have to face the music, so to speak. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong. If it's true, then we've learned something about him. And maybe he should have known better. Maybe he should have asked more questions. But we don't know if it's true. And even then, who knows? What I will say, I don't really want to see Brock Lesnar for a bit. The whole thing feels a bit dirty. Alex says, personally, I think Jimmy should have won. He needed the win more than Jay, and DIY should have won one of the tag titles. Lauren thinks Priest will fail his cash-in. Luke says, did Night 1 live up to your expectations? And more, to be honest. I would say it was slightly better than I was expecting. Lauren says, Dom should have won last night as well. Zane says, do you think Orton will win the US title? My predictions will be coming shortly. Nope. Brock is not being held back by WWE legal being scared. I've reported on this at length, guys. At length. It's all on this channel. And hopefully you guys have seen it. Nobody's holding back Brock. Brock was not invited to the Royal Rumble as intended. He has not been invited in general. He is still under WWE contract. And at the moment, the plan seems to be to let that contract expire. That's what I've said numerous times. That has not changed. Moxie said, what I would love is Owens wins the US title. Then Zayn comes out. They both hug in the middle of the ring. They won the tag titles last year. Now this year's a US and IC title. That would be beautiful. Alex says, what do you think of AEW showing the all-in footage on Wednesday? I think it's dumb, and I think it's potentially libelous. Basically. King Alice says, hey Tom, do you expect Cody's mum to get involved in the finish? No. I expect Roman to try and make that happen, but we are where we are. Mustafa says, I agree with you, it's just strange the things we need to explain to a wrestling crowd. People get passionate in wrestling. I don't necessarily blame anyone for being passionate. I don't feel my way is the only way. I don't necessarily feel my way is the best way. But this is a Tom Colohue channel, and my general opinion is, kink ain't evil. Abuse is evil, trafficking is evil, harassment is evil. Kink ain't evil. If abuse is proven, evil. If we've learned he's got a kink, which some people don't have. Lauren says, Raw going to Netflix will be unrated. I don't know what you mean by unrated. Lauren says, we may expect Goldust tonight. No, we won't. We're not expecting Goldust. Chris says, I'd rather than bring Brock back for WrestleMania 41 as a last ride. Lauren says, WrestleMania 41 in Minneapolis. That could sync up nicely. Sai says, Tom's moral stance on not judging people is admirable, but just try telling him you'll eat roast chicken Sai. That is not called for. That is not on. That is disgusting behaviour, and you need to be better than this. Jesus Christ, mate. Disgusting. Lauren says, I was 6-1 in predictions last night. Didn't expect Sammy to win. Jess says, I don't imagine Brock would want to work under Triple H regardless of what's going on. I've again discussed that at length as well. Carl says, hello Tom, you wonderful human being. I hope you were good on this potentially historic day. Also, whatever happens tonight, Roman Reigns is a WWE legend, one of the greatest of all time, a true inspiration. I agree. I absolutely agree. This has been a tremendous reign from Roman Reigns, even though, pardon me, it got old a while ago and should have ended like a while ago for me. I do think his overall character, his demeanour, and the moments that he's created have been incredibly memorable and incredibly fun. Lauren says, Liv versus Rhea next. Quite possibly, yes. Lauren says LA Knight was a breakout star and one catchphrase. I'd imagine the best catchphrase. His catchphrase was, yeah. Chris says Bronson Reed and Ricochet are already making their cases for an Intercontinental Championship opportunity on Twitter. It's about to be fire. I'd imagine so, but Chad Gable will be the one. And so he should. Lauren says Cody should go to SmackDown. I agree. And Roger says, do you think Dustin Rhodes will show up? No, he's under contract elsewhere. You can't just ignore contracts, guys. You can't. If you're contracted to a company, you're not allowed to just walk into another company unannounced. Carl says, R-Truth has really annoyed me, and to be honest, he should have kept quiet. There might be allegations, however, there's a lot of damning evidence. It's a negative of what's been a very positive weekend so far. I have gone in on the Vince McMahon news and allegations and accusations at length, including plenty that are not currently in the public eye. I've shared a lot of information on this channel, which should make it very clear that some allegations are not allegations. Some allegations are already proven. And I think that's worth remembering. Makwawa says, I'm ready for all the Cody tears. And Joey says, wow, what are you going for, Joey? John says, hi, Tom, do you think The Rock will turn on Roman eventually? Juan says, do you believe AEW now regrets taking shots at WWE? No, not at all. If anything, you've got to remember, the person who took the most shots at WWE, Cody Rhodes. Do you remember when he broke a massive throne? Alex says, Cena, Rock and Austin to have a segment tonight. I'd be down. Chris says, as someone who also battles a lifelong battle with a disease, I've gained a lot of respect for Roman Reigns, which I think is fair. The man is working through some intense stuff. You've got to give him credit. Carl says, did you notice Triple H posted today at 3:16? Depends where you were. For me, it was 8:16. Lauren said, do you prefer Aldis or Pierce as GM? Personally, I'm more for Aldis. I just like his approach. And Blue says, Tom, what do you think of WWE doing 3 PLEs in about a month with the Saudi show at the end of May? I think it's going to be a very intense period, but thankfully, not for me, because I don't watch the Saudi shows. Luke says, Roman never really clicked to the babyface. I don't think that's unfair. I think that does stand out. And Lauren said, Batista and Wyatt should be inducted next year. It depends on who wants that to happen. And ultimately, if it's not WWE, it'll be nobody. We currently have 40 people watching and only the 17 likes. If you are tuning in and joining us, please remember to hit that thumbs up. Every thumbs up does go a long way to securing the growth of this channel and ensuring that people can find us nice and easy and they'll stick around. It does mean as well that the Tom Colohue channel gets a little more funding from YouTube, and just like that, we're able to create more content that hopefully you guys will really enjoy. So thank you if you've already hit like, and please do if you haven't yet. Makwawa says, why do people think Dustin is going to show up after what CM Punk said about AEW? Because of Cody. CM Punk does not factor into it whatsoever. As regards why people think Dustin is going to show up, wishful thinking, which they've decided are now rumours. Roger says, how much sleep have you had since WrestleMania 40 Night 1? 5.5 hours. Maybe. I think I had 5.5 hours, which isn't bad. Graham says, please tell me this Jacob Fatu news isn't true. They're not going to make Cody look like a stooge tonight. I don't believe anyone has reported that Jacob Fatu is going to make Cody look like a stooge tonight. Chrome, tell me more. And no, Joey, I absolutely did not. And I will be using that if I say anything ridiculous as an excuse. Cal says, yeah, Cody Rhodes and Punk threw hella shots at WWE and look at them now. Yep. Lauren says, I don't think Cena will wrestle if he shows up. He can't take bumps from what I've heard because they'll be filming Peacemaker from June. So what you've heard is Dave Meltzer. Gotcha, Lauren. Blue says Roman can be a good babyface, just not a Vince one. I think he'd be a better chance of being a good babyface now. Alan says, are you happy the Slammy Awards are back? I quite like them. I quite like them. Mostly for a younger crowd, though. They're not for me. Lauren says Roman will definitely take time off after tonight. Another thing first reported here and then confirmed weeks later by Dave Meltzer. I think I'm learning who you listen to, Lauren. Chris says, hey Tom, CM Punk's new GTS animation and his entrance has leaked in 2K24 as a part of the recent patch. That's a shame. That's a genuine shame. But at the same time, it's nice to know he's coming. We knew he was going to be a DLC. I reported that myself well before the game leak was launched. Oh, that was such a good moment. We're getting a recap of LWO versus LDF. Yes. And that slingshot was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Carl says, problem with Roman as a face is it was forced down our throat. He had poor promo skills and he was essentially Shield Roman for years after he suits a heel more. He definitely does now. And I'm very glad with what they've done with his character now. But it took them far too long to get there. Luke says, will we see an Uncle Howdy tease tonight? Why? Chrome says, Uncle Howdy tomorrow maybe. Why? Why? Lauren says, I still think Orton should have won the return instead of Punk. It was always going to be Punk, we know that. Jess says, Roman could have gotten over as a face if he wasn't fed cringe lines by Vince. I do think it's telling that the less involved Vince McMahon has been, the more over Roman Reigns has got. And Lauren sees Orton going to Raw as well. Chrome mentions, quite rightly, suffering succotash. Lauren said, Cena said he wants to retire at 50. I personally would love to retire at 50. That'd be lovely. It looks like I'll be retiring at 70 instead. Joey says, you see Gunter taking time off after Mania? No. Gavin says, what match tonight is going to be match of the night? It needs to be the main event. It really does. I think it'll be Bayley here. Lauren's also excited for Orton versus Cody. Bayley says, looking forward to tonight, but also tomorrow as Triple H sets the table at Raw for a year of new storylines. We are setting up for a brand new season, and honestly, I'm very excited for it. Chris says, I wonder what CM Punk's reaction will be to what AJ Styles said. Come get some. We'll find out, Alid. We'll find out. Roger says, what is your favourite wrestling game? Mine is WWE Legends of Wrestling. Personally, Roger, I was always a No Mercy guy, and I do think we will continue to see games built around that mould, and that's why we have so many different modes and things now. I was never a fan of the SmackDown vs. Raw games, for example. Too cartoony. Lauren thinks the US title match will steal the night. Joey thinks, I think we could see Bo Dallas return tomorrow under a new gimmick. I suspect so as well. Bo Dallas is working with WWE Creative about a return to the company, as previously reported on Spoiler Warning. Cal said that in the main event was unbelievable, but surprised the best match was Gunter Sammy because Gunter is just him. And Alice said if Cody wins tonight, I'd assume he goes straight over to SmackDown as it's a SmackDown title, but will he be on Raw tomorrow too? Probably. Grom says it'll be kind of disappointing if we get another year of a part-time champ. I don't think we're going to. When they start to invoke the whole the champ is not here business, I get it. Why is no one kicking off about the fact that Ric Flair is appearing in WrestleMania promos? Or the Hardy Boys? Everyone always really kicks off if Dean Ambrose isn't featured in a Shield package. They're featuring the Hardy Boys, they're featuring Ric Flair. Why is nobody kicking off? What's going on, guys? No stomach for the fight? What's going on? Alex says, I'm going to cry when Roman loses. That is a determined opinion. Lawrence says, I'm predicting Rock versus Roman next year. If you watch Spoiler Warning on Friday, you'll have more details on that one as well. Right, so we are still very much deep into... Pardon me. We're still deep into the pre-show. We have more than an hour left before WrestleMania officially begins. All we're getting really is non-stop hype packages right now. Let's do some predictions, shall we? So, same as yesterday, I'm going to read out a match. I'm going to tell you my thoughts on it. I would like to hear your predictions for who will win the match that I'm reading out. So, first, we start with the World Heavyweight Championship match, which will be Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre. Who do you have for Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre? I do feel like this is a bit of a trick question, as many of you are already aware. Seth Rollins might be the champion now, but he is taking a significant beating during the main event yesterday, particularly in and around the knee area. And I imagine most of the match will be spent with Drew McIntyre hitting him in the knee and just hitting him in the knee again. It might be a dull match, guys. I'd imagine it's going to be a lot of selling, just a lot of selling from Seth Rollins. It could be dull. Just going to warn you ahead of time, guys. It could be dull. Thankfully, I do think the finish will make up for it, because while Drew McIntyre is officially the challenger, I don't think he leaves with the championship, even though I do have Seth losing. Nope, I think it is time for the cash-in from Damian Priest. I have Damian Priest cashing in during the match and stealing the championship. Stealing the championship right out from under both Drew McIntyre and Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins will already be beaten. Drew McIntyre will have him done. The match will largely be Drew McIntyre beating up Seth, Seth refusing to be beaten, and then Damian Priest actually manages to finish him off. That's what I have for the World Heavyweight Championship match that will open the show. Yes, I literally think we start WrestleMania with another heist of the century, in which Mr. Heist of the Century gets heist of the centuried. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? Jess says, why does WWE expect me to cheer for Ray who cheated instead of Dom who's gorgeous? Well, I'd imagine most of their thoughts are not based on who's gorgeous. If so, I'd imagine Drew would be getting a lot more push. Lauren says, new title design. For what, mate? For what? Chris says, I think Cody will get a customised belt. That may answer your question there, Lauren. Chris says, the anxiety and hype is real for me right now. Good. Good. It means you're into it. Lauren says, Alexa Bliss returning soon. I previously reported this to be the case. Yes. Chrome says, I want to see them giving Cody a custom title but then reverting back when he loses it. Interesting. As regards the result of the match, Crush has Damian Priest. Mags has Drew, then Priest. Bruce has Drew McIntyre, new World Heavyweight Champion. Chrome has Priest. Alex says, I agree with what you said about Damian, but I predicted Drew to be safe. How do you mean safe? I'm not sure what you're saying there. Marcel says, Damian Priest. Lauren says, hope you had a good nap before the stream. I did not. I'm terrible at naps, guys. I can't do it. I think it's time to just give up. Just give up the ghost. Sean has Seth, but says, I know he will lose. Chris says, I have Drew winning, getting his moment, then Damian cashes in and steals that moment. It's not all about moments. It's mostly about moments. Everyone thinks it's about moments because they've been telling us for years it's about moments. Brad says, Drew with the cash-in from Priest. Lauren says, who do you think should be seen as final match? I think he should already have had it and he should walk away now. Quick says it becomes a triple threat. Jack has Priest. Moxie has Drew winning, then Priest cashing in, then winning. So McIntyre at least gets a moment with the championship. Lauren says Bayley and McIntyre will have their moment. I don't think McIntyre can have his moment. He's a heel. The fans won't go nuts for him this time. Chris says Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre for the title at Clash at the Castle. Chrome says no way Priest holds the championship before SummerSlam in my opinion. I think he'll lose it before that so that we get McIntyre versus CM Punk at SummerSlam. And Lauren says WWE are getting edgier. Also says, will Sheamus come back? He is teased coming back, but he's had a number of injuries, so we'll have to see how that goes. Chris says Damien won't hold it past Clash at the Castle, in my opinion. Also a good shout. I think that might be the moment for McIntyre. And Lauren says, Rey retiring next year, you think? I have had my opinions on Rey Mysterio retiring for a while, and I keep being proven wrong, so I ain't going near that one. Chrome also has Damien losing it at Clash at the Castle. Lauren has Drew McIntyre winning. Chris says CM Punk will laugh at Drew. He laughs at everyone. And Luke said if Roman is taking time off after tonight, it would be interesting if Priest successfully cashes in on Cody and would propel Judgment Day to Bloodline level. I don't think it would. Judgment Day are in trouble. Sai says, I have Drew winning and taking the belt to Europe. Maybe Punk in Glasgow if he's healthy by then. I don't believe he will be, but we'll have to wait and see. And Joey says, who do you see winning the King and Queen of the Ring? Typically it's someone lower down the card, someone who hasn't really had the rub of the green so far. Like it was Zelina Vega last time. I wouldn't hate it if it was Shayna Baszler as an example, but it depends who's going to. Oh no, I've got it. Dakota Kai, King Kota. King Koa, yeah. So King Kota, and for the men it's a difficult one. I might go Kross. Would be fun if it was a Montez Ford moment. Dakota Kai, Montez Ford. Why not? Graham says, I wish Gunter would win the world title at Bash in Berlin. I think he's likely to be challenging Cody. Yes. Chris says maybe Finn gets kicked out and that's his swan song. And Moxie says, I think Tiffany Stratton wins Queen of the Ring. Could be Naomi. Could be Jade, to be fair. Chris says Gunter and Dakota Kai would be a good shout. Joey says got a nice ring to it. Moxie says Gunter wins King of the Ring. Chrome says King of the Ring. Omos. I don't think Gunter's going to get it because he's just had a 666-day championship run. Let other people do something, you know? Jess says King, Kota and Dirty Dom. Leon also has Gunter. Joey says I think Andrade could win it or Gable. Gable's had it before, hasn't he? No, he got to the final against King Corbin. Chris says he's saying Gunter won't be going for the World Heavyweight title but rather Cody. Yeah. If he's going for it this year, he can't go for the World Heavyweight title. Drew's got that on lock. Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, CM Punk, Seth Rollins. I wouldn't want to go near that. I wouldn't want to break that up. King Arthur says, what do you think happens to the Bloodline if Roman loses? It is on Raw. Bayley has King Ludwig Kaiser. Alan says, will you be mad if Drew walks out as champion, or does it not bother you? Does not bother me in the slightest. I don't have the emotional hatred that so many fans have. When something I didn't predict happens, I don't get mad. I don't get upset. For example, I was not a big fan of Roman winning last year, so you know what I did? I said, I'm not a big fan of this, and then I moved on with my life. Wrestling does not define my happiness. I define my happiness. And I am very concerned when people do jump in here and their entire happiness depends on if, for example, Otis, Sonya Deville, Liv Morgan, or if they don't get pushed, I'll die. Then you need to get a life. It's vitally important that you get some reason to live that's not based on whether Liv Morgan gets pushed. I don't think that's anyone in here, just to be clear, but I know that there are people out there and it upsets me. Chris says Gunther does seem more of a lineage guy. Joey says King Omos. Chrome says I predict our main champions going into WrestleMania next year will be Rhea Ripley, Tiffany Stratton, Cody Rhodes, and CM Punk. I'm definitely leaning towards CM Punk versus Seth Rollins taking place next year. Definitely leaning that way. As regards Cody Rhodes, I'm not sure. I think Cody Rhodes versus Gunther at WrestleMania would be real good. Real good. Tiffany Stratton, I don't think they'll push her that quickly. I think Liv Morgan is more likely if she does get the feud with Bayley. I also think it's possible that this Damage Control storyline actually goes all the way to next year's WrestleMania. It's just that we have a break and then Dakota Kai pops back up around Royal Rumble time. Roger didn't see it. Joe says, funny Omos always shows up for Battle Royals and disappears again. True. Chris says, I miss Big E. Turn on the pre-show maze right there. Chris says, just like me, when I see a result I'm not happy with, my response usually is, okay, where do we go from here? It's worth saying that, for example, it's one of those things where if something like that happens, it means we have a different story than I've seen. It means that they're telling me a story that I don't know all the pieces for. And it's telling that we're talking about this while Damage Control on my screen. Because in around June time, I was told everything that was going to happen between June and WrestleMania for Damage Control. For those who haven't been watching Spoiler Warning regularly, I said Io Sky was going to win the Money in the Bank ladder match. I said Bayley was going to win the Royal Rumble. I said the actual breakup of Damage Control would not take place until after the Royal Rumble. I said in, I believe, October that it would be Bayley versus Io Sky. And I also said that Dakota Kai would be sticking with Damage Control. Because of this, while I'm enjoying this story, none of it's a surprise to me. I'm invested in the characters, I'm not invested in the story. If Io Sky won tonight, I'd be surprised. And that means I'd be interested about what goes next. Alex says Bayley versus Io is going to be good. Lauren says Rhea face or heel? Both. There are two Rhea Ripleys. Judgment Day Rhea Ripley is a heel and Champion Rhea Ripley is a face. Chris says, does Seth beat CM Punk next year? Oh, we need to get there first, mate. Come on. King Arthur says you could do Cody versus The Rock at WrestleMania 41. You could also do The Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania 41. Chrome says Akira Tozawa will not be dethroning Roman. My life is ruined. Roger says, would you like to see Raw go back to 2 hours when it moves to Netflix? Yes and no. It's a better viewing experience if it's 2 hours. It does mean people would have to be fired. Just being really blunt there. They would have to fire people from the main roster because they lose one of their 5 hours to get people on TV. So they'd have to make some cuts. Predictions. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, slightly behind. Alex says, do you see a Cody and Randy Orton feud for the title? Eventually, yes. Lauren loves Drew as a heel and says Gunther will be a world champ soon. And Karrion says, Tom, Rhea said in the WWE World panel she was dealing with a panic attack before her match with Becky. It was the biggest moment of her career. I can't blame her. For anyone who does suffer with panic attacks, please be aware that the adrenaline will not last more than 20 minutes. So if you feel like the world is ending and everything is falling around you, stay strong for 20 minutes. Find a clock. Track it. 20 minutes. Chrome says Raw should go to 4 hours and have 1 hour dedicated to Pretty Deadly. And C-Mac says, who's going to dethrone Rhea? I personally have Bianca Belair dethroning Rhea Ripley. Next prediction, AJ Styles versus LA Knight. Who has got who in the battle between AJ Styles and LA Knight? This, much like yesterday's Jimmy versus Jey Uso match, is the one I'm least excited for. I just feel the chemistry won't necessarily be there, but it's AJ Styles, and he's definitely proven me wrong on that one before. AJ Styles' WrestleMania matches have had some memorable moments, but haven't necessarily had enough memorable moments to let me say, oh, this match was great, that match was great. The one against Randy Orton was okay, the one against Edge was okay, the one against Shane McMahon was alright. One against Chris Jericho was okay. They've all been good. Kind of. As regards the actual match, AJ Styles has nothing left to prove and nothing left to win. Personally, I have LA Knight winning this one to be heated up towards a potential SummerSlam match with the United States champion, whomever that may be. Predictions incoming. To be clear, when it comes to the United States one, for those who don't know, I actually don't agree with my own prediction for the United States Championship match. I do apologise for the fact that I still have a bit of a cold. By the end of the show, much like yesterday, I'd imagine my voice is going to be real strained and I'm going to be real choky. I apologise for that. I've got my throat spray to numb the back of my throat. I've got some cough medicine. I may have to take it during the show. If that happens, all I will do is just go quiet for a moment, go dark for a moment, and there we are once again. Should be nice and simple. Moxie says Edge is still baking bread, AEW. No, I think he's wrestling. And it says LA Knight. Chris says LA Knight. Yeah, winning this one. They cooled off a bit on Knight, but this win will reignite him. I do think he needs a win if it's to get back on the chosen path. Carl says, I wonder if Cody wins if he tried 3 consecutive crossroads because his downfall, he's done it twice against Roman, leading to his downfall. Chrome says LA Knight. Yeah, Mags has Los Angeles Knight. Juan says LA Knight. Jack says LA Knight. Bayley says LA Knight, but I'm not excited. Alex says, I think Knight wins, but I want Styles to win. Brad has LA Knight. Yeah. Sean says LA Knight needs it more. Chris says, I think it'll be decent. Lauren says, do you prefer heels or baby faces? Heels, they have more fun. Leon says LA Knight, but I think the match will be meh. Lauren says Damage Control will split by SummerSlam in my perspective. Cal has AJ Styles. Grom says, being completely honest, the only matches I'm looking forward to are EO versus Bayley and Cody versus Roman. Quite a few I'm excited for. I don't think Seth versus Drew will be too exciting, but I think the finish will be. I'm excited for the street fight. I think that'll be Beloved Carnage, EO versus Bayley, and the main event. So that gives us 4 out of 6. 66% excitement level, guys. It's big. It's big. Chris says, I don't think Randy wins it, to be honest. That's a different match. Sai says that this is a big one for LA Knight. Win or lose, if he can't have a decent match with AJ, he's in trouble. His actual wrestling has been what's let him down so far. Lauren says Judgment Day will split after Mania and LA Knight will win. King Azza says, I think Jade dethrones Rhea at WrestleMania 41. She is definitely not ready yet, I tell you that. Bayley says AJ Styles is a Hall of Famer, and this seems like we're approaching the end of his WWE career. Fun fact, if you are someone who follows Twitter, you would believe that every single person, every single face in the company was going to have a heel turn during the show last night. There was a whole group of people who thought Becky and Rhea were going to have a double turn. There was a whole group of people who thought Andrade was going to turn on Rey Mysterio and Dominic was going to turn on Santos Escobar. There was a whole group of people who thought Jade Cargill was going to turn on Bianca Belair and Naomi. There was a whole group of people who thought Seth and The Rock were going to turn on their respective opponents. There was a whole group of people who thought that Chad Gable was going to turn on Sami Zayn. If they do it every time, it stops being impactful. Triple H picks his battles. Bayley says AJ Styles is a Hall of Famer, and this seems like we're approaching the end of his WWE career. He has said so himself. Lauren says Rollins versus Punk feud. Will Rollins be the heel? No. Roger says, I was disappointed WWE signed Jade Cargill instead of Camille. King Alice says LA Knight. Roger has LA Knight as well. Lauren says Jade versus Bianca. That'd be awesome. They can do that without a heel turn. Jess says I can't bring myself to be into this match, but LA Knight. Grom says I agree. I think Judgment Day will be splitting soon. But to be fair to them, they stuck around for 18 months longer than I thought they would. Alice says AJ Styles is one of the best, so I think he'll make this match good. And Chrome says imagine Priest cashes in on Logan. Why? Why would anyone do that? Chris says, Tom, when's your heel turn? Not too long from now, to be fair. You have to factor in that, answer a lot of questions, and some of them, oof. Though, also, I know that you got, there's a connection here. I know that sometimes you guys are asking questions in the aim of winding me up, and that gives me content, and I'm here for you. I hope people do realise, by the way, that when I'm being sarcastic, it's because I'm British and I like being sarcastic. I'm not trying to shut you down. I'm just a sarcastic little bitch. Chrome says Twitter also thought Seth and Jay were going to turn on Cody. Alex says, Tom, did you see that massive Hardy Boys return last night? I saw so many people so mad they weren't there. Of course, first reported by Tom Colohue that the Hardy Boys were not going to be there. Brad says of all those turns it becomes like things were under Russo. Bayley says too many heel turns and you get Big Show. Joey says it feels like LA Knight lost a lot of momentum since Money in the Bank. He did. And Sai says Tom's heel turn was earlier after another roast chicken rant. They're not rants, they're facts. Get your facts straight and stop bringing that up because it's ridiculous and disgusting. Lauren says Cody I think will be the next Cena in terms of faces. I don't think we need another Cena. I think we need a Cody who's actually interesting on his own. Leon says remember Edge versus AJ at WrestleMania 38? Did you like that match? I have no idea. It was that memorable. Joey says, I think it would have won it if Vince wasn't in creative. Who? Who are we talking? I'm trying to look back for comments from you and I can't see explanation there. Do you mean like Cody? Because, no. Carl says, I hope AJ goes back to TNA after WWE and has a match with Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe, of course, is in AEW. Lauren says, I think Styles will retire soon as well. And Jess says, I think people get too caught up in the heel-face thing. Just cheer for whoever you want. It should be that simple. It really should be that simple. Like who you like, don't like who you don't like. That's life, guys. Moxie says, imagine Priest cashes in on R-Truth. You all got some weird thoughts today. Imagine the Money in the Bank holder cashes in on this, that, everything else. I don't understand. Sai says, no coincidence that LA Knight has lost his momentum since The Rock came back. He's been exposed now that the real deal is back on the scene. It's not an unpopular thought. Certainly it was something that Nick mentioned during one of our final Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure. For those who do listen, or did listen to Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure, it did end last week, essentially so that I can get my Saturdays back, move house, and work it out from there. I get to sleep in, guys. I get to sleep in. One says, people thinking MJF is debuting tonight, if only they heard your report on him. I don't think I could have been more clear. Oh, gotcha, Joey. Very possible. That's actually a fair point. Lauren says, the crowd in Philly last night was not good. They were cold. Carl says, off topic, Tom, but how do you feel after the football game? Chrome says, putting the briefcase on Damien felt very short-sighted, just had some intrigue with the whole will he cash in on Finn if he's the champ thing. That wasn't why they put the briefcase on Damien. They put the briefcase on Damien so he would win the championship. Just to be clear, the story that we've seen so far is not the story. Joey says, hopefully the 70,000 people in Philly don't fall asleep tonight. Just to address it, Cal, just to address it, I'll occasionally chat about football if it's not a busy stream. Lauren says, Knight will win Money in the Bank is my prediction. Chrome says, lack of sleep brings about crazy thoughts. And Chris says, imagine if Damien Priest cashes in on The Rock. You have no idea how many articles I've seen on Twitter over the last day or so saying that that's exactly what he should do. It's not a real championship. Lauren says, the turns really matter these days. Let's find out, shall we? Did that matter? What do you reckon? What did you think of my turn? Bayley says LA Knight lost his momentum because his ring style is more a product of years in the indies than the WWE style. I actually think the exact opposite. I think he did lose his momentum because of his wrestling, but it's because his wrestling is too WWE and not indie enough. Seth Rollins, for example, does not wrestle the WWE style. He wrestles the indie style. Roman Reigns wrestles the WWE style, and he makes me bored. Carl says, I don't know, to be honest, it's more my personal bias. I just think AJ's last wrestling match should be in the company where he made his name. I think it's very possible that while AJ Styles is going to have his last WWE contract as this one, it won't be his last contract. He'll just take a 1-2 year deal somewhere else to give a little back. Lauren says, what was your fave Mania? Probably, if you watch it in 2 sittings, 35. But you have to watch it in 2 sittings. Best Mania theme is the original, the one that calls you a hoe every couple of seconds. Jess says, Damian Priest is cashing in on Rhea. See, this is exactly what I mean, guys. I say, I'm wound up by this, and you guys just hit me with all of the... Oh. I do feel sometimes you're trying to kill me. Chrome says, what you're telling me is that Damian will finish his story tonight. Chris says, Tom Rinaldi has a people's title. Now's your moment, Damian. Oh, we're getting a recap of Gunther versus Sami Zayn. If anyone wasn't sick of seeing it, because I'm not, and I don't think you are either. Koo says, I personally have Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn having a moment at Mania like Name Redacted and Eddie Guerrero. Chris says, you didn't turn your heel like John Cena. I did, you just can't see it. You can't see my whole body, otherwise you'd see the purple. Lauren says, is Orton considered part-time or full-time? He's considered full-time limited date. And Jess says, LA Knight wrestled like he's on an episode of 2019 Raw, if that makes sense. Alex says, if AJ went anywhere after his WWE contract ends, I don't see it being TNA, it will be AEW. Lauren's favourite WrestleMania is 7 different WrestleManias. Not really a favourite then, is it? That's, what, a fifth of them? Jess says, all I know is Priest better cash in tonight. He didn't get those braids done for nothing. He kind of did. He kind of did. Moxie says Tuesday is going to be the best sleep of all us wrestling fans' lives. I agree. Barry says a lot of people say Americans don't understand sarcasm or irony, but I once heard an NXT crowd chanting this is awesome in a Von Wagner match. Nice. Chris says Wednesday will be the best sleep for me as my wrestling weekend ends Tuesday night. And Moxie says I was laughing so hard yesterday because The Rock was acting like he was a WWE champion. And says Priest is cashing in on the WWE Speed champion. I mean, JD McDonough's right there. I don't know why, but he is. Chris says AJ Styles versus Kenny Omega would be cool. Kenny Omega would need to get a few things fixed first. Chrome says I think AJ will end his career in TNA, kind of how like a lot of sports athletes go back to the teams they made their names in. King Hazard's favourite is 28. Juan says, hey Tom, remember that report that you reported on Dave Meltzer working with AEW to bring back Jack Perry? Could the Risk video release play into that? It's the only way it makes sense. It is going to, yes. A large part of this is going to be about getting over Jack Perry as he returns to AEW. As I mentioned after watching Sakura Genesis, which was yesterday, Jesus Christ, I have no concept of time. Jack Perry is a time bomb. He's going to make an impact. Lauren says Flair versus HBK or HBK versus Taker. Didn't watch either of them at the time. I have no emotional connection to them. Cal says Priest should catch on The Rock's Mama Rhodes belt. Lauren says greatest cash-in was Heist of the Century and also likes Roxanne. Chris says I think ultimately AJ becomes a WWE coach. I find that unlikely. Jess says did Judgment Day all wear black, purple and red yesterday to symbolise their love for each other and the fact that they're never breaking up? Please say yes. I don't believe there is a colour which symbolises loyalty. Who says, what are your thoughts on the Young Bucks plan segment and on Tony Khan booking it? I think it's a massive mistake. I think it's going to be literal gutter politics. I think people will tune in for an absolute dumpster fire, but I do think people will tune in. Then I think the week after that, people will have tuned out again. I think it'll pop a rating for a week, and then it will continue on the massive decline. That says, what's your dream match? Mine was The Rock versus Cena. For the longest time, AJ versus Seth was my dream match, and it didn't disappoint when we get it. It really didn't. I probably, at this point, would say Seth Rollins versus Jay White. Though if you can throw Will Ospreay in there, I'd be down for that as well. Moxie says, fun fact, if Priest cashed in the main event yesterday, he would have wrestled 4 matches by the end of WrestleMania weekend. Did he wrestle on SmackDown? I'm confused. Lauren says, still hoping Rock versus Orton feud one day. Bayley says, is it kayfabe or is the locker room in a better place over this last year? The performers do seem to get along with each other. Yeah, Vince is gone. Chris says, I'm sure Jay White wishes he signed with WWE instead. I'm not. To my knowledge, he's pretty happy. Just because he's not where you want him to be on the card doesn't mean he's unhappy to be there. Lauren says, still surprised Orton never faced Cena one-on-one at Mania because the fans were so sick of it. So sick of it. Let's go to our next prediction. Our next prediction is going to be for the United States Championship. Logan Paul defending in a triple threat against Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Who have you got for the triple threat for the United States Championship between Logan Paul, Randy Orton, and Kevin Owens? Now, this is a difficult one for me because my pick is not necessarily the betting favourite. My pick is not the one that I've been told is winning. My pick is Randy Orton, or RO, or RKO, or Rico. I see Randy Orton picking up the win and having a bit more of an open challenge going forward. I just think he'll be able to carry the belt stronger. I also don't trust my own prediction because storyline-wise, I think it makes a lot more sense if Logan Paul retains and we build towards a SummerSlam match of LA Knight. The result of the AJ Styles LA Knight match will have a lot to do with what my prediction ends up being, but my prediction is actually Randy Orton. I made my prediction, I stuck with it, then someone contacted me and said, yeah, that's not going to happen, mate, what are you on about? So yeah, fun. Sometimes this job, it's a thing. Moxie says Logan Paul retains, but I want KO to win. Chris says I got KO winning with Sammy hugging him and celebrating together, even though we got that last year. Any reason for those two men to hug is a good enough reason for me, let's be fair. Lauren says it was great to see Seth at the Hall of Fame. King Arthur thinks Logan retains. Aled thinks Logan retains. Jack thinks Logan retains. Grush has Kevin Owens. Brad has Logan Paul sneaking out with a belt. Lauren says I hope Orton wins, he deserves it, but unfortunately Logan will. Cal says my dream match will always be Kurt Angle against anyone because he's a GOAT. Lauren says, do you see Owens being heel? Again, are we thinking face turn, heel turn? Why? Juan says I'm going with a bold prediction, Kevin Owens. I hope it's Randy Orton though. Sorry guys, let's try this again. Sty says Logan Paul pins KO, who is the sole reason this is a free way to protect Randy. Crush said I'd say LA Knight would be better off dethroning Logan Paul sooner. Lauren says triple threat have no DQ, so unfortunately it'll be Logan, but I hope it will be Randy. Jess says Logan retains via some random YouTuber helping him, like always. Lauren says I hope we see an Orton phenomenal spot of an RKO on Logan. Cal has Logan Paul winning. And Chrome still thinks the match of the weekend is Briggs versus Oba versus Dijak. I'd be hard pressed to disagree with that, to be honest. It was a great match. Not entirely, Lauren. I am choky and I'm a bit bunged up and I haven't slept properly, so I haven't had a chance to recover. I'm not great, basically, but I'm doing my best. Doing my best. Moxie says I'm predicting Priest tries to catch it on every single champion today, including EO. And also says Night 2 has a lot of no DQ matches. It has, I believe, 2. 2. We don't know what Bloodline rules is, to be fair. We want Cody chant from the crowd. We have only 45 minutes left until the show actually starts, at which point I'd imagine I'm going to get just as hype as I did yesterday. I wasn't too excited for WrestleMania, guys. I wasn't too excited for it, mostly because of the 4 a.m. thing, but I wasn't too excited for it. And then Becky Lynch started making her entrance, and then I was excited for it. It's WrestleMania, guys. It got you. It sinks its claws into your skin, and it takes it all away. Lauren thinks the US match will be the match of the night, but WWE should leave Orton as a face for a while. Aled says, did you see the press conference? If you did, do you know if Roman was really mad or just in character? He seemed like he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be there. He was also in character. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate you. Chris says, Bloodline rules Solo Sikoa must sing the national anthem. I'd be down. He's got a beautiful singing voice. Like, they're not joking. Lauren's more excited for tonight and says, imagine if Solo shows up and Cena attacks him. Fair. Also, imagine if Stone Cold Steve Austin turns up and Bubba Ray Dudley attacks him. Also, imagine if X-Pac turns up and Kane attacks him. Also, imagine if Bull Nakano turns up and Alundra Blaze attacks her. Imagine if Wrestler turns up and Wrestler attacks him. I do like that Wade Barrett playing with the crowd there. Chrome says, early predictions for the Money in the Bank winners this year. Let me get to the end of WrestleMania first, mate. Let me get to the end of WrestleMania, Gunter. Lauren says, Heyman's speech was goated. Agreed. Jess says, lots of people complaining about lack of crowd noise and people in the crowd complaining about how cold it was. And if this makes WWE rethink having shows in open-air stadiums. They already have rethought the idea of open-air stadiums. Crush says, imagine if Redacted shows up and turns heel. So, let's see how we're doing on the old Twitter sphere. What we tend to do at the moment on Twitter is try and drive traffic over here to the YouTube channel. It's been a big help in driving growth and helping me make a living recently. And honestly, pretty happy overall with that. Pretty happy overall with that. That's fair. That's a fair point. I'm having a look at my responses. I've seen someone who said, I discovered Colohue's work this WrestleMania. From what I saw, he seems to be a serious source. I wish someone would post summaries of his lives. I'm not a native English speaker, so I can't understand all of his information. That's a shame. I'm going to leave a like on that. That's a nice thing to say. And I'm going to type something like that. That's a very nice thing to say. If I was doing this full time, that would definitely happen. Hopefully, I can make this happen for you at some point in future. It's just a very nice thing to say, that. Thank you very much, Bayley, who's quote tweeted the show, the announcement tweet, and says the best conversation in the business. Join now. Have a retweet of that. BM, I've got you. You have retweeted it as well with a quote tweet. Let's retweet you also. Lovely. Okay, we're all caught up. What I'm tending to do when it comes to Twitter at the moment is after the end of each match, or if I think of something which I think is funny, I'm going to dive in and I'm just going to tweet about either the match or something that I find funny. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because Twitter is starting to be potentially an eventual revenue stream for me. Let me explain why. If you are monetized on Twitter, there is a way to become monetized. You have to become monetized using a certain pathway. That pathway essentially is to reach a point where you've received 5 million views on your tweets over the course of 3 months. Now, that comes down to 1.66 million impressions per month. And my intention is by the end of the year, using essentially a bit of engagement tactics and also having good content, I will have an account that lots of people follow, that lots of people engage with, and that lots of people help to grow. Because of that, I would then become monetized on Twitter. Twitter would be paying me, Elon Musk would be paying me, and Tom would be a happy boy. At the moment, I have 1.5 million over the last 28 days, which means I'm on target 8 months ahead of time. The average views per day I'm looking for is 55,000. I'm on 54.8 right now. I essentially just need to keep this up. Today I've had 85,583 views. The more successful a Twitter is, the more I can use it to divert traffic to the YouTube as well. So for anyone who has shared on Twitter, for anyone who has shared this YouTube channel, for anyone who has dropped a chat, dropped a like, anyone who's here right now, thank you for making me as successful as I have been so far. Interesting, Moxie, I didn't spot that. As for me, I was so excited for WrestleMania the whole week, but when Saturday just hit, I was just feeling very oozy for WrestleMania. Lauren says, crowd needs to be active tonight. Codename Chief says, ahoy, ahoy. Conrad is here, says, happy WrestleMania weekend. Happy WrestleMania weekend yourself. Nice to see you. It's been a little while, mate. How you doing? I very much enjoyed, and I know a lot of people saw it. It was a big moment. I very much enjoyed the 2K24 interview. That was a coup, mate. Well done to you, and a great job done. Chief says, let's go Roman, and raises it to the sky. And while we're raising it to the sky, we have 35 people here and only 33 likes so far. If we get 2 more, that takes us up to that 35 and as many likes as we have viewers. I'd be appreciative of that. Also, you may have noticed during the kickoff show, CM Punk has gone missing. CM Punk has vanished because he's going to be on commentary for the opening match of the night, which will be Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre. Coup43 said it was weird hearing Pat as so pro Bloodline as he was on commentary. He likes a scary guy. Alex says, AJ Styles' new theme song tonight. I have no idea what to expect. Kross says, I'm expecting Def Rebel to stink up the show again tonight with AJ's new theme. Interesting. And Brad says, not a problem, Tom, you're a friend, and I want to help you as much as I can. Brad, I have to give you a shout out because you are absolutely doing that at the moment. I'm gaining followers at times entirely because of you singularly. I don't think you realise the impact that you are personally having right now. So I just want to say a massive thank you, non-stop respect for you, sir. There's a reason I'm trying to engage with you quite a bit at the moment, you know? Like anything I can do to help. Conrad says, thank you, Tom. Not at all, mate. Good work is worth respecting. Chrome says, Arsenal fans are getting overconfident again. Bobster says, I can't stay up tonight, but I think the Tribal Chief will win a lengthy match. I genuinely think our main event is going to last a goddamn hour. They have 4 hours for 6 matches, and while I do expect we're going to see plenty of The Rock, I do expect the first half an hour of the main event to be just ridiculousness. Entrances, carnage, ridiculousness, and massive overbooking, etc., etc. I do think we're going to have quite a bit going on backstage in order to keep us entertained. Welcome XGW Wrestling, and thank you kindly for subscribing on the YouTube side. If you do run a wrestling channel, if you do want to promote what you're doing here, just keep clicking that subscribe button. You'll keep popping up, it'll keep telling YouTube we're doing great, and I will keep telling people your name. Thank you very much, XGW Wrestling. You'll get notifications whenever we go live with our spoiler warning news shows as well. Thank you kindly for joining us. Who the hell is this? Our Special Olympics correspondent Cody Fields, which in every way was read off a piece of paper. Oh, more Cody. Oh, no, wrong Cody. That Cody. Oh, good to know, XGW. Thank you very kindly, Everything Pro Wrestling. Appreciate you, Conrad. Everyone doing favours for me. You're good people. Who says, what is WWE's reaction to the way Speed is being viewed? They're extremely happy with it. People are viewing it enough that the Twitter channel continues to grow, and Elon Musk is paying them for creating it. So they're getting pretty good revenue from it, and it's not like it's taking a lot of work. It does mean that people are able to get more bonuses, and people working WWE Speed are being paid for the privilege of it. Did they seriously just show someone yawning in the middle of a Cody Rhodes speech? I feel like I'm missing something here. That was a yawn. Cal says, I can't wait for Punk on commentary. He's going to cook. I won't really be able to hear him, just so you're aware, because I'll mostly be talking. Typically what happens in these watch parties, and I do encourage people to do so, if you want to hear the commentary, by all means, just mute me. You are welcome to just mute me, have me on in the background. Even if you lurk, you are helping this channel. Chris says, Seth training with Lane Johnson. Chris says, got my Dr. Pepper ready, got my snacks out. I'm now ready for the mania that will be WrestleMania tonight. I have my cherry Coke, which will keep me awake until about 8 in the morning, which is when I have to start work. Yay. Jess says, any news on when Charlotte is returning? Nope, there is no confirmation as to whether or not, and of course what time Charlotte will be returning. She is ahead of schedule. There is not a storyline currently ready for her. Richard says, hello Tom and all. Hope you enjoyed night 1. I did. I think overall I gave it about a 7 out of 10. Loved it. Okay, so this Cody Fields guy is doing pretty good. Big E recognises that it's cheap pops, but he's enjoying it. King Arthur says, I fear if Roman wins, it will be like 39 when the fans will be deflated. I would imagine exactly the same. It's one of the many reasons I don't see it happening. This guy is just doing something with the crowd now. He's reading everything off the thing, and he's just screaming. He's getting annoying now, bless him. He's enjoying it though. Wade Barrett's losing it a little bit. He's not happiest with it. Brad, I'm sharing your quote tweet. Thank you kindly. Crush, there is no evidence of that. No evidence that Charlotte will be back by SummerSlam. There is no schedule at this point. Just as I hope someone dressed as a rubber chicken runs out during the main event. Wouldn't hate it. I mean, bisexual Kane might need to deal with it. Chrome says, I've been seeing a lot of people disappointed with Uso versus Uso. I was definitely one of those. Definitely one of those, but honestly, I don't know if it was bad because I expected it to be bad. So I don't know if I went in as unbiased as I could be. Sai says, Big E is seething. He very much is. He's got to sit next to the guy who's just screaming away and ignoring everyone. And he's losing airtime to do it. Richard said, I give it 7 out of 10 myself. Pity Rhea and Becky were off for some reason. Their chemistry was off. I'd imagine it was the sickness. Jay and Jimmy shouldn't have been part of the main show. Carl says, I will be a sad guy if Roman wins. I just feel it is time. And Chrome says, speaking of annoying, I hope Pat McAfee tones it down a little tonight. Carl says, Rhea and Becky was incredible in my opinion. XGW says, any chance Cody loses to anyone? There is always a chance. There is always a chance. But when it comes to Bloodline rules, when the odds are stacked up this high, tends to mean that someone's going to be okay. Certainly, Sami Zayn learned that yesterday. Conrad can't see Cody losing. Bayley says, I appreciated Rhea discussing the panic attack. We tend to think these things, these performers are bigger than life, but they are human too. I will definitely get to that, and I appreciate you saying that. Drew McIntyre, as a social media star, is too busy on social media to actually engage with Pete Rosenberg. I can't really blame him. As regards panic attacks, I have myself had panic attacks. I have suffered a number of panic attacks over the years, and what I have learned in my experience is that they are very temporary. Adrenaline is pumping into your brain and it is making you go into disaster mode in a way that you are not prepared for. Your body will be telling you things which are not true. 20 minutes is the most time that adrenaline can last. 20 minutes. Push through for 20 minutes and you will be fine. Drew McIntyre is walking Pete Rosenberg through to Gorilla and just celebrating, cutting a promo in the middle of a walk. I like what's happening right now. I'm enjoying this promo. Carl says, Rock was good yesterday. He did signal a few times to Seth to slow down, but overall it was a good performance for someone who's not properly wrestled for 10 years. Very true, there were a few signals in play. Chrome says, adrenaline in the soul, literally. And Alice says, do you think Drew will get the Broken Dream song again in WWE? I think it will be part of his new deal that he gets it at least once. The negotiations are ongoing. Nothing is certain as of yet. He's not going anywhere. Drew McIntyre is going nowhere. We're getting really... I loved that promo. It was very real, very genuine. Drew McIntyre, upon being asked, are you distracted by CM Punk? He's like, with my idea, what are you on about? And Alpha Academy are talking about Cricket 5G. Your arse will be watching TV. A selfie with a chair. Why would I don't understand what's happening. Richard said, has Becky signed a new deal? Nope. Brad said, it's amazing how different production is with no more Kevin Dunn. I like walking and talking. We've missed it. Cal says, we have to see Solo spike Cody and Roman hit Cody with a spear and then Cody kicks out. It will be pure cinema. And Chrome says Kevin Dunn was holding the company back, which I do believe the physical changes ever since have proven that without any doubt. King Arthur says, I don't see Drew winning tonight. He'll win a Clash at the Castle. And Koo says, do you think Jade will be a regular on TV again, or do you think they don't have enough faith in her currently? I think they have more faith in her than she has in herself. I think that answers your question. And Sai says, and that was Chad Gable's WrestleMania moment. Yeah. It's awkward. It's awkward for everyone involved. Pete Rosenberg just reminding everyone that he's been a 24/7 champion. He shouldn't. He absolutely shouldn't. I found it interesting what Big E just said. You never know when it's going to be your last WrestleMania. Oof. Big E. You never know when it's going to be your last WrestleMania. That hurt to hear. Megan, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Stat Queen in play. Jess says Drew's going to take off his kilt to reveal CM Punk themed trunks, isn't he? I would enjoy that. I would very much enjoy that. We're getting more. What? I don't understand what I'm watching. It's a fog machine. Okay, I like that they say, see the very real chair phone. Okay, I get it now. I didn't get it initially. Thank you. I get it now. That is terrible, and only Chad Gable could pull it off. That's fair play. Sometimes you just gotta respect the game. Chrome says I could see Ludwig having a match in Berlin for the tag titles, or maybe even a mid-card title. I'd like that. Ludwig hasn't really had a lot of opportunities as of yet, but he's a very, very talented wrestler, and I don't think everyone has really recognised it. Now, I'm going to go dark for just a moment. I'm still going to be here. You'll still be able to hear me. But I'm going to go dark for just a moment so that I can have some cough medicine. So bear with me. So you can't see me, but you can still hear me, and you can hear that my voice has just given up the ghost entirely. One cough, and my throat has immediately given up. So a bit of cough medicine. Hopefully that'll change things. That's not nice. That is not nice at all. Why do I do things? Ugh. I've had worse. I've had worse. Oh, because you can't see me. Took me longer than I would like to admit that, Megan. We are just under half an hour away from the beginning of WrestleMania. We start with Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. Only 6 matches on the WrestleMania card this time. Typically, I would have expected 7 on each night and maybe 8 for night 1, but they wanted to leave plenty of time for the main event yesterday, which was far, far too long. Far too long. It was far too long. I didn't love it. The match just ate up so much time. Concerned there, Jess. It is very much cough medicine. I've got it here. Got it here. I just don't want you to see me doing it. Chrome says the biggest night of WrestleMania since 30. We have 3 more matches to discuss the predictions for. So while we're seeing Becky Lynch and Rhea Ripley raising hell on screen, let's talk about another kind of hell, a street fight involving Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits versus Karrion Kross and the Authors of Pain. This will be tornado tag rules. It will be no DQ rules. There will be tables. There'll be tables, there'll be ladders, there'll be chairs. Oh my. Oh my. Who do you have for the street fight between Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits versus Karrion Kross and AOP? Now, Bobby Lashley came very close to not being on this card. He missed it last year through very different circumstances, unfortunately. It was nothing to do with him, and it also was nothing to do with his opponent, unfortunately. I think it's good to see him back on the card. I think the Street Profits with Bobby Lashley have been a bit of a revelation, but haven't necessarily been in important storylines. This is not important storylines. Karrion Kross and AOP, meanwhile, need it far more, just for the opportunity to basically stand on their own 2 feet and say, hi, we're here, and we want to be as heavily involved as we possibly can be. Karrion Kross, since returning to the WWE, has been bad. So it's nice that they'll finally have an opportunity to really stand out and make themselves known. All 6 men should really dominate this format, and I do think Angelo Dawkins will find a way to stand out here, but I do think Karrion Kross and AOP will be the ones to pick up the win. Megan said if there's a cash in after and not during, there will be 7 matches on each night after all. Stat Queen, as always, bring in the numbers. Megan says the stipulation could favour Final Testament more, but I don't think they're winning. Level of shenanigans will be interesting, especially B-Fab comes out as well. Certainly I think B-Fab and Scarlett getting into it could add a certain level of additional intrigue. I also think it's possible we have new members of Final Testament. I would laugh my arse off if a new member of Final Testament was Jacob Fatu, but I'm just throwing that out there. I'm confident it's not the case, but I'm just going to throw it out there. It'd be funny. King Azza says, do you think Cody is going to bleed tonight? Yep. Richard says, do you see Priest cashing in before the end of Seth Drew match or after? Before. Juan says, 45 minutes for a main event almost made me sleepy. I gotta say, I don't really enjoy Bloodline matches anymore. I enjoyed them at first, but the pacing is terrible. King Azza has AOP and Kross for this one. Yeah, no worries, Jess, no worries. Chrome says, don't really care who wins, to be honest. I guess Bobby and Profits for the wholesome babyface moment, even though Kross needs it more. Cal has Bobby, Lashley and the Street Profits, in his opinion. And Kevin says, I don't understand why we see video matches from last night. Give me a match kickoff show. That's lame. There will not be any matches on the kickoff show. They're trying to build up hype. They're also trying to make it so that you're not bored of wrestling by the time you get to WrestleMania. I do think, over the course of the next few months, Triple H will start to reintroduce kickoff show matches. I'm just concerned that a lot of the contracts that people are on mean they don't get a lot of money if they're on a kickoff show. Chrome says, Bloody Cody will be kissing the Prime bottle at the end of the night. Yes, but it'll be red. And Megan says, my crown gets shinier during Mania week. I see. Lashley and the Street Profits are backstage. They are not happy to be being interviewed. They all have a very distinct style. Oh, that feels better. Baron Saxton as the backstage interviewer. Bobby Lashley is a good promo, but he's not actually the mouthpiece. The Street Profits are great promos, but they're not the mouthpiece. Instead, B-Fab is being the mouthpiece. I do feel Bianca Belair would fit very well there, but I also think she has a higher ceiling than anyone in this team. I feel like they're all going to get a word in. I like that. I like the quiet. I like the intensity. Ooh. Angelo Dawkins got one line, but it was a good one. Montez Ford is ready to kill someone. That was a very good promo. The intensity was strong. I'm interested to see how Final Testament respond. Also, Jesus Christ, Scarlett. ECWT, lovely. Karrion Kross, an interesting reaction. Considering they've got Paul Ellering, the fact that he's not the mouthpiece is very Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman. Evening, Jordan. Nice to see you, mate. MVP is still of Omos Chrome. He very much is. Again, they're really getting me hyped, apart from the fact that it's gin and juice. That's ruining everything for me, but the hype is real. Maybe Paul Ellering's going to get kicked. I find it unlikely. Very good promos there. Very good promos. Jess says they need to beef up the Lashley Street Profits stable. I think they need MVP. I do not. I think they know what they're doing anyway. Mustafa says, anything new? Jacob Fatu in the past 10 minutes, I'll step away for a call. I've never reported anything on Jacob Fatu, mate. Jess says, Paul Ellering better make his bald head extra shiny. Chris says, Kross is lucky. Tyler G says, hello, everyone. Hello, Tyler. And Bayley says, how old is Paul Ellering? I think I saw him on AWA reruns. You probably did. Like, I'm not going to joke around with it. You probably did. Tez and Dorks is an interesting way of phrasing it. Tez and Dorks. We are 20 minutes away from WrestleMania. Hope people are getting that hype level up, because we're going to be with you for the duration. We are going to be with you for another 4 hours. The end of this pre-show in 20 minutes will only be the first third. First third. Chris says Kross just needs more heat. Kevin says AJ Styles versus LA Knight doesn't need to be a normal match, but street fight makes sense. Chrome says Paul Ellering's going to hit Bobby with a swanton through a table tonight. Jess says accurately Ellering is 70. Tyler says what's your drink of choice tonight? My drink of choice tonight is my usual drink of choice, cherry coke. I'm a cherry coke guy. I'm very much a cherry coke guy. I love me some cherry coke. What can I say? Megan says I need that next shoulder piece Beef Hub has on. She's been putting in a lot of work with Natty, so I hope she gets a chance to show how far she's come. Moxie says, damn, I just got powered up by Roman's theme song. I always think Fluffy is the guy from Modern Family. I don't know what it is. I always think it's the same person. Megan says, Akam and Razor not being related is still surprising to me. They look so similar, I'm convinced they're brothers or cousins. Every time I hear the names, it sounds like Okam's Razor. It also sounds like Toka and Razor, who, if you know the reference of Toka and Razor, you'll know why I care about it. Chrome says thoughts on Vanilla Coke. Travesty. I don't fuck with Vanilla Coke. Oh, it is actually him. Mustafa, is it actually him? I did not realise that. Is it really? One says, have you tried Cherry Sprite? It tastes good. I've tried Cherry Sprite. I usually try it with wine for sangria, though. I'm not going to pretend to be ashamed of it. Pretty proud overall. We're getting a hype package for AJ Styles and LA Knight. I've shared my opinion on it. I'm not too hyped, but it's AJ Styles, so there's always a possibility that I'm proven very, very wrong. He certainly proved me wrong before. I do want to say a big thank you to everyone so far who's hit the subscribe button. We've reached 5,781. It's only on Friday, 2 days ago, we reached 5,750. We could potentially finish today at 5,800, which is a pretty good place to be. A very good place indeed. We started the year for 5,500. Subscribers are not the real focus this year, but overall, I'm still very happy with where we're going. Megan just says LA Knight, and I'm going to say swoons. I think swoon is the right word. Jess, thank you very kindly. Sorry for not spotting that. Jess gives us a very generous donation. So I've got to go to work and have fun, everyone. Jess, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your very generous donation. I hope you enjoy work, and I hope to see you back again soon. Kevin says, I was disappointed about the women's 3v3. Only 8 minutes. Was it that short? Jesus. Chris says, I'm still sad AOP didn't make it in the game. I was surprised AJ didn't have Wendy at the Hall of Fame. Played a guy who the kid thought might be his real father. Oh, okay, so he made a... Right, okay. That makes sense. That's a clever bit of marketing. Chrome says, AJ Styles versus LA Knight hair versus hair match? Nah, mate, nah. Sai, why are you doing this? Do you want me to shut this whole thing down? Are you trying to hurt me on a real personal level? Sai? Why are you doing this to me? I'm not happy. Cal says I accidentally ordered 5 bottles of Pepsi Max off the Uber app. I don't think I'll drink all of them tonight. Why am I like this, Tom? Because you like Pepsi Max? Mate, enjoy your life. Kevin says, what is a good match to great match? Good match. Good match, the tag match between Rey Mysterio and Andrade versus Dominic Mysterio and Santos Escobar. Great match, Sami Zayn versus Gunther. Chris says the 6-woman tag team match was all about Jade Cargill, and it very much was, which is why she wasn't too heavily involved. Chrome says this is going to turn into a Coke taste test stream. I've only got the one Coke, guys. Bayley says Size unleashing Bad Tom. Oh, you've been around for a while, haven't you, Bayley? I forget sometimes how long you've been with us. I've called a lot of people bad over the years. We always got to accept it. It's all good. It's all good. I do apologise, guys, for the constant coughing. I'm not well. Oh, a lot of angry people. A lot of angry people in the Twitter today. A lot of angry people in Twitter today. Okay, I'm going to have to double check this. No DQ is saying relative of Roman Reigns to Bloodline is reportedly signed. They're quoting PW Insider. Right, so on Sunday afternoon it's reported by Fightful, former MLW star Jacob Fatu has told people he's heading to WWE. However, Fightful added that they reached out to WWE sources and Fatu but did not receive a confirmation of his signing. According to PW Insider, Fatu signed a contract with WWE. SE Scoops noted Fatu was spotted in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania just prior to WrestleMania. Quick question, why would SE Scoops have that information and nobody has a public image of him? Now, this strikes me as a report that can't be proven. Because if he's been spotted, but he's backstage in WWE, well, no one else is going to spot him. If he hasn't been spotted, how can you prove it? How can you prove it? If he doesn't show up tonight, yeah, but he was spotted. I didn't say he was going to be there, I just said he was spotted. It just strikes me as reports that don't mean anything. And we see that far too often. Far too often. Where we see something which is claiming to be a massive report of something. And it just isn't. It's just absolutely nothing. Anyway, I thought I'd give you the update because it was right there and I could read it. Ross says, I've just arrived and wasn't expecting Sai versus Tom as our WrestleMania main event. Mustafa says to misquote Holt, you had the wrong fluffy boy. Chris says, Tom, does Bayley win her first title at WrestleMania tonight? No, she won her first title a long time ago. Also says I'd only be mad if Bayley loses. Well, that's unfortunately going to be a bit of a problem for you if she does, because I ain't going to have sympathy. I'm just going to be like, guy, relax. And be that dickhead that we all know I can be. John said it sounds like a Zero type report. Yep. Completely unprovable. Completely speculative. And only truly believable to people who've already chosen to believe it. Carl says if Fatu had signed it would be everywhere. It's going to be. But it has to start from somewhere. And PW Insider are the ones who reported he has signed. One says SRS, the enemy, also reported 4 days ago that Motor City Machine Guns are expected in AEW 100%. Yet, I'm not aware that they were ever involved in negotiations with WWE. Much like I reported previously, the Hardys weren't going to be here, MJF wasn't going to be here. A lot of people got real excited for absolutely no reason. For absolutely no reason. I've never really understood it. People get hype. And then they stay hype. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Just seen Triple H saying the card was 80% done in October. It was. I was reporting on what the card would be in October. News is starting to come out at that time. Barry says it's fun to speculate sometimes, which is fair, and I should get off my high horse. You're absolutely right, Barry. Megan says, interesting to see photos of Dustin Rhodes in the stadium. Thought he would have been backstage with Cody. He probably is. He probably is backstage. Maybe that's what I should do. I should, if you can't beat him, join him. Just report that Cody Rhodes has Dustin backstage with him. And everyone will be like, oh, Dustin Rhodes is going to appear tonight. And when he doesn't, I can be like, well, I never said he would be. It's good old-fashioned agendered journalism. It's clickbait, it's engagement farming, and it's a horrible, horrible tactic. Just want to throw that out there. Quite often, the reports that you see will be carefully phrased in order to get the best reaction. Not to give the most news, not to give the clearest picture of what's actually happening. To give the best reaction. People just want profit. And it sucks. Sucks, guys. Sucks. Chris says, fact, Bayley has never won her first title at WrestleMania. That is true. I believe she won it on Raw. Cal says, Tom is pictured in between Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. Tom is officially WWE. I mean, these are my guys. With 10 minutes left, we have a recap of the triple crossroads. And you can see the moment at which Cody just decided to move to the other side of the ring for some reason. Thankfully, The Rock was very much ready to meet him there. The belt technically completely illegal, but it's not like the referee was going to call a DQ. It was over. He didn't want to get fired. Sterling foul, told you. The Rock, of course, tagging in to take over. The man likes control. I can't blame him. Control good. Mustafa says, Colohue reported as a last-minute change by the final boss. Cody Rhodes will be wrestling under the fan-favourite gimmick of Stardust. Costume has been spotted backstage. Chrome says, do you think we will ever see Arn Anderson by Cody's side in WWE? Nope. Nope, no interest in signing him back. John said, then when the thing they said doesn't happen, it's always last-minute changes. There are times when we see a late change. A change very late in the day. It's very rare. And it certainly doesn't happen anywhere near as often as you hear. That's the point, actually. Let's do a joke. Let's do a joke and see if people are into it. Cody Rhodes can't beat the Bloodlines, Roman Reigns, and The Rock all by himself. Cody Rhodes needs help. Cody Rhodes needs to transform. Cody Rhodes needs Stardust. Let me get a picture of Stardust. I think people are going to find this funny. Surely they'll find it funny. Surely they won't think it's in any way an actual real report. Surely not. Surely not. They're going to, aren't they? It's going to be hilarious. Right, I've got Stardust. I'm going to share the picture so everyone can see it. Everyone needs to look at Stardust right now. That's what we all need in our lives. More Stardust. I'll even make him black, white, and red. Evil Stardust. Maybe I should have opened by saying something like, oh, guys, I can't believe Seth turned on Cody yesterday. Nah, not worth it. Megan says, a recent timestamp on the photo posts confused me. He's probably just saying hi to people before heading back or something. Yeah, probably. He is going to be there. It's one of the biggest moments of Cody's career. He can go and visit. He can't appear on screen, but he can go and visit. I have no issue with it. Support your family, you know. Cal says, I will tell the world Tom's tweet is 100% truthful. I enjoy stuff like that. The April Fool's joke went really well, by the way. Roman spears Cody, and just when you think it's over, you see a star appear on the big screen. Stardust is here to save his brother Cody. I'd be behind that. Dustin in the Stardust outfit, star wipe. There has to be a star wipe. Mustafa says, watch Meltzer pick it up. That's been happening more and more recently. What I report has started to pop up on Dave Meltzer's feed. Like, he's seeing this stuff. Do you remember there are times, and there are definitely times when it feels like everyone is watching spoiler warning and just re-reporting what I'm saying. There are definitely times it feels like that. I don't necessarily think it's happening, but there are definitely times it feels like that. Lately, it's felt like that more. Dom, you're right, mate. Says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit the like button, or we have 3 words for you. Mr. Colohue. Colohue. In your best Mr. Kennedy voice. Spotted it late, but I still think I'm okay with how it went. Welcome, mate. Brad said, isn't strange that it took so long for The Rock to get doing the ones right. Yeah, what can I say? He's a Republican. They like shooting people. Carl says, imagine if he does use Stardust costume tonight, Tom will have a lot to answer for. I won't, though, because it's a joke. I won't. You're coming after me? You're going to go to war? You ready for it? Kind of down. I do remember during Survivor Series posting that, oh my god, guys, CM Punk has been spotted in Chicago. I really enjoyed that. A lot of people don't get my humour. Megan, thank you kindly. I'm going to share that. Stardust, mate. It's the answer. I don't know what the question is, but it's the answer. What I do find interesting now on Twitter is you see the big list of everyone who's live. Now, Twitter will have you think that there are, for example, in Zach Haydorn's stream, 52 people currently watching. There isn't. It means that 52 people have at some point been in that show. At some point, they've been in that show. When something like the WrestleMania Countdown for WWE says it's got 32,000 people in it, it doesn't. It means that there have been, over the course of the entire show, 32,000 people who've been in it. I know this because the last show I did on Twitter showed 200 views. Not 200 viewers, even though it tried to pretend that there were. Megan says, good that he's able to be there for Cody, and says, just a shame. He'll have to take a step back when the cameras are around for the aftermath of this show. He will try and dodge out the way. He's a professional. I don't think they'll really query it. I don't think they'll be trying to force him to be on camera or on screen. That's not how they work, but it'll be fun. Good to know, Megan. Good to know. Quite like Joe Hendry myself. Guy knows what he's doing. Guy knows what he's doing. Ross says, I still think Toman will retain. Is that me and Roman? Have I had a love child with Roman? Because if so, I'd like to know about it. That's how I would book it. I'd have no issue with Cody winning. Ross says, my time isn't now. Grom says, Triple H has been spotted in Philadelphia. That's a trick right there. That's a trick. Mustafa says, I do hope Stephen Amell is in the crowd tonight. Not an Avenger, but you know, close. Cal says, my sources tell me Roman Reigns might make an appearance tonight. And let's finish off our predictions. We have 2 matches left to predict. We'll start with Io Sky defending the WWE Women's Championship against Bayley. Bayley is the winner of the Royal Rumble. And yes, I had this one from June onwards where I was able to report that Io Sky would be winning the briefcase at Money in the Bank. I've had every step of this one. And to be clear, my prediction is Bayley. However, as I said in an OLE stream earlier, this is the one I'm most nervous about because it's affected by things that happen afterwards. It is possible all of night 2, apart from Cody Rhodes, will be heel wins. It is possible that for the entire night, we'll see Logan Paul win. We'll see AOP win. We'll see AJ Styles win. We'll see Damian Priest win. And Logan Paul. It is possible that we're not going to see good moments for any of the faces. And instead, Io Sky loses the championship to Bayley further down the line. And then we go into the feud of Dakota Kai. I am nervous. I am very nervous as to how this one goes. Who do people have? Io Sky or Bayley? Chrome has Bayley. Stuart says, hi Tom, was watching the last 2 matches of night 1 earlier as I fell asleep. Was wondering if I imagined a rather large poster of your head near the end of the Sammy and Gunter match. It definitely wasn't my head. I'm concerned about what you're dreaming about, mate. Concerned about what you're dreaming about. Grom says, do you think WWE will do a PLE in Japan soon since they're going international with their shows? Japan have not been willing to pay them for it yet, so not at this point in time. Juan has Bayley, Dom has Io. Chris says, Bayley or Io Sky will definitely win tonight. You say that, but matches have been called off at WrestleMania before. Just feel I should point that out. We have 46 likes right now. 4 more takes us up to 50. Can you quickly check and see if you've hit that thumbs up? If you haven't, give me that thumbs up. Let's get this ball rolling. Let's get people in. Let's get the engagement up because in 1 minute, WrestleMania starts. And we open with the introduction of CM Punk. Cal has Bayley winning. Bayley, in my opinion, for that one too. Barry says, I could see Bayley winning the title going over really well at Clash in the Castle. Well, to be fair, We still don't know if she wants to be our girl. It's kind of rude that she hasn't told us yet. It'd be nice knowing that she can actually respond to that. Because typically she can't respond to it. She just has to ignore it. She's been a heel. Not so anymore. As WrestleMania starts, that leads us to our final prediction. And it is, of course, the main event. Bloodline rules for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. But also not for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Cody Rhodes is challenging for the undisputed WWE Championship. Roman Reigns is defending the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Who do you have for this one? So with everything going on with Bloodline, and the Bloodline rules and The Rock and all that jazz, despite all of that, I have Cody Rhodes, quote unquote, finishing the story, and then shortly afterwards having to try and start a new one and not being very good at it because his entire character is based on beating Roman Reigns. I have Cody Rhodes picking up the win against Roman Reigns due to basically all of the outside assistance in the world. I'm going to say in the world. In the world. I'm going to tweet that. Tonight. Oh, no. WrestleMania tonight. WWE Wrestlemania 40. Tonight marks the first time a championship is defended while a different championship is being challenged. Roman Reigns is defending the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Cody Rhodes is challenging for the undisputed WWE Championship. Yeah, that works. Makes sense. Everyone will see it and be like, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Definitely. They will, won't they? Nobody will think that doesn't make sense. Not at all. Nobody will have questions. Everyone will understand. There'll be no confusion. Cody Rhodes has apparently been locked in his bus. They say he's getting ready. I think it's probably calming his nerves. Jesus Christ, Dakota Kai, will you stop it? You have to stop it. That's not fair. Ooh, anyway. Chris said it's CM Punk. Mustafa says a blue meanie has been spotted in Philly. Cal says I think there'll be a lot of turns, a lot of surprises, but I believe by the end of it all, Cody will finish the story. Cal says, sorry to spoil it, Tom is underneath the ring right now, waiting to help Roman in the main event. To be clear, if you look at the backing here, I've actually been under the ring in Philadelphia the entire 3+ years that I've been doing this. I've been sat under the ring, waiting for my moment. And finally, Cal, you got me. Tonight is my moment. You're going to see me turn. Blue steel. It's all led to this moment. We are opening with recap of what happened yesterday, primarily The Rock. Also, is that a road? No, it's an elevator. I'm not good at spotting what is a road. I've lost the game of road or elevator, and I brought shame on my family. I apologise to all of you. Hello, Meek Mill. Why are you meek, and are you going to inherit the earth? Is that a good joke or a bad joke? That feels like a terrible joke. But what if it's funny? I don't even know anymore. I'm going to assume it's not funny. And I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate you letting me know that that was a terrible joke. That's what I needed. I need friends like you who tell me that I'm shit. It's vitally important. Cal says, can it be stated, since Cody spoke about Orton in the Bloodline, he's been battered every single time except SmackDown. Yep. His hunting isn't going great, is it? His hunting isn't going great. Easter adjacent, that's fair, Mustafa. It was only last weekend. A whole week feels like a long time. Did Meek Mill just say the epilogue? The story's not even finished yet. There's no epilogue. I don't think we've all won. Kevin says they better turn the lights stadium because last night was dark. Some people like the lights on. Some people like the lights off. I personally like the lights on to see the jubbly bits, and then the lights off when my jubbly bits are on display. Awkwardly, in my experience, other people want the light on to see my jubbly bits, but they don't want the light on when their jubbly bits are on display. It leads to a lot of, flicking the lamp on and off. It's like a lot of flicking the lamp on and off. You'll get me. Cal says Cody Rhodes will have that Rick Grimes Walking Dead plot armor. Yeah, he never dies. Weird. Pete, you had me worried. You had me so worried. You're here and you're ready to wrestle. Good, because the show's about to start. Get yourself stripped off and into your gear and go to town. Okay, Lauren, my joke was better than that. Like, better than that. You should be ashamed of yourself for comparing it so badly. I at least tried. Is that a Cody Rhodes Stormtrooper helmet? Because I kind of respect it. Drew McIntyre has a hard glove. He walked to Gorilla half an hour ago and he's still there. Oh, first mention of a pandemic for a while, I'll tell you that. Seth Rollins is also already at Gorilla. How do you show that and not show them walking past each other? This is awkward for everyone. We already know that Seth Rollins had a bum knee. We know that because his knee's been injured like 15 times. Once again, not America the Beautiful. God bless America. The War and Treaty or the War End Treaty? It's a piano, so I'd imagine this is Roman Reigns' entrance. Pete says, me punching that glove would have been game over. It's a Vault glove, mate. It's a Vault glove. It's a very nice voice. Okay, so the vibe I'm getting here is that he might like America. Oh, okay, I could get into this. Mustafa says, at least I don't have to stand up for this. I'm British, I don't have to stand up for anything. Unless there's a queue. If there's a queue, I have to stand up and join it. It doesn't matter what it's a queue for. If you're British, you stand up and you join the queue. I have one last bit of lemon water to try and soothe my throat. I still have cough medicine. I still have my spray. I think I still have my sanity, but I can't promise anything. And I'm not willing to promise anything. It's not with a third degree. Megan says, oh dear, SRS is being a bit salty over people crediting Peter Insider and not him/Fightful for the Jacob Fatu news. Then he probably should have reported that there was a signature, because Peter Insider have reported that there has been a contract signed. Fightful Select have not. So it's that simple. It really is that simple. Is he going to have a meltdown during WrestleMania again? This guy. Megan says, I've had no clue about the who the two opening artists are last night and tonight, but they've been brilliant. I agree. I agree. Cheers, Tyler. Just what I wanted to hear. I was about to say I enjoy how subtle and understated they are, but then the guy starts screaming and I'm like, I like that even more. Andy says, hello Tom and chat. Hello Andy, how you doing? Carl says, I'm a huge fan of WWE. Speaking about mental health on such a huge stage, it can definitely reach young people, and it's important to stress how vital mental health is. I'm very happy to be a wrestling fan, and I respect you very much for saying that. I wholeheartedly agree. Stephanie McMahon, who we knew would be there, is opening the show. Been a while since we've seen her. There is officially a McMahon back in the WWE. Only one. Only one. I'm not going to read that, Lauren, because I've seen you delete it. I respect you for doing so. Just because you don't like someone doesn't necessarily mean you can slander them. Stephanie McMahon has returned at WWE Wrestlemania. I can't spell WrestleMania today. 40. There is a McMahon in the WWE once again. Give me a picture of Steph. Give me a picture of Steph. Give me someone good. Give me something good, but don't give me something that clickbaity. Which essentially means anything with a low cut top because people are dumb and they're just obsessed with crap like this. The ECW hat? She looks happy. I'll give her that. There's a super... Oh no, the Superwoman one. 100% the Superwoman one. That's amazing. And blurry. I'll take it. Like, look how happy they are. Blurry or no, looks good. Stephanie McMahon has visible goosebumps because it's cold. They are celebrating WrestleMania because it's big. Okay, we are officially in the Paul Levesque era. We're getting it on screen now. Does not surprise me. Steph is celebrating all of us coming together to share wrestling. You're right, Cal. They are. They're celebrating WrestleMania because big. I can't blame her. She's celebrating size. Why not? Blue says they brought Steph back. Wow. Chris says, what's her role? At the moment, she's just on screen. Blue, I'll chase it. I don't know. Joey's saying, is Steph back? Once again, I'll chase it. I don't know. Mustafa says, Shane has been spotted on top of the Tron. Naturally. And Cal says, why does the arena look bigger than yesterday? Light. Blue says, better weather. Nice. And Joey says the weather looks a lot better. Might help wrestlers perform better. I don't think they performed badly yesterday. Oh, Drew McIntyre's entrance. I thought for a moment that was the Viking Raiders. Tyler says, I will say Stephanie McMahon can sure pull a crowd in. I think in general, she's been missed. Cal says, I'm annoyed Steph doesn't have that ECW cap on. And Cal says, Damian Priest to cash in on Seth. You are determined. And I do respect you for it. I thought for a moment Pat McAfee had a strained voice. Nope, that's CM Punk. I do apologise. Oh. It's the fact that there are already GIFs of Stephanie McMahon. How do people do that? Baffling to me. How are you that quick? Megan just celebrating the Scottish. Now is indeed the time. Blue says Gunter and Sammy didn't mind the weather. The pros. Pete says the entrances are killing it. There's some big entrances coming. Some very big ones coming. Nobody's looks bigger than Roman's or Cody's. Cal says Steph rightfully calling it the Triple H era. What a wonderful man. Crush rightly spotting it is the Scottish psychopath jacket. I have missed the psychopath. I have missed him horribly. This is a man who is apparently leaving WWE, not on your life. Blue says, what do you think would be more effective? Drew winning and getting cashed in on, or the cash in to make it a triple threat? Triple threat. Drew needs to be screwed. Someone needs to screw Drew, okay? All of us need to work together on this. All of us together need to screw Drew. You, me, everyone in this chat. Drew needs to be screwed. It's his entire focus. It's his entire reason for being. Screw Drew. Screw him. Make it happen. Drew McIntyre is going nowhere. I repeat, Drew McIntyre is going nowhere. Okay, this is one thing people know me for. It's saying, repeat after me. Lauren says, buddy, if we're screwing Drew, you got to hit Twitter and Tumblr. They'll be on your side so hard. Why you got to be crass, Lauren? Why you got to make it a thing? We're just talking about screwing Drew. And stop flexing your pecs, calm yourself down. Carl says, Priest cashing in on the bagpipes. I'll promise I'll stop now. You're not going to, though, are you? Way after the cash in, you're going to be saying, oh, look out, he's going to cash in on Stone Cold Steve Austin. Pete loves the entrances. Bayley says, a Philadelphia screw job. They have 4 people on commentary to make room for CM Punk. He's going to have to fight to make himself heard, and he will win. Blue says, I think there is no way Drew hasn't re-signed, especially with the location of Clash. Probably why they announced it kind of late. Not entirely. I'll have more information on that one tomorrow. Chris says, Ricky Starks is at WrestleMania in a VIP seat. Cool. And Tyler says, oh, Priest cashing in on Cody after he wins. Blue says, I have this weird fear that Drew is one day be on the wrong turnbuckle and catch fire in his face. I'd rather he didn't, personally, but, you know, it's good to be a little afraid of things like that. It keeps you from doing them. Cal says, Tom, you know me too well. Far too well. Oh, the weather is indeed much better. 61 degrees. Which is apparently nice. I've been to Florida in 90-degree weather. That wasn't fun. I stepped into Disney World off the monorail. And my body basically said, what the hell are you doing? Go home now. Seth Rollins makes me question every choice I've ever made in my life. That's all I got. That's all I got. I would love to have more. I would love to have some sort of response here. I do not. Megan says, I was tapping along with the pipe band. I've known that tune since I was about 6. Blue says, Seth's entrance looks like a Final Fantasy game. Mustafa says, what the fuck? Cal said, do you think this Seth guy was in a match yesterday? Bayley says, Tom is confused. Pete says, wow. Mustafa says, what the Rick and Morty? Chris says, look at this goof. Leon saying, what is Seth wearing? Cal says, new mythical character confused Tom. Sai says, Seth looks like Michael Hayes. Stuart says, holy hell, that's some sight. Chris says, at least the gold looks good. Blue says, Becky's probably a little jealous of that drip tonight. Mustafa says, that should have been the ECW roster in those costumes. Bayley says, that's a Philadelphia tradition, the one with string bands. Thank you. That's context that I desperately needed. Yeah. And he says, it's a great time to be a wrestling fan. And a room with a mini moose. So Seth looks like the max level out of Warcraft mage. Your room has a mini moose? I am jealous. It's like a mini fridge, but it has horns. Carl said this has to be Seth's entrance forever. Chris says they have a special WrestleMania or major event version of the titles. No. Yep, Seth Rollins makes me question every choice I've ever made in my life. On a daily basis. So yeah, this is happening. I'm a fan of this. I'm a wrestling fan. He's an owl. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to feel. I don't know what life is anymore. That is all. That is all. Okay, I'd love to have more. I would love to be able to say something about what I've just seen. I don't have anything, guys. I'm just confused. Chris says it looks like No Way Jose stuff. That was a blast from the past. Lauren said, just saw Seth's entrance. I'm shaking to my core. But he said, this is like the bunnies, was it? Mustafa says they're going to be the Lumberjacks for the main event. I'm a Lumberjack and that's okay. I'm a Lumberjack and I'm okay. Sleep all night and I work all day. That better be the reference you're going for. Stuart says, look at Drew. He's like, really? Dylan says, Tom, is Roman winning tonight? You will see by the end of the show. Taylor says, I was hoping for the return of Hornswoggle. Why? Oh, they've got the camera. They've got the fancy camera. They've got the proper fancy camera. Oh, I'm loving this. Mustafa says, Colohue suffers existential crisis, and Dylan's hoping that Roman doesn't win. What? I want to be able to understand. I don't. I don't. I just don't. Anyway, I'm going to do a self-celebration. So from Colohue. So if you want to search about somebody's individual tweets, from Colohue, Seth Rollins. Let's see, everything I've tweeted about Seth Rollins, organise it by latest so I can go back in time. At the very top, oh, there's the one I've just tweeted. 20 hours to March 5th. That's the one I want. Another quote tweet. Okay, we're starting with a Claymore. It's not going to work, but a good start. That is a hot start. This is going to be good. Okay. As first reported, here, Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre has opened Night 2 of WWE Wrestlemania 40. Sub to my YouTube, in it. Going for the knee, that's what we're going to see a lot of. There is a lot of going for the knee lined up for this match. If you're not going for the knee, you're not living. Carl says, what in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory was that entrance? That is a very good question. Lauren says, to explain Seth's entrance, it's dripping in Philadelphia culture, specifically the Mummers Parade. I don't feel like you've actually explained this. Drew McIntyre took a phone from, I'd imagine that's his brother, or a nephew, and tweeted. Just did a tweet. I like the I prayed for this t-shirt. As Chris said, there's Drew's wife. In an I prayed for this t-shirt, and can I just say, that is a damn good t-shirt. I'll go for that one. Mustafa says, the power to cease to be, it is bereft of life. He's not inning. Chris said the first time Seth has entered WrestleMania as champion. True, he's won a lot of different titles there, but he hasn't come in with one. Lauren says it's very much a Philly thing. Blue says after that, Drew is definitely not winning tonight. We're going to pedigree on the outside this early? Yes, we are. We're going to finisher spam. But Rollins has damaged himself more. Stuart says Adam Rose throwback. Chris says this will be a sprint. Mustafa says the squash would have been insane. Also, Scottish Willy Wonka experience. Yeah, that was a thing. Cal said I'm that far behind on my stream. It'd be WrestleMania 50 by the time I finish this show. There's a stomp. It is literal finisher spam. Literal finisher spam to open WrestleMania. But it's doing serious damage to Seth's knee. Over the course of this, Drew's going to settle in. Pete says, love that selfie by Drew. Crush adding that the title on display right there is nice. And it is. CM Punk celebrating everything that happened while he wasn't here. Rarity. No pedigree this time. We're going to start getting back to normal service. I do remember WrestleMania 35 where Seth opened the show there. He opened it against Brock Lesnar and it was very similar to this. He liked a bit of finisher spam. You want to get a crowd hot? Finisher spam. But you don't have a 1 minute championship match. You kind of did at WrestleMania. Brock Lesnar had a lot of 1 minute matches. I don't think we recognise enough how many 1 minute matches Brock Lesnar had. That's all I can really say on that one. Chris says, I don't care what anyone says. I love that championship. John says, good pace to this match. Mustafa says, Cody's secret weapon tonight, Ted DiBiase Jr. Chris says, I think this match will slow down and both will be laid out when the cash-in happens. I would expect so. I think essentially Drew's going to settle in, do some serious damage to Seth. Seth's going to kick out of pretty much everything. As he gets a bit of a comeback, he's going to have a good moment. He won't get a visible free, but he'll get a stomp, and McIntyre will kick out again. Almost immediately after that, McIntyre will get a claymore. They'll both be down. Cash in. Fair point, Blue. I did not actually remember that. Brock did beat Seth's ass for a while before the match actually started. Leon says Drew almost pulled a Sheamus. Seth would have to be kissed first. The kissing's important. We all know. Kissing. It's very important. Oh, Nick's watching. I miss Nick. It was weird not talking to him today. Drew did in fact tweet bored at work. The definition of style. Literally did tweet bored at work in the middle of a World Heavyweight Championship match. That is a second pedigree. He needs to stop doing things which he needs his knees for. Throw some punches. Another he's demolishing Drew. Drew's going to kick out. It's not how you beat Drew. What can I say? You don't make friends with salad. Chris says CM Punk could give the good luck kiss. But he says Seth is such a bad pedigree, but at least it's safe. Cody's was a lot worse. Lauren said, did you say kissing? Will there be more dudes kissing tonight? Zack Sabre Jr.'s kiss this morning was the latest. I was not aware of that. Which show is it? It's not the Chicago show yet, is it? Mustafa says the real important question is how sexy will the pin be? Drew McIntyre's not a sexy pinner. Typically only women do sexy pins. Chris says Damien should stand on him for the pin. I think the sexiest pin in history was Alexa Bliss pinning Randy Orton, to be fair. I think that was the sexiest pin. And that includes, of course, everything that Rhea Ripley does, which is just naturally sexy. Don't do that. Don't do that. Again, with a bum knee while you're climbing the turnbuckle. What are you doing? Think about it. It's the wrong move. Goes for another it's just full-on finisher spam. It's all bad finisher spam, but it's finisher spam regardless. Future shock. Seth gave the game away slightly by keeping his eyes open. Chris says Randy's wife wasn't happy about that. She was not. That's a very fair point. That is a very fair point. Blue says Cody's was so bad because The Rock can't move his arms all that much anymore. That's a fair shout, Blue. I did not consider that. It's a very good shout. Carl says Otis does sexy pins. Actually, that is a fair point. Blue says you actually do need your legs to throw a proper punch. That's also... I am not on form today, am I? I'm glad I've got you guys. Lauren says your bias, Swerve can make any pins sexy. Chris says Seth's getting ready for his super finish, the super stomp. Blue says Punk not talking a lot, weird for him. He's been brought into the conversation. He's mostly there to essentially look pretty. Blue says crowd enjoying it. They got him hot to start with. It's a great start. Chris says the super stomp is a new move in 2K24 as a part of the new super finisher feature. Derek says, do you follow or believe in the betting odds? Yes, the betting odds typically are more accurate than not, particularly as around Royal Rumble. It's been a long time since the betting favourite did not win the Royal Rumble. I believe it goes back to, I want to say 2004 as the last time the betting favourite did not win the Royal Rumble. When Drew McIntyre won, literally on that day, I stand corrected as regards the sexy pin. That was a sexy pin. Like, he was basically inside him. Like, that is serious. He's actually trying to win. Guys, I think Drew McIntyre's actually trying to win this match. CM Punk is apparently the expert on Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre is distracted by CM Punk. Everyone's distracted by someone. Oh, it's not about Punk, he just wants a table. He just wants a table to break. There's a Spanish one, mate. Oh, CM Punk is trying to get Drew's attention here. Unfortunately, what he's saying is 100% true and Drew agrees. He knows he can't beat Seth right now. He has to do something else. Seth starting to reverse. Again, bit sexy. Bit sexy. Is he going for a pedigree again? He's going to go for a pedigree again, isn't he? So we're still in this. CM Punk doesn't like either of these men. See, that's better. Clear the Spanish announce table. Not the American announce table. They're okay. It's all about the Spaniards. Stomp onto the table. CM Punk again making sure that Seth Rollins can hear him. I'd imagine that's just a way of saying to Seth, look, the count-out's getting quite high now. Claymore. Into a pin. It's not going to happen. Seth Rollins kicks out. I would do it now. I would do it right now. Jack, I get what you're saying. I appreciate you bringing it in. It is still Cody favourite. Still Cody favourite. Blue says they've done more in terms of story in this match than the 45-minute main event last night. I agree. Another Claymore. It's not going to do it. Oh, he does it. I am wrong. Drew McIntyre has won the World Heavyweight Championship. Looks like it won't be a height of the century, but I still think Damien's going to be here. Chris says that's a Gunter pin. True. With a float. Mustafa says buy him dinner first. God. Chris says I wouldn't complain if Drew squashes Damien. I mean, it's not like he's actually in trouble here. Drew McIntyre should be able to handle Judgment Day if they come for him. I'd be sending all of them, just to be clear. Blue says Punk going to get physically involved. Possibly. He's not cleared to wrestle, but he can always throw a punch. I reckon he could do a GTS. I reckon he can make it happen. Blue says Punk's understands Drew because of projection. Ooh. So I said it's like watching a Lesnar match, one finisher after another. It was hot. It was not one I look back at as a great wrestling match, but it was a spectacle. Chris says Seth has a heart of a warrior. And says like the show of the title being right there too. Blue says the Claymore is officially dead, and yet he won with it. And Crush is not a fan of the finisher fest. There is an interesting moment there between Drew and Seth. Oh, Seth's crying. That could easily go into a technical face turn there for Drew. There was respect there. That was good. You did say Blue. One says, I suppose after tonight WWE will cool down a little. This Royal Rumble and WrestleMania are proven to be WWE's white hot pay-per-views, and you are absolutely correct. Drew McIntyre has defeated Seth Rollins. crying. Seth Rollins tells him to take good care of it. Great start to WrestleMania. And the fans let Drew know. I don't see no Judgment Day. McIntyre's leaving. It's not happening. It's actually not happening. Drew presents the championship to his partner. The man's not leaving. The man's not leaving. Lauren says, congratulations to Drew. Feeling my Scottish heritage right now. Chris says, calling it, CM Punk knocks Drew out. CM Punk's not doing a thing. Leon says, Drew won. Let's go. Carl says, remember when the Claymore was more dangerous than a nuke? And Seth Rollins was kicked out 500,000 times today. Chris says, Seth looks destroyed. Megan says, no matter how long it lasts, I'm happy Drew got this moment. It's clearly a very emotional moment for him. He's just locked eyes with CM Punk. That's the next one. Joey says, I wish it went longer. Blue says, Becky and Seth selling it like they won't be back. A decent vacation. A decent vacation. Chris says, Seth just told him that he fucking deserves it. Blue saying cash in on Monday instead. Could be. And Pete said, did Seth just say you deserve it? Maybe, I couldn't read it. Again, sexy. Very sexy. Wants him to know. None of us can hear what he's saying. It's awkward. Just take the headphones off, mate. It's not hard. This is a very guttural, very real moment. Eventually, someone's going to piss off CM Punk. And Drew McIntyre seems intent on being the one. Ooh. Yep, we're getting physical. We're getting physical. He's getting physical. We did spot him with no brace on for a while. Oh, he's just going to attack someone with it. Why the hell not? There's still a cash in possible. Just throwing it out there. So I said legit tears from Seth. Is there a story here? 8 out of 10. Let's give the match the rating out of 10. Let's not forget, because the match is over. Whatever happens next, happens next. So I give it an 8 out of 10. I agree. 8 out of 10 is great for that. A bit too much finisher spam. There's the cash in. Bayley says they can save it for Raw. CM Punk does not look too happy. I think he was about to smile. He is smiling. Cal says, can Drew do the I'm not fucking leaving meme? Blue says, be careful, your wife's here. One says, Drew wins, and Tom Colohue is right, Drew not going anywhere. Also, any updates on Finn leaving? Well, I don't see Finn Balor right now, do you? Blue says, they cash in on Cody? Nope. Blue says, Drew pulling a Punk at All Out. The cash in has happened. It is being cashed in on. He's going straight for the finish. He's landed it. Oh, it looks great. It's the win. Damian Priest is the World Heavyweight Champion. We knew it was coming. We just didn't realise all the focus would be on Punk in the build-up. Drew got screwed. Blue says he screwed himself. Tyler says no way. Mustafa says heist. Chris says Drew just fucked himself. Dom says now the cashing will happen. Great job by WWE. Brad has given the match a 9. Andy has given it an 8. Chris says a new Judgment Day meme. Blue says I called Punk getting physical and Drew winning first. I'm on fire. Cal says it's not a heist. Drew left the doors to the bank open. What a fool. One says Drew got screwed. Blue says it's all an all-time cash-in. They held it for the right moment. The Judgment Day are there to celebrate with Damian Priest. We have a women's champion and a world heavyweight champion. Leon says you called it months ago. Patrick says Tom called it. This was always going to be the night. This was always going to be the night. Didn't know how. Knew it was going to happen. Leon gives it a 9. Blue says all of Judgment Day there. Pete says 9 for the match, 10 for the cash-in. Jim says that was cool. And Blue says a great use of Punk. That is a moment right there. CM Punk celebrating as Drew McIntyre has been screwed. CM Punk celebrating after Drew McIntyre lost the WWE World Heavyweight Championship to Damian Priest will be an all-time meme. And they fade to black because he walks away with the gold. That is our first match. It is a hot start. The fans are into it. We have 5 more matches to go, and WrestleMania has started on a very, very high pace. Very high pace. We're now getting another Cody recap. For some reason. A lot of focus on Cody. Blue says an all-time Mania opening. Chris says that's what happens when you provoke CM Punk. Chris says a beautiful shot of the titles together. Hector says CM Punk didn't screw Drew because Drew screwed Drew. Jack gives it a 9. Kevin said let's go. Damian Priest, yes, 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 and happy to be Latino. John says that was great, 9 out of 10. And Chris says the crowd erupted when Damian came out. It wasn't just about Damian. A lot of that was about the CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre feud. Now, as you guys know, I have Drew McIntyre regaining the championship at Clash at the Castle in the main event against Damian Priest, and then going on to SummerSlam to face CM Punk. Sai says, great angle, but they better start lining up opponents for Priest. Amazing starts to night 2. Cal says, seeing the Judgment Day celebrate with Priest has made my night. John says, might well be my favourite moment of Mania 40 so far. What have I said on Damian Priest? What have I said on Damian Priest recently? Sorry, guys. Priest. The street fight is up next. April 2nd, Damian Priest to win the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Drew McIntyre to win the WWE World Heavyweight Championship from Damian Priest at Clash at the Castle in Glasgow. Then on to CM Punk at SummerSlam. April 2nd, reposting that. Street Fight is our second match. I'm quite hyped up for this one. It'll be very different from the one we've just had. I was going to say a lot of big spots, but I feel like we had a lot of big spots in the previous one. Who knows? Another special guest commentator. Hall of Famer. Oh, Snoop Dogg is commentating on a street fight. Okay. Blue says, great moment for Priest. He really earned it for his work with Bad Bunny. And from there on, that was the intention. That's the same night I was told he was going to be winning the briefcase. Didn't know what happened after that, just knew he'd win the briefcase. Andy says, a heel cash in on a heel. I love it. Kevin says, Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest with gold. Cal says, poor Drew celebrated with the missus, then loses top-tier shithousery from the WWE. Stuart says, hope he holds a belt for a while now. Deserves his shot. I find it unlikely, unfortunately. And Blue says, Snoop betraying Mercedes. There is no betrayal here. There is no betrayal. And Mercedes wouldn't say so either. That's better. That wasn't better. That's better now. Chris says Damian Priest made it clear he didn't like Drew though, which is fair. Drew versus Judgment Day is next up. Kevin says right now I see on Twitter a lot of people said Drew McIntyre is done with the WWE. He's going nowhere. One said this reminded me when Edge won the TNT title at World's End, then lost it back to Christian Cage. Chris says fun fact, Snoop Dogg's title is in 2K24 as a part of the 40 years of WrestleMania pack. Special guest referee. More Hall of Famers. Bubba Ray Dudley. I mean, Philadelphia, I get it. Blue says they have Bubba there. Jesus. And Mustafa just says Bubba. Bubba Ray. Dudley. Keeping the peace. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Thank you for the retweet, Bayley. The quote tweet, I will share it shortly. P says, God, Bubba looks slim. I think he knew it was coming. P just says, get the tables. There's definitely a few people who know him. Definitely a few people celebrating ECW. I've got to think Karrion Kross wearing an ECW t-shirt is going to make sure that Bubba Ray is kind of on his side. In fact, I kind of think he might be on his side anyway. We've gone black and white. We can't see anything. It's all gone dark. It's a different entrance. It's not worse. Jesus Christ, Scarlett. Anyone else hear the way that Samantha said Scarlett there? Kind of, like she was into it. Blue says Scarlett looks amazing. She's also very happy. There's a massive smile on her face. Oh, Jesus, she is so happy. It's a WrestleMania moment. Snoop Dogg making the Mad Max comparison, which is not a bad shout. I also miss the old theme, but I feel this is a bit more fitting of the character that he's playing now. Mustafa, calm down. Nobody wrestles for my pleasure. Scarlett looks so happy. It's a WrestleMania moment too. Ah, right, so that's why Gin and Juice and Snoop Dogg. Right, got it. I'm tweeting a lot. I need to calm down. Snoop Dogg openly admitting to being drunk at work. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. This is a killer theme. I don't think I'm ever going to get bored of it. Do you remember when they were trying to make this as a heel team? When Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins were supposed to be going dark. Do you remember when Montez Ford was going to be turning on Angelo Dawkins? I do think they made the right choice in ensuring the Bobby Lashley pairing. I also think they made the right choice in having B-Fab come out to Bobby Lashley's theme in new matching gear as well. I love the green. They look like dragons. Proper Welsh. Also kind of just got to respect the almighty name. I know it's been there for a while, but I do think it's one of those that just never gets dull. No worry, Brad, I saw it, I gave it. Blue says this is a big chance for the Final Testament to prove themselves, and I do think it's going to be their moment. Brad says Scarlett looks so happy. Cal says Tom, doesn't Bubba Ray look like a lot like Bully Ray? I've never really seen them in the same place. You know, like Superman and that Clark Kent guy. Interesting crush. Blue says since they started 2 Night Manias, this is the first Night 2 that has started off hotter than Night 1. I don't know about that. Becky versus Rhea, still a better match for me, but the cash-in, oof. Bayley says the camera work for Mania doesn't get enough credit. The first match was visually impressive. Yes, it was. We'll see what they can do with this one as well. This is, after all, only the second match, and we are nearly an hour into WrestleMania. They saved a lot of time by not having everyone come in to their own music. This should get about 20 minutes, depending how big the spots are. Cal says, I can't believe Priest finally cashed in. Feel like he's had the case since the beginning of time. In the end, I believe he's had it about 10 months. 10 whole months. He picked his moment. Blue says maybe it's the weather, but the crowd seems even more pumped tonight. Usually they start night 2 exhausted. I also feel that they've not done it the same way. Last year it was basically the same people in the same seats every single time. So everyone there for night 1 was also there for night 2. They haven't sold as many packages this time. Don't get me wrong, there's still packages. Like if you look at this match, there's packages everywhere you see. But there's not too many packages. Snoop Dogg's going to really derail commentary, isn't he? I don't know if I'm excited for it or if I hate the very concept, but... Oh, we're already getting tables. Did you just say picnic tables? Oh, wow. Oh, I hate him. I actually hate him. Carl says Bobby Lashley's durability doesn't get spoken about. Pieces, 8 tables. Here we go. We already have kendo sticks. Bobby Lashley is calling them into the ring. Scarlett is looking for weaponry. B-Fab is stalking her on the outside. Lashley's fighting off free on his own. Not going to last. Cal says, what is it with WWE and awful rappers? It's true. They brought in a gimmick of someone called Snoop Dogg. Like, what the hell? Jim says Snoop is horrible on commentary. I unfortunately do have to agree. And I'm getting more Cherry Coke because your boy's sleepy. We're about halfway through Mania though. I might get to sleep at a reasonable time tonight. I won't. I have work tomorrow. Yay! Zombie Tom mode has been activated. The voice is really helping that as a concept. I am zombie. He's in your head. Oh, that was awkward. That was a bad landing. I think it was an intentionally bad landing, but it was bad nonetheless. Kind of fast count by Bubba Ray. Also, he's been moved out of camera shot several times now. I would have loved a bit more noise on that hit to Montez Ford. Still not bad though. I don't know what it is that they were holding there. Contract? I don't know. Weird. We're doing the double powerbomb. Final Testament is in control so far. Kind of a pin. B-Fab gets involved. That's not smart. Scarlett bringing out the trash can. That didn't really... Like, she just didn't seem to want to do it. Awkward. Very awkward. Blue says Scarlett's shoes are massive. How does she walk in them? Practice. How to get to Carnegie Hall. Go for it, Cal. We'll see you shortly. Corey Graves interpreting Snoop Dogg there. He said something to Scarlett. I don't think it was above board. Bobby Lashley's back in play. And he's aiming for Kross. We get some over the top. Cool, Cal. See you shortly. Mustafa says, as a fellow Albanian, I have to root for Razar. Fair enough, mate. I respect it. And he says, can they mute Snoop Dogg's microphone? Absolutely they can. They won't, but they can. If he said something truly... Whoa. Good catch. Very good catch on Montez Ford, because that cleared. Everyone's jumping far too far at the minute. I think Snoop Dogg just got a pop for drinking alcohol on the job. It's a wonderful world. Yeah, Snoop Dogg's just derailing the whole damn thing. Michael Cole, Pat McAfee aren't even talking. Not a great spine buster there. Karrion Kross did not get much height. Scarlett's going to get involved with Bobby Lashley here. That's not clever. Lashley's selling. B-Fab with a flying kick. Why didn't they just make this 4-on-4? Oh, Ellering trying to get involved. Oh, I think Scarlett's about to go for a table. Scarlett and B-Fab both going for a table there. The distraction from Paul Ellering has provided Kross with an opportunity. This match might not last very long at all. Dangerous suplex from Karrion Kross. Oh, I know, Mustafa, I know. Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him. Snoop Dogg is doing terribly on commentary. He's just talking to himself. Oh, Bubba Ray trying to get involved here. Calm it down, Bubba. This ain't your play. You're not the hero here. You're not the hero here. Back it up. Okay, so Bubba Ray's gonna... Okay, so Bubba Ray's gonna put him through a table. Karrion Kross is walking away. This is not gonna be a long match at all, is it? Where even are AOP right now? Lashley and the Street Profits are completely in control. Bubba Ray telling them what to do. This is just pure fan service at this point. Angelo Dawkins with a head to the groin. I'm not sure how this is going to finish. Oh, apparently everyone's getting the tables. Everyone's getting the tables. Okay, this is not how I saw this going down. But people are chanting tables and they're getting what they want. Blue says, didn't know that about tickets, Tom. That means I have even more different people at Mania this year. Cool. An ECW chant there. Sai says, Snoop is off his tits, which is accurate. Blue says, hoping they learned from last night. Okay, the table did not survive. There was just a moment of pause. Get another table, guys. Get another table. Dawkins is already off to get another table. They have to get it over the top of Scarlett, who is still being unconscious. Just another one. Just get another one. It's all fine. It's all fine. One says, people said 2 weeks ago Mercedes money sounded awful on commentary. Well, I mean, representing there. Montez Ford just making sure Kross stays down. Broke a kendo stick on him. Lashley with a massive smile on his face there. He says, that was so cool. Mustafa says, where's Paul? Chris says, I think Final Testament takes the win. Blue says, that table wanted no part of this. Chris saying botch, but not really. You will note that Lashley and Dawkins are essentially holding on to Kross now. Frog splash. Lashley with the cover. That'll be that. That was brief. I can't call it memorable. Joey says that was hella sloppy. Yeah. B says it was a bit of a squash. Yeah. Was not good at all. Joey says Kross is buried again. Jordan gives it a 7. Dom says 6, better than I expected. I'm giving it a 5. Way too short, nothing really happened, and Karrion Kross is now carrying Scarlett out from ringside. Blue says the crowd loved it. Sai says 5 out of 10, botch fest, and most of it played for comedy. P says where were AOP? Good question. I think they were still on the outside for the final 5 minutes or so. Leon gives it a 6. Joey says send them back to catering, I guess. I won't go that far. Tyler gives it an 8. Pete gives it a 4. Bayley gives it a 3 and says not memorable. The only real memorable thing was everything going on Bubba Ray Dudley. Guys, my cough's getting worse. I'm going to have more medicine. So I'm going to vanish for a moment. Just once again, medicine. Calm down, everyone. So I'm going to vanish for a moment. We've still got 4 matches left and we're only halfway through WrestleMania. 4 matches, 3 hours. Going to be some long-ass matches. Bear with. You'll still be able to hear me, but I need to have my medicine. Ugh. Up to a maximum of 4 times a day. It's probably the last one. Snoop Dogg is celebrating with them. Lovely unbiased commentary there. And we are back. Hello again, everyone. We have 3 hours left. The first match was great. This match was okay. So far, Night 2 has made a very good start, but it's not quite lived up to Night 1. Night 1 definitely started hotter overall. Next up, the United States Champion... Oh, not next up, the United States Championship. Logically, then, are we expecting Styles and Knight next? Oh, no, we're recapping Cody. Oh, gosh. We are just going to constantly be looking at Cody Rhodes, aren't we? One gives it a 2. Kevin, for some reason, gives it a 10, which, being that it's an absolute, does not count. Blue says 4 matches, but we're already an hour in. Mustafa says I'm beginning to believe these matches are predetermined. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You calm yourself down. Calm down. I'd imagine we're going to get 3 matches over the course of 2 hours and then 1 match over the course of the entire last hour. Roman Reigns will want to beat The Rock for length at least. You know, whip it out on the table and measure it. Jack gives it a 5. Blue says definitely getting a Stone Cold appearance and probably a Cena one. Personally, I think we'll also re-celebrate the Hall of Fame. I think they just want to get Paul Heyman out in front of that crowd as well. At least before the main event. Blue says the first 2 matches of the night were better last night, but the crowd seems more into it tonight. I would say the weather probably has a lot to do with that, to be fair. I know it sounds like quite the excuse, but I'd say the weather has a lot to do with it. Paul Heyman backstage with Kayla Braxton. There is usually some good chemistry between these. Okay, what are Bloodline rules? Are you giving nothing? Okay, so no DQ. Not falls count anywhere though. A reference to Brandy seems to suggest that we'll be seeing her soon. Paul Heyman for some reason just sort of showing off the gold. Undisputed WWE Universal Championship match. That will be our main event, but we are 2 hours away from that. Or possibly an hour and a half away from that, let's be honest. Blue says Paul and Kayla are the best tag team in wrestling. Koo says Triple H is cooking right now, and I love it. Stuart says Heyman and Kayla are a great double act. Blue says they made it seem like the main event was next. They did. I'd imagine it's going to be LA Knight and AJ Styles. In my mind, Bayley versus EO comes right before the main event, but stranger things have happened. Cal says I did end up watching the match. It was a 5 in my opinion. It was okay, to be honest. Best part was Bubba Ray putting on glasses. Blue says the last time he'll be able to hold it, hopefully. Well, he'll be going out to the ring with it. Leon says Karrion Kross is cooked, quite possibly. or he's doing the favours now and will be getting the favours back shortly. Slim Jim. So Macho Man, now we're seeing LA Knight. This is the perfect way to transition into an LA Knight AJ Styles match. Juan says the fact they keep showing Cody and glazing it guarantees Cody's winning this time. I don't think we can necessarily guarantee anything, but I certainly think it'll be a lot of fun finding out what's going to happen. I forgot that there was a Slim Jim Battle Royal. Completely forgot. So he's definitely not wrestling now. What's a BFT? Okay, he's just arrived. So surely next up is going to be Bayley versus Io then. I'm not sure I love this ad where LA Knight just judges people. It's a way to go. Blue says, Tom, do you think Paul switches his allegiance to The Rock? I think it's possible, but only if the tribal chiefdom goes with him. I do think we end up with Paul Heyman managing Solo. You're right, Blue. You're absolutely spot on. This is all a promo for the match. It's next. We're in the promo. There's a car to give away, and I imagine they stop in the middle of the match and show you how to get hold of that car. Certainly that's what I hope. Because otherwise, you know, how am I going to win a car? I want to win a car, guys. Can I win a car? It's in the US. AJ Styles saying he was into LA Knight's shtick. I love a good shtick. I've not seen LA Knight's shtick and been particularly impressed. But it's nice to know that there's shtick in play. I feel very James Bond. Oh, I've just had a wind warning. Wonderful. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Why am I getting wind warnings? Blue says 3 title matches to finish off Mania. Pretty cool. Fair. It's US, it's women's, it's WWE. Oh, sorry, Undisputed, WWE Universal. Blue says, who do you have in the US title match? I have Randy Orton. I don't think it's going to be Randy Orton, but I have Randy Orton. Blunt force trauma. Okay, gotcha. That's a finisher, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. This entire feud has been built on, I don't like you. Okay, I don't like you. Okay, let's fight at WrestleMania. There's plenty of people who don't like each other. Doesn't mean you get a match at WrestleMania. What makes you special? I think it's a shame that we see and hear the phrase piece of trash and he can't just say the words piece of shit. We know he wants to. We know he wants to. Megan says, as much as I think Logan Paul's an absolute tube, I do have to give him credit for the work he's put in, not relying on others to carry him through the matches. Sonia is excited for Cody versus Roman. Thank you kindly for following Sonia, and thank you kindly for following Alejandro over on the Twitch side. I do apologise, I've only just seen your messages. Lakers fan says, hi. What's your prediction for Cody versus Roman? I'm a Roman fan, but I think Cody wins. I'm a fan of Roman more than Cody, so I'd agree on that. But I do think it's Cody's time. It's Cody's moment. And if you do it 2 times in a row, you're just breaking the guy's soul. And I'm not necessarily supportive of breaking someone's soul. Soul be good. LA Knight enters first. Technically, he's got new special WrestleMania gear. Crowd are into him, at least so far. I do think a lot of people have said to me, and a lot of people have said in the punditry, and that's Macaulay Culkin again, a lot of people have said to me that LA Knight needs a good performance here. It's not about a win, it's not about a loss. It's about guaranteeing a good performance. So apparently that's who won a car. She looks completely shell-shocked and has no idea how to respond. She was told to hold the key up and celebrate. Bless her. She has no idea what to do. I do think that LA Knight versus AJ Styles, it's not a match I was excited for. I want them to impress me. I know AJ can. I'm not an LA Knight guy. I haven't been the whole time. I really desperately want him to prove me wrong here. But I just don't feel confident. The Long Boy Gang. That's a thing. That is a thing. Don't put that in your mouth like that. That is dirty. Blue says, really hope someone paints that car for her. I'd imagine, to be honest, she will do what almost everyone does when they win a car in a sweepstake and sell it. Like, if you get the choice between keeping the car and getting the money, most people would take the money and buy a cheaper car and maybe go on holiday. Was that a real Macho Man voice? Or was that an impression? Because it was good. I agree, Pete. I agree. I'm very confused by what's happening right now. We're going back to London. And the same people. I feel like they're padding this entrance. Oh, we have the new AJ music. Is it good? I don't know. Oh. It's grander. Decent hype. Decent pyro. Okay, I'm into the music. I'm into the music. AJ's coming for the fight. You're not going to have time to announce it. Samantha Irvin, you will note, is not in the ring. We're our way. If they've been scrapping everywhere, they kind of have to do this. AJ Styles is wrestling in jeans. He's a bad, bad boy. Crowd are getting behind every one of LA Knight's punches. This match needs to be relatively short and relatively high tempo. If this lasts half an hour, the crowd are going to get real bored. AJ Styles is the best person in the world at being thrown out of a ring. I don't know why, I don't know how. He just is. Did he, Blue? Has he got new tights made? It looks like jeans. Is there a runner in the Spanish announce team trying to give someone a Red Bull? Again, crowd very much into it. AJ Styles is good at getting beaten up. LA Knight over-celebrating here. There is still a count happening. Crush does not like his theme. That's a shame. Laker fan says, I'm happy that Damien cashed in too. I am as well. I think it's overdue. I think it needed to happen. Otherwise, you need to give up the briefcase. I'm glad he waited. I think it was the right moment. And I'm happy to see Drew get screwed. Drew getting screwed is something I very much enjoy. Blue says you can see the pattern on it. The problem is it's a black pattern on black tights, so hard to see. It's a belt like Seth's old tights. You're right. I can see it now. Thank you for pointing it out. I don't think I would have noticed it. Crush, I don't hate it. I can't pretend that I love it, but I definitely don't hate it. I think it's better than what he had. Oh. I am suffering. Gotta do Raw tomorrow as well. What the hell? Match is slowing down a little bit here. Heel on top, so that's pretty standard. We're getting good old-fashioned ring psychology here. I don't know what I'm hearing. It sounds like they're saying, let's go AA. Is it LA? Let's go Eli? Chris says this match has got to go at least 15 minutes or else they may be very much under-timed. Very fair. I don't think they're getting a half hour. I think there's plenty more involved and there's plenty of space between the matches for other things. I don't think we get past half past, I'll say that. Sorry guys, I know it's not appealing to hear the constant cough, but I unfortunately just got sick at the very, very wrong time. Which is not abnormal, is it? Like, I always get sick at Christmas. LA Knight back at pace. So far so good, I'm impressed. Bayley says shorter matches means an even longer, endless main event, which, to be clear, I think is a plan. I'm confident the main event gets about an hour, including entrances and the like. That's what we had yesterday. There'll be a lot of chicanery, a lot of shithousery that they want to play out. Okay, I'm okay. Brad says, Tom, I think Drew's loss is the perfect reason for Broken Dreams to return. Chris thinks the match will be good and says they're already showing good chemistry. Chris said, look like it's the same as his white gear, just all black. Yes, but he's on the dark side now. And Kevin like the old AJ Styles theme. Personally, I'm quite enjoying this one. I'll need another listen to it to really work out what I'm happy about and what I'm not, but so far, I'm alright. Fans are still into it, fans are still hot. There's not a lot of dead space. Kind of a positive botch there. LA Knight nearly lost his balance, recovered, but it made it look more authentic. Good German suplex. Going into a chain. Ah, I've missed AJ Styles. I really have. Literally just flips him face first and face down. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Are we going top rope? I'm feeling it. Carl says AJ's entered his Darth Vader era. Well, apparently Darth Vader is the final boss according to The Rock. That's copyright infringement. Pete says that was vintage AJ. There's also a couple of moves which AJ does, which he actually takes. So there's a couple of moves unique to AJ, which actually someone else does to him. There is one where you put him up for a suplex and you sort of flip him and he lands on his back. It's very strange. But it's brilliant. And he only ever has it done to him because he's that athletic. Essentially, he does a big sit-up in mid-air and a full rotation. It's very impressive. Elena is biting. He is biting. I'm enjoying this. Going for the eyes. We're getting intense here. They're playing up to the intensity very well. We missed the jump. We had the wrong angle for it. Waiting for AJ to be ready. Oh, a full rotation. Beautiful move. Because they missed the first count, I thought he'd already counted to 2. Crush says, via WrestleVotes, overheard in the men's room just now in Philly, you can have your Wednesday nights. Why are they reporting on what happens in men's rooms? That's creepy and wrong. Blue says, AJ doing a decent job making Knight look good. I think also, to be fair, Knight looks good. It's not just AJ Styles in this one. Hello, Martin. I saw that you were hosting a space. I'd imagine you're in good spirits today. Welcome to WrestleMania. No, appreciate it, Crush. Appreciate it. It's given me a lot to think about. I just received a DM from someone, to be clear, a fan, and someone who used to come into these shows and now just doesn't, saying, Becky and Seth are gone. Blue says AJ's bumping is helping a lot. Nice offense rarely looks this good. That is fair. And Blue, I've read that one. Martin says Stephanie back now, just saw it. She did open the show and says you were bang on about Priest. Chris says AJ Styles Royal Rumble gear, but in black. He is the Prince of Darkness. Chris says Triple H made a very nice post with Stephanie on Twitter, which is nice. The man celebrates his wife, and so he should. Styles is still working on the knee, but it's not been too much so far. Pulling the pad down. It's a solid match because they're keeping the tempo good. Yes, there is focus on limbs. There is the old-fashioned ring psychology. That's very LA Knight. This is how LA Knight does like to wrestle. But at the same time, it's not a clash of styles. It's a, let's do it the AJ way. Let's do it the LA way. AJ way. LA way. AJ way, LA way. Are we doing a slip? No, I think we're just doing a punch to the groin. Oh, no kick. That'll do. That'll do. Don't have to overdo it, you know? Don't have to overdo it. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm into this. They've exposed the floor. LA Knight is exposing. This does feel intense. I think they've actually got the pace of this one spot on. Ah. A shame. As a general rule, if you get the table, you'll go through the table. This time round, if you expose the floor, you're going to land on the floor. Building to a potential count out. Not exactly doing it quietly. It's 9. Knight did not get in time there. I like it. Doing good. The crowd is still hot. The tempo's still solid. LA Knight showing some resilience. AJ Styles still dominant as he should be. AJ potentially going for a finish here. Oh, no, 450. I forgot about the 450 entirely. LA Knight knees up, beginnings of a comeback. But what can LA Knight do with it? It's an opportunity. Can he capitalise? Martin says, do you think they both do leave? Seth, Becky, I mean, I know you've talked about it on spoiler warning. No, I don't think they leave. I think they eventually get offered the limited day contracts. But I do think a break is coming, and they've deserved it. Chris says maybe LA Knight will go to knee rehab with Seth. Yeah, that's a good line. Blue says, seriously, on Seth and Becky, they just gave Seth a huge Mania main event and both had title matches. It would be so weird for them to leave. Martin says, having a break of spaces on my channel for a week or so. That is very bad at the minute. Sorry to hear that, mate. Sorry to hear it. If we can distract you and take your mind off it at all, I'm very proud to have that opportunity, sir. Chris says they have similar styles, except obviously AJ's more flashy usually. I disagree with that. Knight's style is typically a lot slower than Styles is. Blue says, looks like they're wrestling on a spaceship. 10 minutes into this one, it's been really good so far. It has. It does feel like they're building to a finish, and we've only really just started. Oh, lovely from LA Knight. Defending himself against AJ. Still selling a little bit, so that's his finish. Very close to the ropes. He's got him hooked. That's it. Good match. I'm not going to say a great match. I don't think it was a great match. It It was compelling. It was interesting. I'll give it a 7. Pleasantly surprised by that. I was worried about it. I do think it's a suggestion, based on Michael Cole just saying, that could be a launch pad. I definitely think we're heading towards LA Knight versus Logan Paul. Megan says, not sure about AJ's new theme, need to hear the whole thing first, which is fair. Chris says, can't wait to see floor exposure in 2K25. It's all about exposure, guys. Just start exposing everything. Mine says, don't know how I feel about the Mania doc. Wednesday kind of exposes things. Blue says, even with the long pauses between matches, tonight feels better paced so far. I fear how long the main event is. Logically, I think we get a half-hour section for the next 2 matches. And then, with an hour and a half left, we start the entrances to the main event. And then the actual main event starts with about an hour left. And it takes about an hour. Yeah. Dom gives it a 6. Pete says, a great match. Blue says, easily the best LA Knight match I've seen. Pete gives it a 7. Leon says, 8. Good match, way better than I thought. Jordan gives it a 7. Bayley gives it a 7. Brad gives it a 7.5. Chris says they could have went longer with the superplex spot. They could. I like how compact they gave it. Blue says, don't forget the Hall of Fame. One gives it a 7. Chris says, Triple H loves his long main events. I think Roman does as much as anything. And Mustafa says, it was a nice match. I was able to peel and prep and start the pot for my British-style roast potatoes. Back on cooking, guys. Back on cooking. LA Knight, LA Knight has beaten AJ Styles. I was impressed overall with the tempo. I suspect that US title match against Logan Paul might, that's not how you spell Paul, is it? What are you doing? Against Logan Paul might still be on the table. Because as we know, everything is on the table. We have an announcement from Saudi Arabia. Megan gives the match a 7.5. Good, but maybe there's a little more left in this feud. WWE announcing the King and Queen of the Ring tournaments. A little love for Xavier Woods there, I respect it. Saudi Arabia, May 24th and May 25th. That is not far away at all. They are travelling all over the place. Michael Cole is wearing a much better suit this time. Much better suit. Pat McAfee's just obsessed with flipping a pencil. It's very important to him. We are doing the Hall of Fame class now. That should take 10-15 minutes. I expected this. They tend to do this at WrestleMania. Just fill a little time with a recap of the Hall of Fame. And yeah, someone mentioned it. Who mentioned it? Don't forget the Hall of Fame, he said. Blue said, don't forget the Hall of Fame. Sean gives the match a 4. Chris says, chance of turn off the light breakout during the LA Knight and AJ Styles match. Not the first time that's happened to AJ Styles, unfortunately. Mustafa says, LA Knight, nah. Blue says, SmackDown is Saudi, King and Queen's the ring. Who do you have winning, Tom? Hard to say. I lean towards Dakota Kai. I'm not going to go for Gunter because he's just had 666 days as an Intercontinental Champion. Bit much. I am wondering if we're going to get another tribute to Bray Wyatt now. I think this is a very good time for it. And I know Bo Dallas has been putting something together. I'd be interested to see what they go for. For the men, I had someone, and I can't really remember now, to be honest. I was happy about it too. I was thrilled. Anyway. Joey says, I wonder if the Saudis paid extra for SmackDown to be there. Quite possibly, but the deal is the deal. It might be that they're supposed to do 2 shows a year. Maybe they're just trying to do them both at once. Bayley suggesting Kingdom. Joey says Carmelo Hayes would be good to win if he gets called up. Not a bad shout. Would certainly put him in the spotlight fast. Bron Breakker, also a good shout with that. Jade Cargill also needs to be mentioned for the Queen of the Ring. Naomi as well, to be fair. The Rock talking about his grandmother. Someone he's been desperate to get into the Hall of Fame for a long time. Bayley says, I'm calling LA Knight and Dakota with an outside chance for Chad and Chelsea. Chelsea Green would be a good shout. Paul Heyman, of course, was a top pick. I challenge you to find anyone who is more universally respected, admired, and feared than Paul Heyman. I challenge you to find anyone, I'm going to use that exact phrase, more loved, respected, or feared in wrestling than Paul Heyman. I'll wait. Megan says the Saudi show announcement went well. What have I missed there? Gonna grab that and find it. Thank you for showing us a link, Megan. He has been cancelled, it's very true. Oh, thank you there, Megan. People booed the Saudi ad and then really booed the lights. Yeah. Lights bad. Nobody likes lights. About a recap. At this point, everyone's on the stage, ready to be celebrated. A gap roughly in the middle, which is interesting. I kind of suspect The Rock's done that intentionally. US Express being celebrated, Bray Wyatt, merchandise in play. Bless him. Bless him. Thunderbolt Patterson looks emotional. Bless. Oh, Bull Nakano showing off. Nunchucks, why the hell not? She could still kick my ass. I believe. Ada Johnson is here. Liam Ivia, of course, is not there. Muhammad Ali in the celebrity wing. And that leaves us with, of course, Paul Heyman himself. Philadelphia, of course, the perfect place to celebrate Paul Heyman. He's still holding that damn championship. There to remind everyone that this moment is for him, but also it isn't. No big flashy moment, no throwing his arms into the air. The man maintains full on professionalism. Joey says the women's division is so stacked now the tournament is going to be fun. Bayley says Peacock showing 5 minutes of ads. Oh, okay. Well, it was just a recap of the Hall of Fame anyway. Everyone showing the rings. Thunderbolt Patterson, not so much. Paul Heyman looks, only slightly, he does look emotional there. He does look emotional there. Bayley says Peacock, I've already read that one. Mustafa says Vince Russo is feared, just not in the same way. Koo says, when does AJ Styles' contract run out? I think it's near the end of the year. I'm not sure. I need to double check. Blue says, I love seeing Bull there. Lauren says, God, I love Bull. I'm so glad she's getting her flowers. Blue says, Punk being used as an ambassador in WWE videos will never not be weird to me. Yep. It's weird, isn't it? Feels like they're really trying to retcon his image. I stand by it. He's doing good work right now, but he is still a flight risk. He's still a flight risk. More commercials, more sponsorships. I feel like this is how the Netflix deal is going to be. I feel like the actual ads on Netflix are just going to be a lot of sponsorship ads. Blue says, showing and emphasising Drew's wife. Why do I get the vibe that Punk might bring his to SummerSlam? Possibly, but I don't think there's going to be any real engagement. Drew McIntyre's wife is not a trained wrestler. Ah, shit. Can't keep doing this to me, guys. You can't keep playing this one. You cannot keep doing this to me. I can't keep watching. I need a second. Everyone mourns differently, and I didn't really know Bray. I didn't know his family. I'm not connected to him in any way. But everyone mourns differently. It's just recognizing that I wouldn't be where I am right now, literally, in a WrestleMania stream, if not for catching the Bray Wyatt entrance in Battleground. I'm okay. I'm not okay. I am very glad, very, very glad that WWE just allowed that moment and let it breathe. They didn't focus it, they didn't declare it. They just put the music on and let it happen. Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm back. I'm back in the room. I am back in the room. I need back in the room. Brad says, after everything I've read about Thunderbolt Patterson, he's very deserving of the Hall of Fame. Blue says, I think Punk himself wants it. He seemed most upset about his rep being tarnished. Alyssa says, Seth Rollins turned heel in main event, WrestleMania image. If Heat is screwed over by Seth Rollins, give Seth Rollins character he's since lost 3 times. P says, hug for Tom. Danny says, what's up? Yeah. Eric says, I'm literally over the moon, no pun intended for Priest. He's my favourite guy with Ali being gone. Mustafa says, hey man, we get it. When Eddie passed the entire bar in Chicago, I was in within tears during the tribute show, not even a wrestling bar. We connect with who we connect with. It's not a choice that we make. Yeah. That's all I can say. Ooh. I just need a moment to rest. Okay. So we're heading towards the United States Championship Triple Threat, where we have Logan Paul versus Kevin Owens versus Randy Orton. From where I'm sitting, I have Randy Orton for this, but I think that might be wishful thinking. Logically, I think Logan Paul is maintaining his grip on the championship, but I think he'll be the last champion to retain during WrestleMania tonight. Danny, I really don't want to go back into it. Let's just focus. Let's talk Kevin Owens. Nicole is certainly enjoying his position. Nice little abuse of power to make the triple threat happen. Logan Paul's been a breath of fresh air. I'm not a fan of the man himself. I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear that. But this feels very real and very genuine because the character is a dickhead, and I think, personally, Logan Paul is a dickhead. So it works for me. Kevin Owens and Randy Orton have been working as a tag team for a little while now. They've developed some good finishes. I do suspect the first 10 minutes or so of the match will be dedicated to beating the ever-living hell out of Logan Paul. This should take us firmly into the third hour. By the time we've got through our entrances and everything, I do think we'll only have about 10 minutes left before the hour goes. And I do reckon with a triple threat, we'll have reasons to keep this one going a little longer. 16, 18 minutes minimum for me. I'm starting to think a few of these hype packages are maybe a bit too big, a bit too long. I'm also starting to think, because things are going so quickly today, they might just be speeding them up. Is Logan Paul riding a Sibian? He's riding a Prime Bottle, isn't he? He's straddling a giant Prime Bottle and... Oh no, he's... Oh god, it is a Prime Bottle, but it's a Prime Bottle car. That is incredibly dodgy, incredibly strange. And also it looks like that bottle's going to be involved in the finish. Oh, it's a cannon. It's a cannon. That was terrible. Didn't love it. We also have someone in a Prime Bottle. In KSI last time. Logan Paul's antics are getting very repetitive. I'd imagine, once again, Kevin Owens and Randy Orton will work together to get rid of the Prime Bottle as well. P says, I can see Stone Cold using the truck like the beer truck. Leon says, the truck is hideous, but in a good way. Fair. It really does help his heel character to ride in on something so ridiculous. Eric says he has a Prime truck. Which I did not know. I did not know that Stone Cold had a Prime truck. Brad suggests the Prime Bottle might be Jake Paul. And one says, looks like Logan Paul's stupidity over the top booking. Strong. Strong words. That Prime Bottle is definitely making me very suspicious. Bayley says the Prime Bottle is getting RKO'd. I agree. Probably stunned as well. Someone's getting hurt. I do know they've been trying to get Jake Paul for a while now. It would make sense if it was him. We're nearly 2/3 away through WrestleMania. Night 2 hasn't been quite as good as Night 1 for me so far, but it's been strong. 3 matches still to go. They should be quality matches. This is the last one I'm kind of worried about. So let's see if they can capture the magic once again. They are padding out this intro. They are really padding out this intro. They've got too much time. Okay, so Michael Cole thinks it's not a particularly big name in the Prime Bottle, but the face hasn't been exposed. I haven't, Eric. I've caught some clips of it. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, I shouldn't have known that was coming. That's made me question everything. Damn it. Hang on, my PS4 has just said it's going to enter rest mode, so I need to fix that. Kevin Owens is winning then. Sami Zayn speaks. You listen. Sean says WrestleMania's not been great so far tonight. I think it's been okay. Kevin Owens in a golf buggy. Oh, you know it's going to be good. I genuinely feel like he just walked around backstage after seeing Logan Paul coming down in a truck and just thought, you know what, that'll do. I ain't walking. Blue says Kevin's winning. Brad says Jake Paul is worse than Logan and I hope Tyson knocks him out. Juan says the match ain't it for me. There's still time to change your mind. I wasn't thinking good things about AJ LA, but it turned out okay. Blue says they're going to have an Eddie/redacted moment. I genuinely don't know anymore. Genuinely don't know. A lot of good options. I wonder what vehicle Randy Orton's driving. Pieces, that was class with Sammy. Kevin Owens cannot reverse. Kevin Owens is going to back up and pick up Randy Orton. I kind of love everything that's happening right now. Literally everything that's happening right now, I'm into it. Can we have a trio, just Randy Orton, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn? Randy Orton climbs on the back instead of jumping in the front. Randy Orton telling Kevin Owens slow down. Kevin Owens is not slowing down. Took a few risks there, mate. He very nearly came off. Joey says Mania feels rushed tonight. I don't know why. Which is strange because I feel there's quite a bit of dead space. The matches, no. But in and around the matches, there's a lot of dead space for me. Cal really likes Logan's attire. Dom says a great moment. Blue said I told you last night this was going to happen, Tom. Joey says I hope this will get a lot of time. And Cal says this is incredible. So I said I did say I wanted that cart at Mania. You did indeed. A couple of Bray Wyatts in Cologne. Blue says Randy and Kevin really haven't fought with each other so far. There is a real chance that they just work together and one of them wins the title. I wouldn't go that far. I do think there will be a moment where they have to wrestle, and they will. But I think at the end of it, they'll still be friends. Which is nice. But then, never trust Kevin Owens. Like, we know this. Never trust Kevin Owens. Cal says, imagine Kevin Owens crashes. P says, that's a WrestleMania moment. Mustafa says, we turn one of those belts into a trios belt, and yeah, we can. Megan says, entrance of the night. Also says, is it KSI? Inside the bottle or one of Logan's flunkies. In commentary, said it's one of Logan's flunkies. I don't know how much I believe it. Kevin Owens nearly killing Randy Orton during that drive. Never trust Kevin Owens. He is not your friend. Proven fact. So as I say, we are very much starting with a firm beatdown and a long beatdown. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. If they can just very firmly eliminate Logan Paul entirely, I'm there for it. They are competitively beating the hell out of Logan Paul. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. The Prime Bottle is very confused. Kevin Owens totally sees it. Randy Orton asking Kevin Owens to slow the hell down. They asked that. Oh, Logan Paul's survived. Opportunity. Don't do it. You can't break this bond. They are the best of friends. So much of the best of friends, in fact, that why was Sami Zayn even there? Randy Orton is the one saying win it. Pat McAfee making a fair point. At some point, someone's going to have to pin someone. But if you can just completely eliminate Logan Paul, just have yourself a one-on-one. And they are just breaking every joint. It's no DQ. Get some tables. Go crazy. Just break the guy. I never understand why people don't do that in wrestling. If it's a ladder match, for example, why even try and climb a ladder? Just break someone's legs. Both going for the cover at the same time. Nicely done. Come on, guys. You can nail this. You can do this. They've agreed to keep beating up Logan Paul. Oh, Orton. Randy. I do love the little fun bite. Randall Keefe. A "you fucked up" chant from the crowd. Randy, you should do the right thing. Hit Logan Paul and then just roll out. They did not do enough damage. Logan Paul will be returning. But much like a typical WWE triple threat match, it's a lot of one-on-one in the middle of a one-on-one-on-one. And Logan Paul capitalizes and survives. Sorry guys, I know I'm not fully on at the moment. I'm trying. I promise you, I'm trying. And it says, when did we start trusting Randy? Bayley says, never trust Kevin Owens, but always trust Sami Zayn. The man is a viper, you know, said Martin. P says, discussing about height now. Blue says, if that is KSI, this could turn into a de facto tag match. Eric says, Tom, why are people calling Priest a bisexual Undertaker? Because he's hot. Blue says, we will get Kevin punching two dudes with one punch spot. I can see that. And Pete says, the voices are speaking to Randy. Brad says, Randy is a snake. And Eric says, Tom, do you think Rock will get Roman back for the spear last night, even though it was incidental? Yes and no. I don't think he'll get him back in, the standard, okay, you hit me, now I have to hit you way. But I do think he'll definitely have his moment. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, Gaming Boy Official. Welcome to the show. Plenty of damage being done here. Well put together so far, but the crowd are a little bit restless. So I said Logan Paul is definitely getting RKO'd and stunned on top of that Prime logo on the mat, but post-match. Well, it depends. If Kevin Owens does in fact win, I could see an RKO, I could see a stunner, and I could see a hell of a kick. And then I could see Randy Orton saying, okay, I'll see you later. And just letting them celebrate. You will notice that when Logan Paul got his knees up, he also put a hand up. Just in case, that is just in case, Kevin Owens did miss his mark and his head didn't rotate enough. Logan Paul essentially was going to catch and cradle his head. Which would not be easy. And it wouldn't be my first choice of things to do. We're now in another one-on-one, Logan Paul versus Randy Orton. I wouldn't be squaring up to the Viper under any circumstances. Gotta be honest, guys. Gotta be honest. There is no world in which he gets the better of Randy Orton. This guy is such a heel. How dare he? Mean. Unnecessary. Somebody hurt this man. we often forget that Randy Orton is such a professional that he's a face who wrestles like a heel. Logan Paul's out the ring. We're back to a one-on-one of Kevin Owens versus Randy Orton. Slight delay there because Randy Orton didn't realise that Kevin Owens wanted him to clothesline him. Little flex. Man's showing off. Man's feeling it. Can also say, Tom, just something to think on. Drew said Seth's obsession with the Bloodline would cost him his title, which was right, but Drew's obsession with Punk cost him his title. Funny how WWE works. Yeah, everyone's got their eyes on the wrong person. The focus is in the wrong place. Orton taking his eyes off Logan Paul there. Feeling it. Never feel it. Looked momentarily like a poor landing from Logan Paul. I think that was a botch, but I think it actually ended up looking better because of it. Logan Paul looked like he slipped ever so slightly, and that gave Randy Orton the opportunity to readjust into a power slam. It looked better because of a botch. Are we going to do a double drape? I don't know if you spotted that. Kevin Owens putting an arm across to keep Logan Paul's head up. There's a reason for that. Randy Orton's back injury means his left arm is a little weaker than his right now. Kevin Owens was essentially just helping out someone that he knows is going to struggle a little more. Little tidbit you won't find anywhere else. Little tidbit. I love that Michael calls like, who does he choose? It's Randy Orton. He RKOs everyone. It's everyone. I think that was supposed to be a code breaker. It did not look like one. Mention of Chris Jericho. Like, I get why we had the code breaker, but it's interesting. Hearing mention of Chris Jericho, I did not expect that today. A little poke to the eyes as well. Randy just pokes everyone. He knows where to put his fingers. Tower of Doom. It's not often you see that with Logan Paul in it. Randy doesn't really have a grip of Owens. Alternating punches. This is good so far. There's enough one-on-one-on-one to keep me from being bored when it's one-on-one. As I mentioned, though, in previews, Kevin Owens is a man connecting. There's not a lot of Orton versus Logan Paul directly. Oh. Okay, huge credit goes to Kevin Owens there. Logan Paul did not know what he was about to be hit with. He adjusted completely wrongly. And Kevin Owens moved his weight entirely differently to make sure that it was a completely different move in the end. Logan Paul screwed up. Kevin Owens absolutely saved him. Protected his neck. There was a big risk there. Bayley says, this Mania, we've heard references to Chris Jericho and Sasha Banks. This is not Vince's WrestleMania anymore. Very true. First RKO. Owens is down. Close to the ropes. Kicks out. Not a lot of people kick out of the RKO. Brock Lesnar's kicked out of a lot of them, but that's Brock Lesnar. Different rules. Blue says they mentioned Jericho a few times recently on Raw especially. I believe he just looked at Kevin Owens and Randy Orton said, what the fuck? Okay, now we're about to get the Logan Paul, Randy Orton section. We have brass knuckles. It's no disqualification. That was a Roman Reigns cock of the arm. Misses. You can't say it's unfair for Logan to go to the eyes. It's what Randy Orton has been doing. He got the hit. Goes for the cover. Randy Orton kicks out. It's WrestleMania. Everyone's kicking out of everything. Blue says, Randy kicked out of the brass knuckles. That's new. Well, someone's already kicked out of the RKO. It's WrestleMania. And it feels like it. Did I just see Jake Paul in the crowd? Behind Kevin Owens? I could be wrong. I don't really know what it looks like, and I'm okay with that. Owens just took the brass knuckles as well. Logan Paul's in a good spot here. Too good, in fact. I wouldn't trust it. The referee naturally can't do anything about the brass knuckles, so he's not even trying. Logan Paul tries to steal Liv Morgan's catchphrase. And for the copyright infringement alone, it's time to get an RKO. Good camera work showing us where Kevin Owens is as well. Wrestlers will likely have been warned that there are roaming cameras now. Wrestlers typically, if they're on the outside face down, they will do other things to try and keep themselves entertained and trying to keep an eye out for their spot. No need at this point, and it's a risk if they do. Randy Orton is armed. Someone in the front of the crowd just saying, you've got them, use them, go nuts. Kill someone. Randy Orton hands him to the referee. Okay, he's about to do something a lot more dangerous. Is it going to land? The prime ball is... Yeah, the prime ball's pulling him out. Are we going to get the big reveal? I can't believe they literally put calories on it. We're going to get a big reveal. I have absolutely no idea who that is. It's that guy. It's him. He's barking for some reason. He's saying some things which they can't even show. I don't think he realised that the prime bottle will limit your mobility that much. Whoever it is, they're about to get hurt. I think someone also just got a pen to the face. Ain't no bottle left, mate. You're about to get hurt. Randy Orton's not even going to slow down here. Michael Cole asking for a rescue. Hopefully they practice this, because there's times when they haven't before. Just slamming him. I do love the RKO never breaks the table because you land too central. You break a table by landing on one of the spokes. You put pressure in one of the corners, it all, for safety, flattens out. Randy Orton don't do that. He lands right in the middle. The distraction has paid dividends, but Kevin Owens is still in play here. Misses a frog splash, Logan Paul. Owens back in the ring, pop up, power bomb. Beginning of the end, stunner for Randy Orton, but that distraction might cost him. Kevin Owens kicked out of the RKO. Naturally, Randy Orton kicks out of the stunner as well. Got to keep it fair, got to keep it even. We are now into the third hour of WrestleMania during only the fourth match. And so far, I don't think any match has overstayed its welcome. This match is still going and it's still good. Pat McAfee's upset about something. God knows what. Who even cares? I'm still not sure who's going to win this. There's genuine, credible reasons for everyone to pick up the win here. I don't want to bet on anyone, even though I already have with Randy Orton. Kai, for some reason, is lamenting WWE speed. I'm assuming. This ain't going to work. Pop-up RKO if he can cover him. Nope, Logan Paul. Out of the ring. Nope. Oh. Bait and switch. Huge frog splash. I think this is going to be it. And it is. Logan Paul does retain the championship. He continues as the United States champion. And I do think LA Knight is in the future. Logan Paul has beaten Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Great match. Good tempo. Good range. Good character work. I suspect LA Knight will be the next to lift the gold. That says nest. Still don't quite get the barking thing, but I ain't cool. How are you rating the match? I'm giving it an 8, to be honest. I'm giving it an 8. There was a lack of big memorable spots outside of the Prime Bottle stuff, and we have seen the Prime Bottle stuff before. The actual Triple Threat stuff was very well received. Randy Orton and Kevin Owens had some good exchanges as well, and I feel like Logan Paul belonged in that ring. He showed that he belonged. Hell of a frog splash. I want to give that an 8 out of 10. Blue says, LA Knight still the one? I think so. Indeed, we have spammers, Pete. But we give it an 8, and we're happy about that. Sai has a 7.5. Cal gives it an 8. Dom gives it a 7. Danny says, Randy always gets robbed. Are we saying we need to screw Randy now? Bayley gives it an 8. Kevin says, so far, night 2 is better than night 1. After that match, I'm putting it on about a par, to be honest. Both nights have been quality. Okay, so Cal says Randy killed iShow Speed. Is it a guy who literally just broadcast WWE Speed? John says 8 out of 10. Credit to Paul. Every match he's been in, I've enjoyed. Mustafa gives it an 8. Brad gives it an 8 as well. And Cal says that's what Speed does. He barks. No, WWE Speed's wrestling. So I said the Prime Bottle spot cost it half a point. I think that's fair. Bayley says Logan Paul is an objectionable person, but his wrestling ability is amazing. I think that's fair. It's a very good way of saying it. July 2024. Oh, okay. Peacock Original. Wasn't ready for that. Chris says, what if KO is the guy who takes the IC title from Sammy? What if Damian Priest cashes in now? So we are into our third hour with 2 matches left. I'm sure there'll be some further theatrics. I'm surprised we haven't seen The Rock yet. And we know the last match is going to take basically an hour for all the entrances and everything. If they take 5 minutes here and start the entrances for the women's match at 15:15, I still think we get a 20-minute match for Bayley and Io. I do think we're going to have to deal with damage control somehow, but I'd imagine it's going to be slightly overbooked and we're going to see the big 3. Also, if we're going to get an announcement of next year's WrestleMania, now would be a good time to do it. Kevin says it's going to be difficult for Bayley versus Io Sky to follow this triple threat match. True, but they're both very talented and I'm confident that they'll be able to. Blue says can't forget the draft might change who's on which brand. Very true. And Joey says I thought that was a Gladiator ad. Me too, it kind of was. We are running through the crowd. A lot of people celebrating Roman. A couple of people accidentally calling someone a wanker, which is not acceptable. I do feel like they're killing a bit of time right now. Next up, Women's Championship match. Danny says, will anyone help Bayley? Do you think with damage control getting involved? Yep, the big 3 was likely going to help out. They can take 5 minutes for the high package here, 10 minutes for the entrances. Before you know it, it's 25 past. 20-minute match. We're all set. Blue says, remember, there's a big pause before the main event. If they do an announcement, it might be there. True. they are going to be announcing the attendance. They are going to be announcing the attendance, and that needs to be mentioned as well. I do always enjoy this. I've seen it several times now, and I'm still not bored. Damage Control was big for me. I knew Bayley was waiting for the right storyline. I didn't know what it was going to be. And as someone who was hugely disappointed when Dakota Kai was fired, I cannot describe how happy I was to have her back. The second that Triple H took charge, I was reporting he's going to bring back Dakota Kai. He's going to move hell, he's going to move heaven and earth, and he's going to go hell for leather to bring back Dakota Kai. Io Sky never left. There were reports from Wrestling Observer that she'd left and gone back to Japan. They were simply untrue. So Damage Control was right there the whole time. And I'm thrilled with what they've put together, with relatively obscure talents who weren't really known on the main roster until Bayley arrived with them. Blue says, remember they have commercials on Peacock. Right now it's all commercials. Gotcha, that might be why they're killing time. Blue says, I like these of Paramore. Bayley finally got her song. Yep, she's not being played out apparently, but she'll still have a good entrance. Bayley says 2024 is the year of Dakota Kai. Year of Bayley, mate. Year of Bayley. Danny says it'll be around the same attendance as yesterday. Yep, there's only so many seats. And Carl says WWE's cooked a 5-star meal for both nights at WrestleMania. If these last two matches are good, night 2's better. The biggest drawback of night 1 was the main event. It sucked. It was slow, it was dull, there were only a couple of moments when it was even fun. If Cody versus Roman is good, I'm interested. If it's overbooked in a good way, like I'm hoping, I'm invested. Joey says Triple H fixed the women's division. Big time Vince killed it when he fired everyone. And Martin says, how was the 6-man, by the way? Missed that. Fun. It just kind of sort of there. Carl says, Priest to cash in on this match. I'm sorry, I had to. I'm going to use an opportunity right now to pop to the bathroom before the match actually starts. I've seen this video package quite a lot. True, Barry, very true. So I'll be back in just a moment. Stick around. I will only be a moment. Well, this is an entrance, isn't it? Oh, look how happy she is. Bayley looking absolutely amazing here. And some new music. Bit of techno. And generic rock again. Still a bit techno. I don't hate it, but it's better than it was. Yes, indeed, I was popping to the bathroom because, you know. Sometimes he got to. Sometimes he got to. I do want to say thank you to Debo Hype. Welcome to the show. Thank you for subscribing on the YouTube side. We will be live for another 2 hours or so. And so far, so good on this show. Tom Colohue, happy boy. We have hit a new record, 5,783 subscribers. A good spot to be as we build towards what will be the future of the channel. We don't do many watch parties anymore. WrestleMania is a very special case. We still do our pay-per-views and our PLEs. And soon, I'll be doing them out of a brand new house. Just to remind everyone who isn't already aware, when it comes to donations, when it comes to channel memberships, when it comes to ad revenue, at the moment, they are all going towards a brand new house that I've been able to secure for my children. Please be aware of that. If you do not want to donate with that in mind, that is absolutely fair, and I really do respect that. But I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who has donated, everyone who's watched an ad, everyone who's hit like, everyone who's chatted, everyone who's hung out. So far, so good on this show. Mine says Bayley is beaming, so happy for her. Chris says it's a new era for Bayley. And Chris also says suddenly 2K24, very outdated. Samantha Irvin's about to cry. Blue says I think Bayley's going to win, but having it on right before Roman should lose his title has me wondering. Cal said, no, it wasn't MJF in the Prime Bowl. Brad says I feel for Chelsea Green in the confusion that she had to deal with this week. And Joey likes Bayley's outfit. Yes, Martin, there will still be a spoiler warning tomorrow. There will still be a spoiler warning, and hopefully Raw's going to be good. Because last year, I did a Raw watch party. It was the only one I did all year. And I never wanted to do a Raw watch along again. That Raw after WrestleMania was garbage. Absolute garbage. Strobe lighting. Io Sky with her procession, walking her down to the ring. I believe I see Dakota Kai rocking a skirt there. For those who don't know what a skirt is, it's fun. Blue says Jade, Bianca and Naomi to come out. I suspect it might be. Although Damage Control doesn't look like it's going down to the ring. So maybe it is just going to be one-on-one. Io Sky is confident. I'm very excited about this match. Very excited. Cal says I can't remember Raw after WrestleMania last year, to be honest. Cool. Don't remind yourself. Do not do it. They have indeed, Danny. Stuart says, don't think tomorrow's Raw could possibly be as bad as last year's post-Mania one. It better not be, because if it is, I'm leaving after the first half hour. I'm going to be a very tired boy, and I've got work in the morning. Blue says, an hour of Drew whining will make it the best Raw after Mania ever. He's going to cry. He's going to cry. Pat McAfee saying it'll be one-on-one. I'm not sure if it'll be one-on-one the whole time. I'm really not sure. Bayley won't even look at her. Brad, quite accurately, saying it was the drizzling shits. That is a big smile on Bayley's face. This was the end game. This was the intention. This is what she wanted the whole time. This is Damage Control doing exactly what she wanted Damage Control to do. Oh, we got good camera. Big pop there for Bayley. They might be, Martin. I haven't spotted them. Haven't spotted them. She is there, Martin. She's not in disguise. Mercedes doesn't travel in disguise. She just talks to WWE and they get her somewhere to hide. My big concern is that Io Sky doesn't have enough heat without Bayley. But so far, so good. Why would it be a breach of contract, Crush? Yeah, why would it be a breach of contract? I think you've completely made that one up. Lauren says it's not against contract to go see your friends wrestle. And it isn't. I mean, Dustin's there. There are plenty of people in that crowd from AEW. Also plenty of people in that crowd from New Japan. Just throwing that one in there. Here we go. Bayley versus Io Sky. He didn't mean that, Crush. Blue says it's a small thing, but Samantha saying in her opponent in title matches sounds weird for champions. They need specific corners like boxing. Could always go there and their opponent. Io Sky is going to do a bit of running away here, I feel. Play coward. If they can make this last 20 minutes, then we'll have an hour for the main event. Awkward there from Io Sky. The throwing of Bayley out didn't quite work out. You can tell the international fans are in. The Bayley chant is in play. Gotcha, Blue. The UK fans in full voice. Maybe Bayley will finally agree today to be our girl. Chemistry's not quite running smooth yet. Something isn't quite gelling just yet, but there's still plenty of time to do it. It feels a little slower. Bayley going for a dive through the ropes. Sasha Banks special there. Stuart says there's the chant. Blue says Io in a big title match at Mania. I love pro wrestling. And Blue says Bayley may have hurt her knee. She seems to be moving pretty good. Oh, we're advertising WWE Speed right now. And Corey Graves also talking about the knee now. Looks like that's going to be storyline. Yes, it is. I believe Bayley has had knee injuries in the past. A knee bar on the apron. A knee bar on the apron. That is lovely work. Can tell the weak point that's been zeroed in on. What's Io got? We'll start with the ground and pound stuff. We'll pick up into the high flying stuff. Io's going to have quite a few big high flying moments. Juan, I believe it was about a year. Blue says it's the right knee. That's unusual, usually the left. I think it was her right knee that tore. It was about 2 years, you're right. Yeah, that's what she, when she came back at SummerSlam, it was because of a knee injury. Oh, dragon leg screw. A move that definitely would not hurt at all, but looks like it would absolutely kill. A combination I can kind of get behind. Let's go Bayley chant. The crowd are very firm in their choices. Io Sky showing off their pure athleticism. She's in control. Blue, I've watched a bit of Stardom, not too much. I watched it when Evie was wrestling. If anyone knows who that's a reference to, by all means shout it out. I was big on it when Evie was wrestling. Fans couldn't care less. Io can say what she wants. The fans are still going to sing. Bayley's one of those they will never stop singing for. We've been waiting for our moment and it's finally here. Io thrown over into the little box. Blue says, I know King Kota. Brad also says King Kota. Indeed, Evie. Dakota Kai. Okay, so I'm assuming that was supposed to be a Bayley to Bayley? Bayley to Bayley? I think it was supposed to be. We didn't quite get the right camera angle for it. The championship, once again, is on display on a little podium near the commentary team. Makes it a big deal. That was clearly a Bayley to Bayley. Which one is it? When do you say Belly and when do you say Bayley? It's been so long since you've used it. It's very Seth Rollins now. She's using a lot of knee-based offense when she's hurt her knee. Like, think it through, Meg. Think it through. Stuart says, can only hope she's on Clash at the Castle, have a proper rendition. And Blue is loving the podium. Sean says, I'm surprised they are doing the Bayley song outside of the UK. There'll be thousands of UK fans there. I was not sure who hit the offensive move there. I feel like Bayley recognised that Io was slipping and reacted to it. Oh no, that was intentional. That was the move. Once again, the women always do new stuff at WrestleMania. The men very rarely do. Chris says that's why I think Bayley loses. And Danny's saying, will Tiffany get a big title push? Eventually, I'm sure she will, but she is just starting her career and we're asking for her to be the top woman in the industry. It's not going to happen. Bayley getting the knee stuck. A little bit of incidental and a drop kick. Lovely. That's what Io Sky can thrive on. Blue says, smart from Bayley to start the leg injury on a dive. I really thought it was real. Yeah, if you're reacting to offense, it looks fake, but she's been clever with it. Io going for the moonsault. Landing this one, I'd imagine. And she does indeed. It's a bit Charlotte Flair, though. She kind of misses her target. I'd imagine all the big UK YouTubers are there, Brad. Blue says, who are your top 5 favourite women's wrestlers of all time? Becky, Rhea and Bayley are all up there. Alexa Bliss probably there as well. I struggle to pick a 5th. There's been some great talent, but it's hard to really pick them out. I quite like Kairi Sane, but I also really like Rosemary. I think Rosemary's actually my favourite. I just love the character. Still singing for Bayley. It's not over yet. You can't see a lot of people on screen actually singing it, but it doesn't matter. Sunset into the turnbuckle pad. Match is solid so far. Awkward cover. We're still at a decent tempo. We haven't slowed at all. So we're still selling an injury. Usually that means we slow down, but that is not the case with this one. Clever by Bayley, not quite landing on her feet because of the knee. But that does allow a bit of a bait and switch. Oh, Io with a firm grip. Looks like a German. Oh, a bridge as well. Oh, a roll through. A roll through and a deadlift. There's the bridge. That can't be comfortable. That cannot be comfortable. Martin says, ouch. Brad said, Rosemary's amazing. I think she needs her bunny back. I want my bunny back, bunny back, bunny back, bunny back. I hope the heads that are being shown on hardcam right now are not the ones that you thought were me. Because I don't look like that. Io going for another moonsault. She's already hit one, which means she won't hit this one. Oh, okay. That wasn't right. Io wasn't in the right spot to receive the knees. Bayley had to extend her leg and just kick her. She had to just kick her. Eesh. Sean says, I'm always scared when Bayley does that powerbomb into the corner. If it's taken wrong, it could cause a concussion. True, but ultimately the turnbuckle pads are really well padded. Bayley goes for the elbow drop. Io floats over into a bank statement. I know she uses the crossface, but you've got to consider who you're against right now. Bayley will be able to counter that. Lauren says, Bunny had a bad concussion and never quite came back from it. I'd love to see a back of Rosemary, no matter what. Blue says, for me, it's Becky, Io, Julia, Manami, Toyota, and Roxanne. Yes, already. Danny says, Bayley going high risk. And Blue says, Io's busting out some stardom offense she doesn't usually do in the WWE. Blue also says, it's interesting to me how many women use a crossface, all things considered. Oh, going into an STF. Stuart says, no, Tom, not those two heads. They were there as well, but there was another giant poster-style one last night. Or maybe someone is a big fan of spoiler warning. Maybe someone's just a very big fan of spoiler warning. Bayley throwing some elbows, gets Io Sky off her. Blue says, this is really good. Still time for it to get better. There's a belly-to-belly. That's not her finisher anymore. Io Sky was always going to kick out of that. It was not the best shot Bayley will get tonight. Nowadays, that's the Blue Thunder Bomb. It's a deep six. It's not really the same threat. She's going for the actual finisher now. Okay, Io Sky seems unsure of herself. Bayley not taking any crap from her. Keem says, evening Tom, this women's match is way better so far. Absolutely, this is a great match, I'm enjoying it. Blue says all the Japanese women are so good with their expressions. Oh, reverse of the belly to belly. She's already technically got an avalanche one and a normal one, so you ain't getting that again. Oh, into a backbreaker. Going for the moonsault again. She's hit one, she's failed one. Logically, this is another failure. No. Oh, they are breaking all the rules today. That's true, Blue. I don't fully know Io's offense. I don't. Blue says, first one to kick out of the moonsault, WrestleMania, innit? Keem says, great chemistry. Bayley surviving. That does seem like it was Io's best shot. Are we going to have a trade here? The belly to belly is not a finisher anymore. That trade does not quite work out. Second rope moonsault. Top rope moonsault. The camera's been moved away from Bayley. She moves. Io's landed on her feet there. Rose plant. Rose plant. Now, is it going to be... Oh, clever. Oh, clever. That was very nicely done. These two should know each other very well. They should be able to counter most of each other's offense. Crowd is going wild for Bayley. Dangerous suplex. Blue says, next gear, let's go. Bayley going for the elbow drop again. Lands it. She doesn't win with this one. If she's getting the finish, it has to be now. She gets it. Io sells it big. Can't see her eyes. She's on hard cam. Free. Bayley picks up the win. Thoroughly deserved. Bayley has won the WWE Women's Championship from Io Sky. Tremendous match. The crowd was hot throughout. and fully back the winner. Bayley versus Dakota Kai. Next, please. Sean says, do you think WWE will water down Julia's offense? No. They hide it for a reason. What do we got for the match results then? I'm going a 9. I love that. I think it might have actually been better than the women's match that opened WrestleMania. I wasn't sure by the end of it there. And it's nice to see people with direct connections. Sai says 8.5 out of 10. Hopefully some really good selling and not a real injury for Bayley. It was good selling. Tyler gives it a 9. Dom at 7.5. Blue says the Rose Plant is such a terrible finisher, which I don't disagree with. Pete says 9. Great match. Blue gives it a 9.5. Andy says a 9 and awesome. Keem says great match. 9. Stuart gives it a 9 as well. Sai says match of the night so far. Virginia gives it a 9. Danny says very surprised Damage Control did not get involved, Tom. Same. But I suppose because they know the main event's going to be overbooked, they needed to leave some space there. John says very good, 9 out of 10. Juan says 10, Bayley wins. Bayley gives it a 10. Martin gives it an 8.5. King says I think Bianca is coming for the title. I suspect there'll be a draft and Liv Morgan might be up next. Brad gives it a 9.5. Leon gives it a 9 as well. High praise for Dakota Kai versus Io Sky. I would put that so far as the second best match of WrestleMania after Gunther versus Sami Zayn. But look how happy she is. 2024 is the year of Bayley. I said it and I meant it. Blue says, I agree, second best of the weekend. Bayley showing a little bit of concern for Io Sky there, but I'm sure she'll be fine. Keem says, Banks there, you think? No, Mercedes is. I'm confident. That leaves us with an hour and 20 minutes for the main event of WrestleMania. The main event of WrestleMania will, of course, be Cody Rhodes challenging Roman Reigns for the for the undisputed WWE Championship, and Roman Reigns defending the undisputed WWE Universal Championship in a Bloodline Rules match. Bloodline Rules, and so far they kind of do. We're getting an announcement of a show in France. Doesn't surprise me at all. Behind the Beauty. Okay, no, this is a Peacock ad. Oh, no, there's Becky. Yep, it is a Backlash ad for Lyon in France. They're going global. The continentalization plan continues apace. Lyon Destiné, France. Saturday, May 4th. Okay, another month away. I'll be covering that one because it'll be such a reasonable time. And if there's one thing that's important to me as a person, it's the reasonableness of the time. If the time is reasonable, I have nothing to complain about. So we have Lyon, we have Saudi Arabia, we have Money in the Bank in Toronto, we have SummerSlam in America, we have Berlin as well. Hello, Michael Che is Colin Jost there. He does not want to be on camera. Right to Celebrate. They absolutely nailed that song. Who else have we got? I know the name George Kittle. Big Booze. He's enjoying it. So he should. T-Pain, who I only know because he's got a bow. Where is Lonely Island? Who have we got? Vanessa Hudgens once again rocking the rock. I know the name Lily Singh. I'm pretty sure she's a YouTuber / streamer. I'm not aware of the connection with Vanessa Hudgens. Something's happening in the ring. I'd imagine this is the attendance announcement. Oh, God. We have cheerleaders, we have Snoop Dogg, we have a whole procession. That's an eagle. Lots happening right now. I wonder if he's sober yet. I wonder if he's sober. Brad says night 2 is better than night 1. So far, I definitely agree. Cal says 10. What a match once again. The women outshining the men. I'm so glad Triple H cared about the women's roster because they deliver every time. Danny says Backlash is the next pay-per-view. Game says Roman's last intro as champ. I suspect it might be. Megan gives the match a 9 out of 10. Sean says, was this better than Rhea versus Becky? Personally, I go ever so slightly yes. Megan says both women's title matches were fantastic, and Sean points out there was no Roman in the package for Backlash. Lakers fan says hi again. I don't see WWE making 2 new champions to end the show. I'm glad she won. I stand by it, and the fact that you're not sure is only a good thing to WWE. I did forget Clash Blue. It's a busy time. Busy time. Blue says top 5 so far: Gunter, Sammy, Io, Bayley, Becky, Rhea, Night Styles, and the Lucha tag. Danny says Tiffany will win Money in the Bank. Heard it here first. And apparently the combined attendance is 145,298. Them some numbers. Blue says taking the money to do this in Philly when they knew it would be cold is hilarious. WWE know how to make money, and that's all they really care about. Carl says Bayley and Jade Cargill is something we need to see, in my opinion. And Blue says Night 2 is already better because the main event will have to be better than the tag. Let's not count our chickens. Let's just not count our chickens. Kevin says Night 2 destroys Night 1 tonight. The main event could still be worse. Keem said it's a new era. Can't have the old thinking anyway. Anything is possible. We have a high package, we have entrances. By the time we actually get to the match, it will be half an hour from now, 10 past the final hour. We are ready for the main event. P says, God, that ring giving me motion sickness. Cal, nobody said chickens, and nor should you. So I says, here we go, the main event with more booking than the Royal Rumble. Blue says, do you think we got Austin in the main event? I think we'll probably get Cena because he's one of the guys that Roman beat and he has a beef with Solo. If they're there, it's got to be now. Danny said, this will be mayhem now. Bloodline rules. But will they rule for long? Ooh. We're going to see a lot of Cody tears. Sean says, I've seen some fans wanting Chelsea Green to win Money in the Bank. If you look hard enough, you will see fans wanting everyone to win Money in the Bank. The story, as we know for Cody, is I want championship because Daddy did. This whole high package is unnecessary if you consider that that is the whole story for Cody Rhodes. I'm interested to see how much The Rock is actually in this package. He'll definitely be heavily involved in the final match. But I'm interested to see how involved he is in the hype package. Bloodline rules means no DQ. And we are going to launch the future of The Rock versus Cody and The Rock versus Roman Reigns during the main event tonight. Carl says 2 years leading up to now, will Cody end up regretting taking a sledgehammer to the throne, or will he have so much plot armor he could be anointed as king of the world? Chris says Matt and Nick Jackson were shown. Didn't spot that one. Man says Cody tears, good or bad. I like that he's an emotional person. I like that he's not afraid to cry. I respect it. We talked earlier about Rhea Ripley being open about a panic attack. Cody's open about the fact he's an emotional guy. It's the right move. Keem says Stone Cold and Rock interactions will be levels, and Danny thinks Cody will do it now. Q43 says over or under 20 minutes for the entrances. Wow, Jericho. I believe it will be about 10 minutes past before we actually ring a bell. I genuinely think we're going to be another 25 minutes before we get there. Danny says, has to happen. Cody will finish the story right now. Martin says, Rock didn't exactly earn it. At least Cody won the Rumble. Rock turned up and said, move, I'm the boss. That's worse for me. Joey said that the Young Bucks are going to save Cody tonight. No. Chris said they just showed Cody with Kenny and Jericho. They did indeed. He's given them a lot of pictures that they can work with. They're his pictures. He can do what he wants. There's no copyright on them. Here we go. Plenty of Rock now. We've entered the Rock phase. Danny says, what's your prediction here? Overbooked to hell, but in a good way. Cody Rhodes leaves as the new undisputed WWE champion. Roman Reigns loses the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Cal says, just me, but people say MJF should return and setting themselves up for disappointment. Just enjoy the crazy ride. No point speculating because people will most likely end up disappointed. Brad says, Hunter said the smashing of the throne was never really an issue with him. Yeah, he found it funny. The story's no longer about yourself, apparently. It very much is. Like, we know it. We know who you are. There's one thing we know, is that the fans want Cody. We're playing up to the idea that the fans are just going to rush the ring, to be honest. He's asking fans to fight with him. I mean, this might be the highest likelihood that we're going to get a ring invasion. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. Roman Reigns matches have been dull lately. Very dull. They need to make sure this one isn't the same level of boring. So they need to up their game. They need to keep us invested and interested. I know that they're mostly going to do it. They are mostly going to do it by essentially annoying us into it. It's going to be very attitude era, because that's how The Rock books his matches. The story's going to involve beatdowns. It's going to involve The Rock just randomly laying into Cody. It's going to involve bodies in every direction. But my God, this has the potential to be a lot of fun. Or not. Expect two very unique and interesting entrances now. Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns did not use their specialist entrances yesterday because they were saving them for today. You'll note that The Rock did, but Seth Rollins didn't either. Cody Vader in play, fire in every direction. The pirate is here. I'm feeling Skeletor. I feel like he essentially is the Winged Eagle belt. Brandy Rhodes, of course. Enjoying the reception. No Pharaoh, which I respect. Cody already in character, doesn't even look at his wife. Ooh, we're feeling this one, aren't we? Oh, we are. Kiss your wife. Good boy. Cal says, I'm so hyped. Danny says Roman's taking a big break. I heard. Anyway, did you hear that from here? Because I've reported that. Or did you hear that from Dave Meltzer? Because he confirmed that. Cal says they're always going to hit. World peace would happen. It could happen if Cody wins. Let's see. Let's see if I can. Whoa! I can't, really. I definitely need to soundproof my office in the new house. Joey says the match is definitely going over 40 minutes. Cal says Stardust in the hype package. He's here. Tom was right. Joey says Roman needs to wrestle like he did in 2016 in this match. Pete says, love it. Martin says, called it. Keem just says, levels. Brad says Cody has win face. You're starting to pick up some of my terms, because jobber face was a thing that I talked about a lot in the early days. Marnie says, why am I nervous? Oh, that is a happy kid. That is a very happy kid. Blue says, Cody Vader and his wife both getting cheered. They made the right decision. Whoa. It is 3 in the morning, guys. Sean says, it is safe to say Seth and Cody didn't beat the game because they lost to the final boss. Well, the final boss is Roman Reigns. I'm not the only one rocking the Skeletor. With his family. Emotional, taking their time. Cody Rhodes has finally achieved his dream of being both the Smoking Skull and Winged. Nope, that's not how you spell Winged. Windig. And Winged Eagle belts at the same time. Yeah. Lauren singing with us. Blue says, I stand by. This has to be better than last night's main event. Rock's not going to be in the ring for a large portion, even if he's there the whole time. He says, need more feeling Tom and soundproofing. Chris says, Lil Brody Lee. And Blue says, it's Winged Eagle. Yes, but he's also got a skull on his face, mate. Skull on his face. Skull. Megan says, I would not be mad if Cody's coat ended up in my wardrobe. Just saying. Well, here's the thing. No, because it's mine. That is a style that I enjoy. Like the old school Welcome to the Black Parade. I'd so rock a Welcome to the Black Parade outfit. Cody Rhodes kneeling in the prime. Literally, in his prime. Oh, is that a funny joke? I don't know anymore. Again, a lot of people recognizing the Skeletor. I see it. Cody chant coming through as well. Fans are making their feelings known here. Now we get to the real big entrance. Nobody has been allowed a bigger entrance than Roman Reigns. It's a full goddamn orchestra. Bayley says start. The clock. Cal says Cody's entrance was incredible. That whoa was so loud. He literally has a full orchestra. We go nuts of our pyro. The orchestra briefly can't hear itself and goes nuts. Keem says Roman for the kids. Bayley says Seth still gets the opening of the night though. I mean, it was baffling. But I think this is the one. This is the star. We're listing through the big names. There were rumours of Stone Cold. Not yet. Rumours of John Cena. Not yet. Rumours of The Undertaker. Nothing. Rumours of Hulk Hogan. Nothing. Rumours, of course, about Jacob Fatu, which has caused a few issues. With good old-fashioned wrestling media. Made a lot of people real wound up. But none of that matters. We're here. And we are here to stay. Sean says, this is a day when Roman will acknowledge Cody. I get the feeling this is a day that Roman acknowledges The Rock. God, I love that drummer. I'm genuinely in love with him and I want to have his babies. Blue says there he broke an actual Hogan record. Martin says Cody needs help and where and who does it come from? I don't think it'll be Seth. He's not exactly well right now. This genuinely feels like a Hollywood epic. Oh. Brock Lesnar name mentioned. Edge mentioned. Braun Strowman's name doesn't quite belong in that crew, but you know, we do what we can. Chris says Bayley Mania is here to celebrate. Welcome, Chris. A good day for Bayley fans. Daniel Bryan mentioned. Spot on. I was waiting for Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle to be mentioned, but we are where we are. Now, I am expecting The Rock to come out next. I didn't enjoy the report earlier. And I really did enjoy this one from, I believe, the Fightful paywall. That the referee, and you'll never believe this, the referee for the main event would be the same guy it always is for the main events. I was stunned. Genuinely stunned by this piece of information. Fair, Blue. Fair. In my head, I think I was just celebrating people that The Rock has destroyed. That Roman Reigns has destroyed. We have an hour for this, and I suspect they will use all of it. Oh, we have special cam. Do you think we'll get a sexy pin here? Roman likes a sexy pin. Cody doesn't. The camera's a bit twitchy. Slow down, mate. There's going to be a lot of staring in this match. I can feel it already. Yes, Sean, he does indeed. Also says, has WWE offered Daniel Bryan a Hall of Fame spot? Not to my knowledge. And says, let's not hope. Let's just hope it's not a long, boring hour. True. Now, Paul Heyman did not interrupt Samantha Irvin last time. And I don't think he's going to this time. Blue says Cody over against Roman. And Bayley says Charles Robinson is a referee, a Hall of Famer, all his own. Lil Nate in action. Roman again, swinging it like his dick. Oh, I love how she says Undisputed. That may be the last time we hear the word Universal mentioned in the WWE. Now that is heat. That is a star. That is power. Crush says Roman is overconfident. He did not say goodbye to the championship. Typically, he'll kiss the belt. He handed it over, and he didn't even look at it. Blue says, I'll be very happy to have only 2 world titles again. Know that the championship now says Undisputed Champion. Keem says, 9th inning mention. That is Michael Cole telling us exactly where we are. It is little Nate. Spot on, mate. The bell has rung. Faster than I expected. We are away. There is an hour left for this match. If it lasts an hour, I'm going to lose my shit. Oh, there's going to be a lot of staring. There's going to be a lot of staring. I would laugh if, in fact, there's no overbooking and Cody Rhodes just beats him. Man says, don't forget 10-minute celebration and recap video. They had that yesterday. They still went over. Blue says, starting exactly on the top of the hour, and Andy is nervous. We have our first stare. Roman sucks. Blue says, so much more heat tonight. Quite literally. Literal heat. Cody warming the crowd back up. The Stormtrooper still celebrating. Brad, I've already responded to it, mate. Keem says 30 minutes of classic wrestling, 20 minutes of madness. I wouldn't hate it. Except for the fact that the 30 minutes of classic wrestling is way too long. Give me 15. Blue says the crowd actually reacting, meaning they're staring, actually makes sense. Yeah, yesterday the crowd weren't into it. They were just killing time. We'll still be doing one move and then a break, though. At least for the first 10 minutes. We are wrestling to the headlock. Hi, HCar, how are you? Man says it's Bloodline, grab a damn chair or table. It's Bloodline rules, and yet no one's made that really clear. Blue says something on the line tonight means so much more. A championship is on the line tonight. We have ourselves another stare. Sean says, is it Dominic level heat? It's better. And Mega says, can we give props to Samantha Irvin before they get going? She's been fantastic all weekend. She absolutely has. I cannot imagine how bad her throat feels right now. We have another lockup. We are restarting the match, basically. The first 3 minutes have just been killed. The feeling out process is not over. It's just not. I'm good, HCar. Having a good time. Roman straight into the barricade. Not barricade. Ring post. There's going to be no DQ. It's going to be no count out. Lil Nature's there basically just to count the fall. So far, HCar, I've got to say, WrestleMania Night 2 has been brilliant. And now we're getting tables. If you're going to do it right. Do it with me. That's another reference. Drive-by puts Roman back into the ascendancy. We'll slow down for a moment again. Is he interested in the table or is he going to put it back? I kind of expect he's going to put it back. He's going to put it back. How good is Roman Reigns? Like, genuinely, guys. He literally just put it back. That is a guy who is just in charge of his own career right there. Can do whatever he wants. Ultimate heel move. Into the steps. We are definitely faster than we were yesterday. We're still not full pace, but we are definitely faster than we were yesterday. We've got Roman back in the ring. The table has been put away. The steps are still out. So I says, what a tidy champion. Puts his tables away. HCar says, hope Seth Rollins runs down to stomp Roman. I'm not sure about that. Seth Rollins was pretty hurt Brad says greatest heel of all time. Ooh. Possibly. Roman's armed, I suspect. He is kendo stick. We've gone to the weapons early. This is going to be an Attitude Era match. They're going to fight through the crowd again. Oh, I'm excited. I'm into a Roman Reigns match. This feels different. This feels very different. Roman's got his kendo stick and he wants people to shut up and let him enjoy it. I can't blame him. The man wants to celebrate. He's having a good day. Everything's going his way. Blue says it's a hope he might actually lose. We wouldn't get this, I don't think. We wouldn't get this atmosphere if Roman hadn't won last year. The year-long build, the double Royal Rumble win, the loss mattered. If he'd have won, he'd have been on scholarship. He'd have been the chosen one. He'd have been Vince's next project. He'd have been shoved down our throats. The loss meant something. The loss meant he wasn't guaranteed. The loss meant he had weaknesses. Losing night one was vital to that. We have to say, this guy has weaknesses. This guy is not the chosen one. Roman remains in that position. I also respect that he's still wearing red on his shoes. The man likes a bit of red in his outfit. There is an extra intensity to Roman here. It's unusual for him. Usually he slows down a lot more. Protecting the knee. Interesting. You got to respect the figure four, particularly with Little Nature in the ring. Like, you know what you're doing there. You know what you're doing. Martin says Roman lost 2 or 3 Manias beforehand, didn't he? Before he won the first one. I'm not sure. I wasn't really watching at the time. When I was watching, he was already the guy. He lost at 31. He wasn't involved at 30. In the championship anyway. I think he was in a 6-man tag and he won. Yeah, he lost at 31 because of Seth. 32 he beat Triple H. 33 he beat The Undertaker. 34 he lost to Brock Lesnar. 35 he beat Drew McIntyre. 36 he wasn't there. 37 he beat Edge and Daniel Bryan, The Rock's mom. 38 was Brock Lesnar and he won. 39 he beat Cody, and here we are at 40. I remembered all of them. I'm proud of myself. I remembered all of them. Those are all Roman's main events. Except for the McIntyre one, which was not a main event. That was 35. Yeah, Blue also bringing it in. He lost 31, won 32, beat Taker at 33, lost to Brock at 34. Thing is, Martin, I'm actually a Roman guy. I'm genuinely a Roman guy. I was from the start. I came in after the part where people hated him. And I didn't really know why people hated him. I didn't really understand. Like, I was still a Seth guy, and still am. But I didn't get why people hated Roman. So, I didn't hate Roman. Also, I know he read the... For those that don't know, when I first started with PWE Torch, I wrote an article called The Roman Reigns-ometer, just tracking the endless odds he could defeat. And he's read it. Cody hit his head in that suplex. Blue says Roman was awesome from the start on the main roster. The issue was always Vince's booking. And I do believe that. From what I've seen, that is 100% accurate. So they have gone through the crowd. I'm very happy with the match so far. We're in the ring, we're back in play. Cody coming in behind Roman, which is always a good shout, going for the cutter. Oh, going for a Hurricane Rana. Nope. Sit out. Last ride. Blue says his work in the Shield tag matches was off the charts. He just got it. All of the Shield did. I went back and checked it out, and they all did. Martin says, I always think if Cena had gone heel, could he have done a Roman? I think he could have. I still think there's space for a class of 2002 to just do a hostile takeover. I really do. Well played by Corey Graves. Tonight there is no tomorrow. Another suplex, a release suplex as well. Nice. Smoothly done. Sean says, I believe Bobby Roode was one of the producers for yesterday's main event. Then he needs to do better. And Sean says, people do forget Cena was a heel as a doctor. Originally, yes, Cena came in heel. Rude from Roman. Rude. Blue says, Cena never turning heel after his face turn is part of his legacy. I like that he never did it. And it's far too late now. It is far too late now. Did Pat McAfee just swear on the commentary team? I think Michael Cole's going to have to tell him off there. We are now slowing down. Michael Cole's correct. We are slowing down to a more recognisable Roman Reigns pace. But I'm okay with that. We've had a pretty good opening 10 minutes. Bear with me. We've had a pretty good opening 10 minutes. We can now afford to slow it down a little bit for the sake of variation. Roman is now going to be standard heel. Honestly, I'm okay with the match lasting 40 minutes if we start with that first 10 minutes. No one's blowing up. I think maybe they saw the reception to the main event for night one and they just decided, you know what, let's not do that again. Let's speed up. And they can. We all remember Roman Reigns versus AJ Styles. We all know what Roman can genuinely do if he's invested. There's no reason he shouldn't be invested. Get on your high horse and go for it. H-Cast says, hope Michael Cole goes in the Hall of Fame soon because he definitely deserves it. And Blue says, we should guess on how many people will interfere. I'm going with 17. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling this. I'm kind of feeling like 0 is a good number. Ah, yes, Roman Reigns with a perfect plex and a bridge. Roman Reigns breaking out some good stuff. When's the last time you saw Roman using suplexes? It's not really his play. He usually just punches people. Paul Heyman motivating Roman further. Roman is still at the top, but the pace is still okay. It's not gone as glacial as is typical for Roman. I'm not as bored as I was at SummerSlam, and certainly not as bored as I was this time last year. Because my God, I was bored this time last year. You all know it. You all know it. Blue said it would be funny if The Rock kept anyone from interfering. It also does fit The Rock character. If Roman can't beat Cody one-on-one, if he can't beat him one-on-one, but The Rock did pin Cody, not one-on-one, but he did, especially after taking a spear from Roman, maybe Roman isn't the right one to lead the Bloodline. Keem says even the last ride was added to moveset. This should be the slowest part of the match. Just the sustained beatdown. There are still people counting along. He shouldn't do 10. He shouldn't do 10. Oh, super kick. We're away. Juan says, so far the match is solid. Just sucks tomorrow here in America. US has to prepare for the eclipse. Well, to be fair, as we know, an eclipse is a national emergency, apparently. Blue says, Jay is just not a natural main eventer. I like him, but he doesn't have the style to go 20 minutes solo. And Blue also says, well, I do think that would be... Could? The crowd expects The Rock, and I think Triple H will give them that, and Rock will want the attention. There's also a giant Prime bottle out there. Just want to point that one out. You just want to look at it and be like, see that? It's a giant Prime bottle. I don't know why. I don't know why. We're in the good old-fashioned punching phase. So I'm just happy there are no match-specific sponsors here. There is not. They wanted to let this one stand solo. HK says, hope Stone Cold Chill Up and Stunners The Rock. And Blue says, the crowd are completely into this. The match has been 15 minutes long so far, and it has flown. Mustafa says, Stone Cold in the Prime Ball. That would be fucking hilarious. Power Slam. Cody's feeling it. He's ready to go for the big one. Sean says Bobby Roode and Michael Hayes helped produce last night's main event. Michael Hayes has been essentially producing all of Roman's stuff. Bobby Roode has been working directly with The Rock. They need to not. I'd imagine Michael Hayes is involved in this one, to be fair, but Cody's just decided, let's hit fast forward. Get Tyson Kidd in there. Just get it done. You want a producer, get Tyson Kidd. Jason Jordan ain't half bad either. Go for the Cody cut. That's not the Cody cutter, that's flying nothing. Roman hits a crossroads and it's pretty smooth. That's not it. You know that's not it. One says, let's have Stone Cold come out in a Miller Lite truck and spray Roman. Now that does suggest that what's going to happen next is Cody's going to hit a terrible spear on Roman Reigns. The spear is not a move you can do if you don't do it regularly. It's why Jay's does not look good. Yes, Brad, Jason Jordan. Did I say something else? Did I say something else? He could whip his ass forever. It's a missed opportunity to say that he could do this all day. Blue says, best Roman match in over a year. Also, this last week is the most Roman has worked in a long time. A double main event. He's even got a finger boo-boo. He's even got a finger... I said Jason Jordan. You were fine. Cool, thank you, Mustafa. He's even got a finger boo-boo and he's still nailing it. He's not hitting this. Yeah, they need to move the camera on this one. They need to find an angle that hides the punches because they are nowhere close. Oh, I'm invested here. I didn't expect it. Night 2 is definitely better than Night 1. Okay, Cody's hesitating. I don't know why. Tables? Tables. Brad says Jason Jordan was responsible for Jay versus Jimmy. Okay, maybe not then. Maybe not then. This is, of course, the same table that was RKO'd. Not sure where we're going here, but a lovely zoom on the championship. Usually it means that Cody... Oh, low blow, of course. And Martin, we have actually had quite a few weapons used already. The table was in play, a few kendo sticks. We fought through the crowd. As it's basically just no holds barred. No real problem with it. Powerbomb onto the table. Cody's at an angle, which is why it flat packs. Roman Reigns eager to finish it. Gets Cody in. Superman punch. This won't be enough, but he's going for it. He's selling it like it should be. HK says, hope Cody sets up Roman up for one of Dusty Rhodes' old moves, the final cut. Or, more likely, he hits his own moves and tries to win the match with them. Plus probably a spear, because... wrestling. the fans are still chanting for Cody Rhodes. The pace has been enough to keep them invested, to keep them interested, to keep them enjoying themselves. A couple of spoilers on Twitter. I'm not going to share them. If you're not wanting spoilers, stay away. John says, for having no rules, I've had very few weapons and no interferences yet. Yet is, of course, the key word. Cody Cutter. Martin says, I won't lie, I was expecting a less wrestling match, I guess. I mean, we are where we are. Stuart says, it's not right. The Spanish announce table is still intact. You're absolutely right. The wrong table went. What a botch. Martin says, maybe his Attitude Era match, Cody on the verge of winning. Here comes Bloodline. That's pretty standard. We have now reached 21 minutes. I believe this is now the longest match of WrestleMania Night 2. Cody going for the crossroads. Roman fighting his way out. A bit of panic with him there. Going for a rock bottom. Uranagi. Nope. Arm drag. Spear. Spear. Again, bad. Keem says 30 minutes of wrestling. So the traded finishes. Blue says better than last year's match. Absolutely it is. H-Car says, Tom, I wonder what is the longest WrestleMania match of all time. I can tell you exactly which one it was. It was a main event of WrestleMania 12. That's one crossroads from Cody. We have interference. That's the spoiler I was talking about. Jimmy Uso's arm was spotted underneath the ring. He's been hiding under there, ready to come out and get involved. Where's Jay? So this is where we go real overbooked. I'm expecting Jay. We're here in the crowd shouting yeet. Blue says we're at 2. I think we are now. So this is indeed where we go crazy. Jimmy's out first. Here comes Jay. Logically, we follow it with Solo, which imbues Cena. And if we then follow with The Rock, Stone Cold. Let's have some fun. Let's do it. Let's do it. Jimmy Uso has been taken out of the equation by Jey Uso with a super kick. Oh, and a spear off the ramp through some tables. I love it. That is 2 men out of action. Roman looks panicked. We're going to a cover. You're not winning it like that in WrestleMania. Spear. He dived way too early there, but that's a spear. Cody does not open his eyes for the cover. Cody, a professional. Man says, here we go. Blue says the spot was better than their match last night. And mine said, this is my main event, baby. Fun time. That is 1 pairing down. It's not the last. It's just the first. Roman seems to want to blame Lil Nate. I would laugh with rumours of Jacob Fatu. If the plan is... I don't think Seth will be involved, Blue. There's natural pairings that we've not seen. I would laugh if Jacob Fatu does get involved. After we see Solo come out, John Cena stops him. After we see Rock come out, Stone Cold stops him. We then see Jacob Fatu come out, no one stops him, so Cody beats both of them. Give him some odds. Blue says, will Robinson stand up to The Rock? No. Robinson will do as he's told. You enjoying that, Martin? You might say I'm enjoying the match. Cody with a spear through the barricade. It's always the same spot. Literally did the same thing yesterday. Yeah, that's not going to happen, H-Car. One says, Tom, people on Twitter are going crazy thinking MJF is coming. Why? There is no storyline reason for MJF to appear. Also, he's under contract with AEW. Blue says, I hate that spot now. There was a variation of it which was used extremely well in the triple threat for NXT Stand and Deliver. Just very well played. A very strong "This is awesome" chant from the crowd, where 25 minutes in, it still feels fresh. Brad, if we have Jacob Fatu and Tama Tonga, the energy is going to be sapped from this crowd because no one's going to have a clue who they are. Blue says the NXT one was better. It was much better produced. Another Crossroads. Who's next? Cody has taken his eyes off the commentary table. That's the second one. Crowd are booing. They've seen someone. It's Solo. And there's the fun. John Cena. Let him do a few hits and then hit the music. I don't think there's really another ideal name to battle Solo Sikoa. He's trying to put Roman into a pinning position after the spike. Cody gets a kick out before the music hits. He does indeed. Guys are just naming names now, aren't you? Random, unrelated names. Solo looks back. He might have to get more involved, but he might not be able to. Blue says, I like the idea all the faces get music. All the faces have to run down a ramp. It's already overbooked. It's already good. Leaving New Japan doesn't automatically mean you turn up in the main event of WrestleMania, though, to be fair. Honestly, if Jacob Fatu is involved, I would not have him involved in this match. I'd have him joining in as the Bloodline when Solo Sikoa essentially is forced to take control of it. Picking up Cody. Still taking their time with it. We nearly hit half an hour. Oh, you hear it? Cody is speared and spiked. No happening. Solo again. You said you wanted turns. Solo is turning. And John Cena. As first reported by Tom Colohue, John Cena has been invited to WrestleMania. John Cena, who definitely can't get physical, right? He's going to hit an AA on Roman. John Cena, who cannot get physical. I see he knows what's up. He's going for the Spanish announce table. John Cena, who definitely can't get physical. Just AA'd Solo Sikoa through a table. And now we get big. The Rock is here. I told you, overbooked to hell, but also so good. Mine says Solo went over before Cena could hit. So I says Jacob Fatu needs to be saved for Raw. Juan says Stone Cold is next. Mustafa saying Avengers assemble. Blue loves WrestleMania. He's about to fight The Rock. This is so much better than last night. Stuart says all is right in the world with the table gone. H-Car says hope Cena hits a 5-knuckle shuffle to Roman. Blue says they're making this feel huge. XL, you might say. Chris says does Rock still respect Cena? Yeah. These two guys love each other. Like, there's a higher chance of a sexy pin now. So The Rock's going to have to beat Cena now in order for Stone Cold to get involved. I'd imagine they're going to trade blows and then Solo will return, or Roman will get back involved and hit a spear on Cena while he's distracted. Keen, we don't really do the teams anymore. It's only really War Games. I don't hate it. John Cena immediately taking a rock bottom. Get out of the Rock's ring. The Rock going to do some whipping. I don't think they could get Stone Cold. You're right, Blue. It looks like they couldn't get Stone Cold. The Rock's looking for him. The fact that he's using the Shield music is interesting. Oh, you know what I did not see coming? Yeah, it's going to be Stone Cold. You know I did not see coming. That was brilliant. Roman saw him coming. The Rock is screaming at Roman to get it finished. Lawrence says, beautiful Shield moment. Chris said he got took out. They did get Undertaker. I didn't know about this one. I thought he would be Stone Cold. I did not know about this one. The lights go out and the gloves come off. That does not look like The Undertaker. That's disappointing. Fear in The Rock's eyes. You're not The Undertaker, mate. You're just some guy called Mark. The Rock does not get a good jump but does take a choke slam. I should point out, if you recall, this last happened to The Undertaker when he was facing Yokozuna. So I says this is like a WWE Greatest Hits package and The Undertaker is gone. It must have been really busy under that ring. Really busy. The Rock is also gone. The Rock is also gone, leaving us with Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes. We didn't even see Seth's face. We didn't even see Seth's face. Overbooked to hell and loving it. Seth Rollins is still there. To be clear, Seth Rollins is going to keep his word. Has he intentionally gone blonde for this? That distraction will be enough. He ain't taking it. Go for the finish. I love that he kicked the belt out of the way at the same time. Roman checking on him there, telling him he's ready to go. 2. There's no one left. There is no one left. The third one is hit. The pinfall is in the hard cam. 2-3. Cody Rhodes assembled. I've missed a capital C. Always bad. Cody Rhodes assembled the Avengers. Samantha Irvin has lost her voice. Samantha Irvin has lost her voice. The American Nightmare is the new undisputed WWE Champion. The Universal Championship dies with Roman Reigns. Ends. I'm not going to use dies. That's the wrong word. The Universal Championship ends with Roman Reigns. And there's Brandy. Megan says Rock versus Cena for 41. Sean says Stone Cold would have made sense knowing he and Rock's history. To be fair, Undertaker also makes sense. Wiggly is a happy boy as well. Kim was suggesting fake Seth. Carr was hoping Mark Calloway could hit the tombstone. He actually can't do that anymore, like physically. Blue says Roman chose revenge and it's going to screw him. Lauren says, oh my god. Martin says 30-minute match, but wow, that was a WrestleMania main event. Yesterday was crap. That was a WrestleMania main event. The Rock is not happy with Roman Reigns. Blue says Austin to come out and celebrate. I don't see that. Martin says Samantha is so emotional. Crush just goes, yes. Peter gives it a 10 for everything. Blue says it's an all-time Mania main event. Keem says the storybook ending. Wow. Juan says Cody wins just like Tom predicted. Bayley says story told. Jordan gives it a 10. Virginia gives it a 10. Stuart gives it a 10. Leon gives it a 10. Says Night 2 was incredible. Blue says most satisfying ending since 35. Chris says Roman gets whipped. Aged Carr gives it a 10. Sean says story finished. Megan says I'm legit crying right now. Andy gives it a 10. Martin is breaking the goddamn scale. Story finished. Blue says all the faces coming out. The Rock is not finished just yet. We have a Randy Orton. We have a Kevin Owens. We have a whole load of replays. We have a happy Tom. Blue says WrestleMania 10. H-Car says at least Taker came back. Lawrence says 8 out of 10, overbooked but emotional. Mustafa says this match went to 11. Was that a good impression? I don't know. Brad gives it a 10. I'm giving it a 10, guys. I'm giving it a 10. Sai says 9 out of 10 for that because I never give 10. Then what is the point of having a 10? 10. Andy gives it an old school celebration, which is like a 10, but instead it's words. They picked out the people in the crowd who could not believe it. Who could not believe it. That was a celebration of WrestleMania's past. Get him on your shoulders. Jay and Sammy, they are the right choice. It's not a huge crowd, but it's big enough. I want a shot. Solo Sikoa is still unconscious. I want a shot of Roman and The Rock at the top of the ramp, and Roman with his head down in shame. Khalid says, Tom, I'm so happy. Crush says 10 out of 10. Pete says, bet Dave doesn't give it a 5. Could not care less. Hector says, I was worried this would be another 20-minute, but I'm glad they ended early. And Chris says, get the funfetti. And Khalid is welcoming back The Undertaker. A big hug from Randy Orton to Cody Rhodes. Lil Nate getting choked a little bit by Jey Uso. Maybe he's into that. Who knows? Sami Zayn singing the Whoa. CM Punk's here. No, maybe not. Maybe not you. Kevin says, I want to see Roman crying. I don't think we'll go that far. Joey says, I'm surprised Stone Cold wasn't there. As I've said, he was invited. Kevin Owens has just helped Cody's mum up. She's in the ring now too. Actually, I take it back about CM Punk. Sami Zayn had to turn Cody around so he saw his mum. I take it back about CM Punk. He did really put a focus on Cody there. Well played to him. Bayley says, well done all evening. A+. Mustafa says, someone get Seth. Where is Seth? Like, where is he? Also, who are most of these people? Family? Chris saying CM Punk. Blue says, I still remember when AEW fans are making fun of Cody for going back to WWE. He bet on himself and now he's the number one face in pro wrestling. He technically has been for the last 2 years. And Chris said, get little Brody in there. I think Cody's calling for him. Sammy's going to go out and get him. Sammy's the nicest guy in the world. Oh, he's got a microphone. Solo Sikoa is only just getting up now. Various Rhodes, thank you, Lord. Oh, they're collecting Seth. He's still selling. Pete says Raw's going to be emotional tomorrow now for Dusty. I think it's going to be now. Blue says again the mic, New Japan style, and Crush says, there's little Brody. Huge Cody chance. Huge. Huge. Megan gives it millions. Bigley says, didn't I say the faces would come out? I also said that, mate. Gives it 11. Sean says, we're truly in a new era. Lakers fans is happy Cody won. He's a Roman fan. And he's happy Roman did good. Carrying the company. Ooh. Nick Khan is front row in the crowd. Triple H. Cody demanding that Triple H enter the ring and celebrate the Triple H. His mum was holding a belt for him. That's very nice. Interesting reception for Triple H. Oh, someone else was coming down first. Right. Yes, Martin, he said Bruce Pritchard. That soured it a little bit. And he says maybe WWE's right waiting a year. Maybe Triple H was. Vince McMahon did not want to wait. Crush says WWE's on an all-time high, and Blue says the belt actually looks good on him. The belt was made for him. They knew what they were doing. Oh, yeah, Bruce Pritchard, that's who people are booing. H-Car, Shane McMahon is not turning up. Whoa. I can't do it anymore. Triple H shaking his hand. The new era, the Triple H era has begun. And we're crying. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it, Mustafa. I wouldn't hate it. No Roman, no Rock. Their story will continue on Monday night. Lauren just said, that's a long discussion. They can't get close enough to hear what Triple H is saying, but you know it good. H-Car says Raw should be epic tomorrow. This is the reset. This is the restart. This is a Triple H era. Oh yeah, Blue. Oh yeah. Sami Zayn demanding that Cody Rhodes be lifted in the air again. There's a kid marking out that John Cena's there, which is nice. Commentary applauding, everyone applauding. This is how you end a WrestleMania. The Triple H era has begun. Cody Rhodes. How do you spell Renaissance? Let's not do it. Cody Rhodes is the champion. I think Seth's actually hurt because he literally cannot stand up. I hugged to Michael Cole as well. Damn it, Cody. Is Seth okay? Oh God, Seth, are you alright? What's happening with Seth Rollins? He's not okay. No, seriously, what is happening with Seth Rollins? You are scaring me, mate. Bruce Pritchard's leaving here. It's fair. No, you place. Is he just selling? I don't understand. Was he not actually cleared in the end? It's very Seth Rollins to wrestle 2 matches when he's not actually cleared. He might just be selling, in which case, well done to him. There we go, there's a moment between Cody and Seth. Are you going? Are you going? Tell me it's not so, Seth. Tell me it ain't so. Cody's been anointed the guy. Technically, Seth can go. Oh, I've got myself worried now. Oh, anyway, thank you, Bayley. Appreciate you. Pete says, what has Cody done to his shoulder? He's had that for a while. Virginia says, I hope that you start feeling better soon, Tom. God bless you, sir, because you totally rock. Thank you, Virginia. Appreciate that. Kevin says, Jimmy and Jay brawl by far was better over last night's match, and it lasted about a couple of seconds. H-Car says, so Brody Lee Jr. gets in the ring and Cody lifts him up. The focus is on Cody right now. And he's got tears. Lauren says they got the cam off him fast. I'm back. He says, KO looking after Seth. Blue says, finally selling the leg. 3 matches for Seth. Why would he go? Many, many reasons. People have their own reasons for doing things. Megan says, I'm a tiny bit sad that Dustin can't be in the ring with him. I can't lie. He's waiting. He's waiting. Will Cody move to SmackDown now? There'll be a draft. Sai says, I really think there's a story with Seth. He doesn't shed tears for dropping a belt. I agree. Martin says, massive thank you. Legend. Sorry, it was emotional. Just went back to my dad as he was thinking of his... I don't really understand those last words, mate. Blue says, Nick Khan? Nick Khan... he's fucking cameraman. Cody's just lovely. Yes. Yes. Nick Khan has some words as well. Okay, mine. Got you. Roman and Rock just left. There was definitely a moment, but I don't think they showed it on camera. The Rock did not look happy, and that's us. Blue says even wrapped up at a reasonable hour. They did. They had Stephanie McMahon, everything. What the hell? WrestleMania. Bloody hell. Oh. That was a great show. That might genuinely be, front to back, the best WrestleManias I've ever put on. Front to back. Oh. We will have news on spoiler warning tomorrow, and we'll have a lot of it, don't you worry. I've already got quite a bit. And of course, we will be live tomorrow to finish off the whole collection with a Raw watch party. At this point, I want to say, as ever, a huge thank you to everyone here. You've made this even more fun. Even more fun. And without you guys here inspiring me, encouraging me, I don't think I'd have been able to do it. I have achieved so much because of the generosity of the people here. I'll talk about it more tomorrow because I know we all want to get to bed. But thank you. And I will see you all again for spoiler warning. Love to you all. I've been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic. And I'll see you all very soon.